That's my sense now. It's like, okay, we've been doing it. All brought it to this board now.
If you go out this door.
Struggling, trying to manage everything. It's a hard time. Let's say it's a part-time job for full-time. Part-time.
I will get Diana. I know she means good, but I
That's what
will
I've
just give her a
learned.
quick. Get Diana. Oh yeah, when I think she was Diana. Oh yeah.
So we're supposed to keep 3 seats? No?
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't like giving out any numbers unless that. Yeah, next time.
Oh, croissant. Delicious. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah. I got one first thing in the morning though. I don't know, try to skip church. And so I was gonna get him in that, but she
Trevor.
so I was like, I'll come early, so
Hey Stuart, how you doing?
I got the coffee ready today. It's good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, I was attending in person yesterday, and I'm going to be heading back there after lunch today. So
Yeah, I wish I could be there. I just started a new role this week, and then my wife's traveling to Ireland today, so
okay,
and my parents are on the East Coast, so trying to get care for my dog and balance everything. It's drinking from a fire hose.
congratulations on the new gig.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Yeah. What do you got going on?
Well, I'm going to Port Nanakla the next week, and yeah, just trying to get my head around all the uh, acts, laws, regulations,
Yeah.
meeting community members. Um, so yeah, no, it's good. Um, but yeah, I'm definitely happy to be like closer to like my roots, as you understand.
Yeah.
So
It's awesome.
yeah, man, got to see you down in Kildonan the next summer. We got to make that happen.
Actually, I'm going to be heading over probably kind of late October to go see my uncles there. And I haven't made it over for about a year and a half just to get out and see everybody. So I'm going to be doing that after the Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, I would love to see you. Would love to
Yeah.
see you then.
Yeah. Well, you're on the route, right? So
Sure am. Sure
yeah.
am. Yeah. Okay, I'll mute up here because I think we're gonna start here pretty shortly. So
Yeah, man. Good to talk to you.
yeah, yep. Good luck today, everyone.
Thank you.
You know?
Good morning, everybody. We do have quite a lineup at the table to get voting machines, so we are going to get started here at about 9:10, so that is in 7 minutes. So just as you're ready, please take your seats and get ready for the meeting. Oh, it's trying. Better? Okay. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. If we can get you to take your seats, please. We're going to, in a moment, confirm quorum. We have on our schedule to continue with or start the CEO presentation from yesterday that we didn't get to. However, we had originally been scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning, the captain's presentation, and just in respect of the captain's times, we're gonna kind of switch that so they'll go with the original time, and then we'll immediately follow that with the presentation from CEO Trudeau, and then proceed with the rest of the order. So just before we call the captains up, and I'm not sure if they want to come up here or if we have chairs down here. Sure, we'll have them come up and we'll start, but first we'll need to establish quorum, and I'll just turn over to my clerk.
Okay, we do have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So we'll resume the assembly or the annual general meeting. And I'll invite the captains to come up and make their presentation.
This mic gonna work for me? If I sit right here? Yes. You want us in order?
Coming out? I was just gonna give you some instructions on how to turn the microphones on.
Got everybody up here.
This should be all good with these microphones here.
Are you okay with this microphone? Yeah, we'll bring it a bit closer to you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, no worries.
I just have to press it once? Yep. Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? We're up here, we're the BC Manor captains. We're up here to let you know what we're up to and how we can help you guys and get some feedback from you guys too. I'll introduce the captains. We have Kurt Smetcher here, Region 1, Vancouver Island. We have Lower Mainland, Region 2 is Holly Tennant. Region 3 captain is Marlene Beatty for the Okanagan. I'm Region 4 for the Kootenays, very proud to be the Kootenays. Region 5 is Gary Dukeman. Region 6 is Rene Lucier. And our Region 7A is, where is he down there? Vic Lavalle. And we have a little video to show you, and also the captains, we have a table in the trade show room. Anybody feels like coming up, would like to talk to us and see what we can do for you, or you can do for us, feel free. Are we ready with the video? Here we go.
I wanted to become part of BC Manor because it's so incredibly important that we maintain our traditions and our history and that we pass those on.
Yes, we are there to fight for our rights and everything, but our first priority is our natural resources, which is, if we don't have them, there's not much left.
BC Manor is quite an old organization. It's been around for decades. It was basically to accumulate the knowledge and the knowledge keepers of our land-based traditions and history, and fight for our harvesting rights in particular.
Well, BC Manors, to me, we started it as a way of always keeping our fight for our inherent rights to harvest and everything to live off the land. BC Manor, I guess we started it to keep our politicians pushing in the right direction.
Well, BC Manor is important because we all work together as a family, and we're all very well connected and hug each other when we see the captains and that. And BC Manor is just people that were very, very particular about looking after the land.
And I think it's really all about protecting our natural resources for the generations in the future. And that's so important that we need to have a direct association and assembly for those interests.
Harvesting, like for us, we are a product of the fur trade, but we lived off the land. We hunted for our food, we did all that, and just wanted to be able to keep doing that.
In the summertime, I went to the river and I fished for my family, and it started young.
I mean, we lived off the land, and moose and deer and whatever else we could get. You know, that's all it was.
I enjoy the outdoors, the fishing, the hunting. I like just to get out into the wildlife country and get away from everyone. It's just nice to enjoy the outdoors, really.
The big thing is don't abuse our natural resources and work as hard as you can to move us forward to make government understand that we need access to those for our cultural well-being.
If we don't take care of the land and the natural resources, there isn't going to be anything left for any of our children, or never mind our grandchildren.
I have 4 daughters and 11 grandkids, and I also want that to be there for them when they grow up, and their kids beyond that.
The Captains of the Hunt are a tradition and structure with the Métis Nation that goes back to the 1700s.
And the captain of the hunt was the person that organized and ran the hunt and kept it on track and everyone in line.
You know, Métis actually had hunting regulations back in the 1700s, and we followed it. The captains were in charge of each group. You know, there's different captains.
We try to get information out there about what the issues are around harvesting, and we do that. And part of what that leads to is for us to start putting the pressure on governments to say, listen, we've spoken to our people, we've spoken to our youth, and we have a pretty good idea where we want to go.
BC Manor, our main focus is our environment, our traditions in that environment, and making sure that we continue to have access. Continuing to have access means our rights to harvest, our rights to be in the bush, but also continuing to have access means that we know how to conduct ourselves in the bush.
The biggest priority when it comes to conservation, to me, is the water. The health of the water, the levels of the water, where the people are gathering, what they're taking from the water. This is stuff I see in front of me all the time, and I think about my kids and the future generations, and you know, if it's going to be able to be clean and clear enough, not just for the humans, but also for, you know, the plants and the animal relations there.
Well, to me, conservation is about protecting our resources, you know, to be able to make sure it's there for tomorrow.
So with access, with the ability to harvest, comes the responsibility of stewardship. And so teaching those attitudes, teaching the awareness is extremely important, so that we as a community and as a people address conservation, address natural stewardship as something that's ingrained in us and important in everything that we do outdoors.
The MNBC harvester cards and online surveys are important for us to show the government that the Métis exist in BC.
So it's extremely important that that we be recognized as being here, as taking part in our environment, And in order to do that, we need to know what's going on. We need to know who our harvesters are, and we need to know what they're doing.
Well, the harvesting data is pretty important, like for the government, because of the Métis. You know, the more harvesting we do on the land, the better it is for us because, you know, and we have to report everything, of course, but it's important because the more Métis, the better. And there is Métis that we don't know about.
The world we live in is information driven. And it's not as simple as just to say, you know, take for your elders to take the youngsters out. That's important, but they have to have a basis of information first, I believe, nowadays.
Well, they're very important because if we go to the government, we've got more clout, and that because we've got how many harvesters are actually not just valid, but they have to do their surveys each year in order to keep their harvesting cards current, up to date, and valid.
It still shows that Métis still use the land. We are out there, we have a footprint. That's the biggest thing, is that yes, we are still using the land, and we will continue to do so.
So BC Manor and MNBC have a close relationship, but we are separate organizations.
But we get to fight for harvesting rights directly and specifically. We get to focus on that, and that makes us unique in this partnership.
BC Manor tries not to be political. That's why we need MNBC, for our politicians to push forward for our inherent rights and everything. That's their job. Our job is to keep steering them in the right direction.
But having said that, we are there to support Métis Nation BC and their natural resource issues.
Well, I'm proud of BC Manor. We have a very good group of captains, and that we all believe in conservation, in hunting. Like, I'm proud that we put ourselves out to push for what we need.
If there's one thing that I'd like people to know about BC Manor, is that we're here for you. We are, I think, a wealth of knowledge, resource for you, and we would love to engage with you.
We just want them to know that if they need any help or resources or any questions and that we're there to help them, and we're ready and able to help them if possible. And if not, we've got other people that can do it for them.
I think the connection to the land can be strengthened through the types of programs that BC Manor is partnering with MNBC on.
Being connected to the land is what it's all about. We've done quite a few studies on harvesting. The meat's better for you, it's cleaner, it's all this. The physical aspect of going out in the bush and hunting is good for your body and everything, but it's also really good for your mental health. Like, to me, being out in the bush, that's my happy place.
If we don't take care of our land, there's going to be nothing for our grandchildren or our great-children. And it's just that it's something that you have to go out and you want to be one-on-one with Mother Nature. And I know it's just a real feeling that it's really hard to explain.
My hopes for future generations are that they continue to stay connected to the land. I'd like to see us have gathering places on the land that we can use for our communities, for social gatherings, but for teaching, for healing, for all of the things that the land brings to us.
Elders are still here to provide guidance. We don't know that that's going to happen in the future because there's a big chunk of population that really did not grow up Métis that follow behind us as elders. And so what we have to do is convince them that they have to open their eyes.
I do feel like Métis are being robbed of the vitality that they could have if they were able to live their traditional lifestyles.
And I just get people to, to go out and, and to show, not just talk about it, but to actually get out and take the children out on the land and show them what the different berries that they can go and harvest and the mushrooms, and just to be one-on-one with Mother Nature.
That it's still there to be used, and that we have left enough behind for the future generations. We're just borrowing this. It's not ours. It's not anybody's. It's there for all of us to use. And if it wasn't there, life would not be very much fun at all. Well, thank you guys. And like I said, you know, BC Manor is here for everybody. We've put on youth camps and we've core programs, PAL programs and trapping courses. And again, we will be in the trade show there. Anybody wants to come and talk to us, we will be there. And thank you very, very much.
So that video is completely unscripted. That's all spoken from the heart. So I think it does a good job of telling you who we are. And as I said in the video, we would really like to engage with you, and we need you to tell us how we can best do that. To get a hold of us, we have the general email, contact@bcmanor.ca, or there's a very simple pattern. I'm Region 1 Captain at bcmanor.ca, Region 2 Captain, you get the pattern. So, we're also listed on the MNBC website, so we shouldn't be too hard to find. Your community leaders should know how to get a hold of us or through the RGCs. So please get a hold of us. What can you get a hold of us about? Just about anything to do with outdoor activity. We've had questions come in about BC regulations, about firearms, outdoor skills. Had a good conversation this morning about tanning small animals. You know, anything to do with the outdoor activities. If we can't help you directly, we probably know someone that can.
I'm Holly, Region 2 Captain. Some of the things we've done so far in terms of community engagement, and you know, it can be something else that you come up with, but these are some ideas of what we've done. Youth workshops, as Mark said, core PAL courses. We've done plant walks, archery clinics, shooting clinics, camp with a captain, trapping courses. We've had tables at events, demos of traps, furs, and wall tents. We've done tanning workshops, consulting, engaging with the federal government on conservation efforts. We've done rights advocacy. We can attend community events and AGMs, just reach out at those email addresses. And we've done talks about food security and canning workshops.
Oh, hi. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change has received the Harvester Card Department from the Ministry of Citizenship and Registry. They started processing applications early last year and are updating old applications that were received before the transition. And personally, I would like to thank everyone here that completed their harvesting survey last year. Our numbers are still down a little bit low, so please, when I phone you, will you please carry through with your promise that you would do the Métis Harvest service and that, because I phoned people 2 to 3 times to do their survey, and unfortunately, you know, they did not do it. So please, the survey has to be done each year. It's mandatory in order to keep your Métis harvesting card current, up to date, and valid. And I will be calling everyone next year. And if you do need help with doing your survey, please just let me know, because I've got all the time in the world. I can sit down, do the survey on my computer, and submit it on your behalf. So please, you know, if you have a hard time doing the survey, I know the new Métis Nation BC Hub is a little hard to get used to in that, but I think as years go by, it will become a little bit more clear for everybody. And also in the trade show, we have a table right there. We've got 2 girls. They can fill out your Métis harvesting applications and take your picture right now and take it to head office. And they promise that they will get their harvesting cards out as soon as possible. So if you've got children that are 10 years or young or older, and they are citizens of Métis Nation, British Columbia, please register them, because they are entitled to have a harvesting card also. And that includes, like, if you've got nieces, nephews, grandchildren, or whatever, please get them to get their harvesting cards also, okay? And thank you again for doing your survey, and we'll be talking to you next year.
And if you think Marlene doesn't look very scary, try not doing your survey.
Well, and thanks, guys, for your time this morning. And again, you guys have any questions, we'll be around today and tomorrow. Feel free to contact us anytime. Thank you very much.
All right, another round of applause for BC Manor and the captains of the HUDs. All right, bon matin, good morning. How's everybody doing? Are we ready for day 2 of the AGM? Fantastic. Well, we will pick back up with the CEO update, and then we'll move on with our regular programmed AGM. Please join us tonight. We'll have our banquet. If you're sponsored in here by MMBC, you already have an invite. But if you'd like to bring a +1, please talk to MMBC staff and you can purchase a ticket, all right? And also, please, when you have a chance, go check out the fair, the health fair, and the trade show, and go buy some amazing beadwork if you can support the artists. All right, folks, have a great day and enjoy the AGM.
Just like to introduce Chairperson or CEO Trudeau. Thank you.
Merci. Bon matin, everyone. My name is Colette Trudeau, and I am proud to serve as MNBC's CEO, and I'm also a proud citizen. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for being here today. It's really meaningful to see you all come out each year, both in person and online. And the last number I had received from our citizenship team was that we had 327 registered in-person and online citizens for this AGM, and that is the most ever. The AGM is a powerful opportunity to have your voices heard and for us to listen. I do want to honor our BC Manor captains who I think just left the room. But for those who don't know, I really grew up within MNBC, starting out in our Ministry of Youth, and some of my favorite moments was going out on the land with our captains and being coined City Girl because it was all new, and that's why it's so important to be able to take youth out on the land and have them experience that work alongside our captains. And it's just experiences and memories that are really close to my heart, so I appreciate all the incredible work that they're doing in partnership with MNBC. So the AGM, it's also a celebration of our democratic tradition as Otipemisiwak, as the people who govern ourselves. By coming together, we honor our people's fierce independence and enduring spirit. I'm thrilled to be able to give you all an update on MNBC's vital work over the last year. And what a year it has been. Within our Métis government, we've made some significant changes to make sure we're putting down strong roots for the future. Right now, we are in a season of renewal and recommitment. That means we have to connect to our values, think strategically, and make moves we know will carry us forward for generations to come. So let us begin then with our children. It remains one of the foremost priorities to achieve jurisdiction of our children in this province. One of the crucial steps in attaining the goals is the creation of a Métis Family Services system. This year, I'm happy to share that we have met some important milestones on this journey. In March 2025, we hosted the first ever Provincial Métis Children Family Services Forum, which brought together Métis Charter community leaders, Métis Children Family Service providers, officials from the province's Ministry of Children and Family Development, and child and family service professionals. This was a meaningful step in the right direction. And we were able to highlight findings from our collaborative research on what is needed to build a care system that restores cultural continuity, strengthens kinship ties, and responds to Métis-specific needs. We now have an emerging Métis Family Services Systems framework, which will be used to guide the future of Métis children and family services across all regions. It is exciting. So this model will honor our past, respond to our present, and protect our future. Our children must also be wrapped in cultural care during their early and school years. This year, we met with over 20 school districts to advocate for voting seats on the Indigenous Education Councils and address inequities in their governance. Charter communities have been instrumental in coming to us with concerns so that we can work together to address these challenges. We supported the development of Social Studies 10 curriculum, elaborations that better reflect Métis perspectives, contributing to greater understanding of Métis in BC while bolstering the cultural pride of our own youth. I also want to extend merci to the Métis Charter communities for supporting us in honoring and sashing 1,632 Métis graduates this year. It is such a gift to witness so many Métis graduates succeed with strong cultural identity and pride in their heritage. And we want to make sure that students of all ages feel supported in their educational journeys. That's why we continue to invest in post-secondary education and skills training for our citizens. Between April of 2024 and March of this year, we funded 2,369 students. Providing $16.5 million in direct student support, which is a 10% increase from the previous year. This is the highest number of citizens ever served in a fiscal year, and we're on track to match it this year. Since April 1st, we've already served a whopping 1,895 students. And that is not all. We have seen growing momentum for MNBC's post-secondary college. A combination of focus groups, a province-wide survey, and community conversations will shape this important initiative. This is one way we're ensuring that our Métis-specific needs are met when considering development and infrastructure. We've also been taking this community-driven, Métis-specific approach with our housing development projects. Our growing property portfolio reached several key milestones this year. We have planned developments for mixed-use buildings, which will include affordable housing. We have planned, my apologies, and some of which will be hosting childcare centers and chartered community spaces. These buildings will be Métis hubs in communities that have been traditionally underserved. We have seen progress across projects in Campbell River, Saanich, Terrace, and Invermere. And for those at risk of experiencing homelessness, we were able to provide services to 248 Métis individuals or families during this last fiscal year. Over $444,000 were distributed to keep individuals and families housed or assist them in exiting homelessness. And I'm proud to share that the Manicki Home Renovation Program provided 62 non-repayable grants to eligible elders. This will assist them in aging in place in their homes. Eligible elders have also received support from the Métis Elders and Senior Assistance Program. We have citizens accessing this program from ages 65 all the way up to 95 years old across every region of the province. Applicants have used funding for hearing aids, glasses, dentures, and health equipment. But we know that health and well-being is a priority for our citizens across all ages. This year, we hosted the inaugural Hope and Healing Gathering, which welcomed nearly 100 Métis individuals living with cancer, in remission, or on their healing journey. Citizens were able to share their wisdom and experiences and connect in a culturally responsive environment, something we know is hard to come by in too many healthcare settings. We're committed to making sure our citizens feel safe and supported, and I'm happy to share that in this last year, MNBC's regional health coordinators supported 781 service requests, helping Métis citizens access both internal and external health resources tailored to their needs. MNBC also hired its first health promotion coordinator. They are dedicated to cancer-related programming with a goal of expanding the work into other chronic illnesses such as diabetes, cardiovascular diseases. In addition, MNBC signed a contract with Douglas College to co-develop the Métis End-of-Life Guide, with curriculum now in its final stages and training soon to begin for Métis end-of-life doulas. I'm also honored to share that we have been hard at work to support Métis affected by the toxic drug crisis. We have established a Métis substance use and addiction support program that will provide outreach to 3 new communities, grounded in Métis knowledge and approaches to wellness. Our Métis-specific lifeguard app remains available to anyone who are looking for harm reduction. This app provides access to our Métis crisis line and links to prevent drug-related deaths. There have been 435 Métis accessing the app since June of 2025, which means that more of our people are accessing much-needed support. We are also proud to be offering a variety of healing circles. The Wild Wisdom virtual sessions are being held seasonally and offer Métis community members the opportunity to learn from Métis knowledge holders and discuss the connection between nature and mental wellness. The Together in Wellness Kinship and Healing Circle runs on a bi-weekly basis and provides a safe and welcoming space for Métis to explore meaningful topics and create a network of care in community. These are just some of the healing circles available to those who would like to bolster their wellness in a culturally meaningful way. And of course, movement is so often a fundamental ingredient in overall wellness, inclusive of age and abilities. We proudly hosted our 2nd annual golf tournament, which welcomed 30 teams along with community partners, sponsors, and supporters. The event was a huge success. We raised $30,000 in profit to support sport and active living programs across the province. We have the opportunity to host several sport-related youth camps throughout the year, including Indigenous Rookie League, launched in partnership with the Toronto Blue Jays nonprofit arm, the Jays Care Foundation. The league partnered with multiple Métis charter communities and the Tsawwassen First Nation. We anticipate the league will grow to 6 teams next year. Métis youth also had the opportunity to participate in Youth Leadership Gathering in Whistler. This in-person gathering brings together youth leaders from across the province and uplifts Métis youth who are making meaningful contributions to their communities, while also providing a culturally grounded space for leadership development and peer connection. The virtual Eco Collective is in its second year and ran between March to September. It empowers youth to explore Métis relationships to the land and lead community-based projects that make real change. This is a fantastic way to help our future leaders gain the skills they need to create tangible climate action. And for those looking to make change right in their backyard, I'm pleased to share that our Home Garden program entered its 5th year. It supported the food security of hundreds of households over the year, while providing an opportunity for citizens to connect and share knowledge. Eligible citizens are also encouraged to apply for their harvesting card, as we heard from our BC Manor captains, which help us support Métis who connect with the land through harvesting, hunting, fishing. Our annual harvesting survey enables us to record contemporary Métis presence on the land and helps our community stay connected to traditional ways of living and knowing. We can also connect our heritage through harvesting practices as well as through language and history. This year, the Amelia Douglas Institute showcased the exhibition Les Fils de notre Histoire, Threads of Our History. This exhibit shared the history of Métis clothing, its connection to Métis culture and identity, and how it evolved over centuries. And if you miss the exhibition, a book on the exhibit will be available in print for purchase through the MNBC Trading Post. We had the opportunity to share language workshops, including Northern Michif with Elder Tom McCallum, Standing White Buffalo, harvesting workshops, and artisan workshops. Citizens had the opportunity to learn about Métis dog blankets with Cynthia Boehm and pointed toe moccasins with Gregory Schofield. MNBC has also committed $375,000 in funding to charter communities and citizens for local Michif revitalization projects. Cultural workshops and crafting materials were also an integral part of our efforts around gender-based violence prevention. For the first time this year, we hosted a men's gender-based violence healing gathering in April, which brought together 25 participants to engage in ceremony. We developed the Comfort Kits program to provide culturally relevant materials to Métis Charter communities to distribute to Métis women and to us LGBTQIA+ individuals who have experienced gender-based violence. And we were also able to provide $400,000 in funding to Métis Charter communities through the Safe Métis Community Fund to support planning events and raising awareness around gender-based violence. In order for us to keep doing this necessary work, it's important, more important than ever, that we explore different pathways to financial sustainability. This is crucial for MNBC's path to self-determination, as it will mean we are less reliant on government funding. We also know that many of our citizens are feeling squeezed financially. We continue to see visitors at Point Ellis House, and the Métis Trading Post e-commerce platform has seen sales increase by 26%. We know this will only increase more as Métis artisans showcase their work. This year, we're conducting a feasibility study for a Métis-owned credit union, and please take the survey. There's little cards everywhere. Please take the survey, which would be member-owned by any Métis citizen who accesses financial services. I'm also pleased to share that MNBC's business directory now features 435 Métis-owned businesses across BC, and saw the launch of MFCBC's business directory last night. And yesterday, we also held our first ever Métis Business Mixer to celebrate our momentum and bring together entrepreneurs from across the province. During this mixer, we announced our new economic development corporation, the Métis Prosperity Group. MPG will create generational wealth for our nation so that we can strengthen MNBC invest that wealth in our citizens, and enhance the programs and services we offer. We aim to create long-term prosperity for our citizens through strategic partnerships and ventures across the homeland, across Canada, and internationally. The team will be supported by an independent board of directors who will guide our strategic direction and governance. This is a major milestone in our nation's journey. We are excited to demonstrate leadership and inclusion, innovation, and sustainability in economic development for all, not just for now, but for generations to come. We do this all for Métis in BC. As Acting President Melanie Allard announced yesterday, we are so proud to have reached 30,000 registered citizens. This year alone, we were able to welcome home over 2,500 new citizens. I am so thrilled to welcome you all to our growing community and nation. And for all of you who are just joining or renewing your cards, you will have noticed a brand new design complete with a dogwood flower to represent Métis in BC, a dragonfly hologram for enhanced security, and a QR code that helps friends and family link to the MNBC Hub to fill out their own application. This design supports our effort to have our citizenship cards recognized as a secondary piece of identification with many external organizations. And our hope is that they will also boost your sense of pride when you show it off and declare who you are, knowing that you belong to an ever-growing community of Métis citizens. And as we saw during the review of our financial statements yesterday, MNBC has paid off a loan that has been on our balance sheet for over a decade. We've officially received confirmation that the loan for the school located at 30691 Simpson Road in Abbotsford has been paid in full with no outstanding balance remaining. Personally, I have fond memories of working alongside my colleagues, alongside them in classrooms filled with energy of culinary programs and Blade Runner programs. Those were really vibrant times. When MNBC faced the difficult decision to sell the school, we endured moments of deep uncertainty. And there was such a heavy financial burden that the nation was feeling. It was a really challenging chapter, but today I'm so pleased to say that this financial burden is something we can now move beyond. As you can see, MNBC is in a strong position to weather the changes we've seen over this past year. I want to offer my sincere gratitude to all of our staff who have been working tirelessly to move our nation forward. MNBC is so fortunate to have the top talent in all levels of our nation, and I'm consistently inspired by their dedication, their enthusiasm, and their commitment to meaningful contributions to our community. This is an exciting season of renewal and recommitment. We are strategic and intentional about the seeds we're planting. We have a strong sense of our priorities moving forward. We know we need to work hard to have our inherent Métis rights under the Canadian Constitution recognized, and it is a top priority. We know we need to ensure we're partnering with industry and crown corporations in a way that prioritizes our economic development. We are hard at work creating opportunities for affordable housing, and we're committed to bringing home our children in care. Everything we do needs to be approached through our Métis values: integrity, kindness, innovation, respect, teamwork, humility, and resilience. When we come together with these values, we embody the Métis spirit of our ancestors, and we give our children a future in which they can thrive and be proud of. Merci, and thank you for this time.
Thank you, CEO Trudeau. At this time, we will open the floor for questions. Just in the interest of time, we do have a very packed agenda today. We're going to try to keep the questions to about 10 minutes. I'm sure that CEO Trudeau and the team are very happy to answer any questions that we don't get to today. Please go ahead.
Louis DeJager, 2SLGTBQIA+ chair. Colette, I don't think I heard a little bit a piece about the citizenship. How maybe the numbers are not so long. Could you explain a little bit about that?
Thank you, Chair DeJager. So I am so pleased to share some of the challenges that we've been coming up against in terms of processing citizenships was quite a lengthy queue of applications that our citizenship team needed to work through. We had about 6,000 in our queue that our Ministry of Citizenship had to work through. And I am so proud to say that through some very wonderful and dedicated work by our Ministry of Citizenship, we have made our way through that queue, and we are receiving hundreds of applications every single month for folks to become citizens of MNBC. And so we are anticipating a very efficient process for completed applications. And that we will only see through the building of capacity within our Ministry of Citizenship that our nation will continue to grow, and 30,000 will become 31, 32, 33, all through our verified process. So I just want to honor our Ministry of Citizenship, who has been working incredibly hard to get us on track and grow our nation. So merci to Colleen and her whole team for all their work.
Just want to leave space for anybody else who has a question. Just come up to the microphone.
It's a long walk, hey? Oh, you can go over. Chris, we can talk here too.
Get over there. So I'm not sure who exactly can answer this question, but I've noticed that Peace Enterprises has built 2 housing developments for MNBC, one in Hudson's Hope and one in Fort St. John, totaling $20 million. I'm just curious if there's any relationship with Peace Enterprises and MNBC or any MNBC staff. And I'm also wondering if these projects were put out to public tender or bid, what the bid process for these projects was. And just ensure that there's no conflicts of interest. And then also to make sure that we're getting value for our money and it's a fair process. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have purchased 2 properties. We have a building in Fort St. John as well as Hudson Hope. As was mentioned yesterday during our financial presentation, our Ministry of Housing goes through a diligent due diligence process for any of our builds, for any of our purchases. And so our team has worked incredibly hard to assess projects and bring them forward based on merit. And so ultimately, we purchase from a variety of different independent owners, businesses that have developed, but ultimately we go through a due diligence process. We ensure conflict of interest is addressed at every single board meeting, and ultimately decisions of purchases are ratified by the board of directors.
Good, sir. We all want our steps, though. Sorry, my name is Christopher Studney. I'm from Prince George, Region 5. And I was wondering, so were these projects put out to like build, or BC Bid and bids.ca, were they put out to public tender or not?
So we don't generally do an RFP to purchase properties. We have to go through a process to ensure that they meet our needs. And so we will seek out opportunities, again, do the due diligence process and bring them forward to our board of directors to ratify purchases. So we don't do a broad call out for folks to send us properties or developments, we look at different opportunities and do the due diligence and then bring forward those who have merit or meet our needs forward to the board of directors.
Okay, yeah, and that's all in the past, but so we can't do anything about that, but I think it might be an idea going forward that they are publicly tendered, because that's how the government does everything and everybody else does it, because I do work in the construction industry. And so just an idea for the future.
Thank you so much. And just so folks know, when we do our developments that are part of where we're working with community, all of our contractors, developers, the companies that we work with, they all go out to RFP. So I just want to clarify that piece as well.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Gary Bigger. It's on citizenship. If somebody sends their application in, has everything perfect, what's the time frame? seeing that you've got the backlog done, because I've heard for a long time that it's taken a year or even longer for a person that has all the paperwork to get the card. We got to get faster.
So I know that our team has done a really great job to speed up the process. In that particular situation, Gary, likely chance, I don't know this for sure, I can't, but likely chance there was something missing and our team would have followed up for that period of time to take place. But I'm happy to pass it over to Colleen, who can provide more information.
Thanks, Colette, and great question, Gary. So Colette mentioned this earlier, complete application is exactly what we want, but realize too that if it's not complete, we'll work with you to complete it. So please don't wait, make sure you apply. As soon as you say you're Métis, apply to be registered. So yeah, the queue's gone, which is really exciting, and we've been supported. Yes, it's been a long haul. And all of you have always been on our minds, let me tell you. Like every time we get a phone call or an email from an amazing citizenship team that supports all of you, we know as much as we hurry, it's never fast enough. But we're down to a few months for an application, and again, as it has been mentioned already, to make sure your applications is complete. But the thousands of applications that were there that we've worked through has resolved much of this. But again, it is a rigorous process, and I believe the best of all Métis registries in Canada, and the objectively verifiable process we use is one of integrity. We cannot rush this process, so it takes a few months to get your citizenship approved. But having said that, we will be with you every step of the way. So the queue being gone for receiving applications is one thing, but the fact that we don't have that huge queue now means we have citizenship navigators that are more freed up, right? So when you guys need some support or assistance in completing your application, we have people that can respond to you right away. Before they were buried in applications, now they're not. So again, if there's any issues, if you don't hear from us for a while, some things, we've been going out to community, right, and doing citizenship services information sessions. We've been to a few of your communities, and we're going to go to all 39 Métis chartered communities. And what we're hearing is, oh, I haven't heard from you for a while, or I'm wondering where my citizenship application is at. Reach out to us. Please just reach out to us, citizenship@mnbc.ca, or phone us, because we can tell you exactly, but we're trying to push everyone to the Métis Hub as well, as Colette mentioned, because you can actually, we had someone the other day, and actually it's a staff member, she was wondering where her citizenship application was at, so she went on the Hub and checked her account, and seen that it was in community acceptance, and she was so excited. So this is in your hands as well. So it's kind of a shared responsibility, but Gary, it'll get quicker and quicker, but it's going to be a few months, absolutely.
Okay, one more. I don't need a mic.
For the people online, Gary.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, usually I don't need a mic. Renewals now. That's a big issue.
I'm so glad you asked that question, Gary.
Me too.
Because it's all part of this process. So the way we looked at it 2.5 years ago, when we seen these big piles, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? We made a decision as a team that the most important part of this was citizens. Start with citizens. People that have applied for citizenship. We needed to get through that pile because renewals, they were already citizens. They could have citizenship and apply for programs and services. So renewals were the second part. And that's the part we're working on right now. And we've got it down to just over 700. And we have done many renewals since we've actually been here at the AGM. And there's a whole amazing citizenship team sitting around the corner. And if you go there, they can do your renewal right now while you're here, take your picture, fill out your form for you, help you do it, and put you into the system. So if you want to do a renewal while you're here and get the new citizenship card, right around the corner. But the renewals, again, are going to start going through that process now that we're going to get all the rest of them out of the way. And we understand that a renewal should take a few weeks, at the most. And that will happen as soon as we get through this queue now. So it's been a lot of work. We've hired extra people. It takes time to make change, as you all know, in your Métis chartered communities. Nothing happens overnight. So stick with us because we're getting the job done. And I hope that answers your question, Gary. And if you need a renewal, they're right around the corner.
Not yet. But
Not yet. Okay. Well, just in case.
if a citizen identifies his card's going to run out in a month, can he start the process early?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Thank you. We have 2 questions online, and then I see you there, and then we're going to conclude our Q&A. So we'll go to Stuart Dixon online, please.
Stuart Dixon, Mid-Island Métis Nation. Colette, good to see you. I do have just a point of clarification as it relates to the audited financial statements and what was published by Finance. And forgive me for not asking this yesterday, but I do think it matters as it relates to the overall management and leadership of MNBC. So I note in note 14, it says that MNBC isn't paying any contractors. It says it at 0 for the remuneration of employees and contractors greater than $75,000. But the finance supplied report says this year that for fiscal 25, MNBC spent $3.3 million on consultants, $1 million on lawyers, and nearly $4 million on travel alone. To me, I would consider those to be contractors. Yet there isn't a disclosure provided as to who maybe received these contracts. And I know there was a previous question in and about that for a group, but what services were delivered and were any of these completely or competitively tendered? So my question, I guess, is MNBC committed today to publishing a full vendor level reporting so citizens can see where third-party vendors have been spent, and are those what kind of businesses are they, I guess, would be the question. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. And I just want to make a statement. I am very confident in the management and leadership that is at MNBC and our ability to follow our financial policies. And those are really strong to ensure that we meet transparency, and we are constantly looking to find opportunities to strengthen that. Just to your question, I know that we've made a commitment to continue to strengthen our transparency, and we have also done some really great engagement, which we'll be reporting back to our communities on around ways that we can strengthen that and ensure that our communities are getting more of the information that is helpful to them. But I will turn to our CFO to provide some more information.
Great, thank you so much, Colette. Yes, we will definitely be increasing our financial reporting. We're doing it each and every year. We're adding more and more reports. In terms of note 14, Manning Elliott has reviewed our contracts. They reviewed all of them. So what you see in the financial statements, the operating breakdown, is a huge range of contracts. It's education, it's legal, it's a massive variety of everything that we engage in. So note 14, I stand behind its accuracy, and we are happy to provide more clarification. I committed to that yesterday, and my finance department stands behind that. We are increasing our reporting. So, you know, we are trying to do better each and every day.
Thank you. We have another question from Helen Wilson online.
Dancy, proud Métis elder from Kelowna. My question is, firstly, I would like to say my last renewal went through very quickly. Thank you for that. So my question is, may I renew my card prior to its expiry in 2027, because I would like to have the new card.
So I'm just going to pass it off to, again, Colleen Hodgson. We did get confirmation that you can apply for your renewal early. I just want to go to her to ensure that it can be 2 years early.
Okay, well, this is a great question, and thank you to the Métis elder that has asked this question, and we've been asked this question before. Surprise, right? It's like the new card is beautiful, and thank you, Colette, for sharing it. We're very proud that it really resonates with us as Métis in British Columbia, because that's who we are. So it was important to have this card. So let's, in all fairness, let's talk about maybe in 30 days. So we kind of think of, when your insurance, when you get it in the mail or online, your ICBC reminder or whoever you have your auto insurance through is going to expire. And sometimes you go a little bit early because you got to go on a holiday, or you might forget and drive around Victoria for 2 weeks with no insurance like I did. So, 30 days seems like a fair amount of time, but 2027, that's a bit out there. So let's agree to around 30 days. So, and that'll give us time to get ahead of it for you as well. So if that's fair, then that's what we'll do. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And we'll go to our speaker here.
Sandra Murray, Surrey Delta Métis, and I forgot to reapply, so I did a month later, and that's been 5 months now. So can I go here and reapply, or is that just gonna, will that speed it up to get a new picture here, or I'm already one of those 700 people in the queue?
Absolutely, just go right around the corner when you have a few moments. The team is there for the entire AGM until it's over. You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have 2 more questions. I think the first one was from Alex Norquay, and then to you, Alex Ibbotson. And then we're done.
Alex, and then to you, Alex, from Alex, and then we're done. And then to you, Alex, from Alex, and then we're done.
Good morning, Alex Norquay, Vice President, Caribou Chilcotin Métis. This is a citizenship question, probably for Colleen, but it's just the concern we've been running into is a lot of people getting their kids ready to go off to university or college and realizing they don't have the funds to help and they want some help, waiting way too long, and then wondering why they can't get that money for them to go to school. So I'm just asking MNBC if maybe you can get some kind of a campaign to get some literature and information out stressing get your children registered and get their card well in advance. And I also give citizenship kudos like Elder Helen there. Mine took 3.5 weeks, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alex here, and then the gentleman in the back, and then we're really done.
Good morning. I'm Don Corrigal from...
Sorry. We just have...
Oh, sorry.
Tanshakia, Alex Ibbotson, Rocky Mount Métis, and Region 4 Veteran Rep. My question's with regards to procurement. There's all sorts of initiatives happening around the nation of Canada with Indigenous procurement, the federal 5% mandate. The province of BC is going through a lengthy Indigenous procurement plan at the moment. And I'm curious if, with our new economic development investments at the nation here, there's any plan to have an Indigenous procurement policy, and maybe if we would be looking at a distinctions-based lens with that policy to get an understanding within the data strategy of what percentage of contracts are being awarded to Métis businesses within the nation. Marcy.
Merci. So we are very committed to ensuring that Métis businesses are visible, that Canada is accessing information and confirmation and Métis verified businesses for procurement. In terms of Indigenous policy, we haven't necessarily contemplated that, but we are very much a part of the dialogue around Métis procurement with the province and with the federal government. As everyone knows, there's the Bill C5 that is happening federally. We are very much engaged in those conversations and pointing directly to working with MNBC to ensure that the government, provincial and federal, are working with Métis businesses. So we have a significant amount of work to do in that area, but there is a very strong focus on ensuring that we are ensuring Métis businesses are being visible and that we are gathering all the information we need to share that with the federal and provincial government.
Just a point of clarification on my question. I'm actually involved in some of these conversations provincially. I'm curious if at Métis Nation BC, there is dialogue around an internal Indigenous procurement plan to ensure that Métis Nation BC spend is aligned with those same targets we're seeing elsewhere.
That's a great point, Alex, and we are looking into building that out because we want to ensure that also MNBC is using Métis businesses first.
Merci.
Merci.
Thank you. We'll take our final question.
Sorry, I'm going to go back to the membership card or the citizenship card. I'm unclear of the reasoning around why there is an expiry date.
Two mics, give me 2 mics now. Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
I'm unclear of the reasoning why there is an expiry date on the citizenship card.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's go back in time just for a couple of moments here. So there at one point in time, and we have to be clear about this because some of you might have one of these cards that didn't expire, right? And that changed. And then an expiration date was put on the card. So I would just say this, imagine having a driver's license that didn't expire. Wouldn't that be amazing? So, and imagine looking the same when you're 25 as you do when you're 55. That would even be more amazing, right? Sasha, you got this covered, I know. So, in all fairness, we need a new photo. We need the new signature. We have to make sure your contact information is up to date. And that's why all identification has an expiration date. And as Colette mentioned, we really want to include this as a secondary source of ID. I mean, I'm so proud when I vote in a federal election to use my citizenship card. I use it every time I get on an airplane. And that requires an expiration date. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you to CEO Trudeau and to the team. I'm going to pass over to my co-chair for our next piece.
Thank you. And any other questions can be sent to communications@mnbc.ca, and they'll be happy to receive those questions and pass them along to the appropriate person. So we're going to move on to Resolution 1.
Just two quick announcements.
Announcements first, yeah.
Round of applause for Colette. Fantastic questions and great updates. Before we pass things along to the AGM clerks for the next resolution, just two quick updates. For all the elders in the room, there is a space for you, the Elders Connect space in Richmond B room by the West Tower. If you don't know where that is, you can talk to Tom here. Tom, raise your hand. Hey, this is Tom. Please connect with Tom or any MNBC staff, all right? And also our questions, our board questions Q&A will be after lunch. So please get all those questions together and we'll answer them the best we can. All right. And we pass it on.
Thank you, Jordan. All right, so we are going to move to Resolution 1. And in the interest of time, when I turn it over to our clerk, she's not going to read the whereases, but go to the be it resolved portions of it. And I will, once read out, I will be looking for movers and seconders of each. I expect we'll try to get as far as we can with Resolution 1 before the health break. And I will turn it over to our clerk.
Good morning, and thank you everyone for coming. This is Resolution 1 in your books. The topic is constitutional updates for clarity of equality rights. It affects the Constitution. It was submitted through the MNGA by the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria, and it was submitted on May 31st, 2025. Since it's a constitution.
Yes, point of order has been called. Quorum was called back at just about 9:10 or 9:12. Yes.
Since this is a constitutional change, it will require a 75% majority of votes cast for approval. Be it resolved that Article 5 of the Constitution be amended by deleting the struck-through words and inserting the underlined words so that it will read, "The Métis Nation undertakes to respect and ensure to all Métis citizens within the nation rights without discrimination of any kind on the basis of race, including perceived race and color, ethnic background, origin, or expression, including language and Métis identity, religion or creed, religious belief, religious association, or religious activity, political or other views, including political association or activity, spousal or family status, age, genetic characteristics, physical or mental disability or related characteristics or circumstances, including reliance on a service animal, a wheelchair, or any other remedial appliance or device, sex, including sex-determined characteristics or circumstances, such as pregnancy, the possibility of pregnancy, or circumstances related to pregnancy, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, and social condition, including income, source of income, occupation, and education. It is not discriminatory or contrary to this article for the Métis Nation to carry out a program or activity, including employment equity, that has as its object the amelioration of conditions of Métis citizens who are disadvantaged due to one or more of the protected characteristics. B, Article 6 of the Constitution be amended by deleting the struck-through words and inserting the underlined words, so it will read, "All Métis citizens equally enjoy all civil and political rights set forth within these articles."
Thank you very much. And I'll look for movers and seconders. I do see, and I assume if the mover is going to wish to speak, if you wish to make your way to the microphone, but I do have a mover, and I'll just have you introduce yourself in a second. Once you're ready.
Angel Robinson, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? And I have someone coming to the microphone here.
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria.
Thank you very much. And so I'll recognize our mover.
Yeah, the reason we put this forward is because the protected characteristics that we had in the Constitution haven't been updated in some time. I think the Métis Nation BC has always been on the leading edge of governance and inclusion, and I think by updating it, we can continue to maintain that trend. To come up with the characteristics, I did a jurisdictional scan of Métis Nations, but also provincial, federal governments, and international, and kind of pulled out the commonalities and what I thought were the best practices. So that was where the resolution came from. I just want to clarify, because this question has come up a lot for anyone who hasn't seen the resolution yet or wasn't part of one of the MNGAs. This is specific to Métis citizens, so it does not in any way impact the distinction of Métis or who Métis are. It doesn't have an impact on our citizenship. It is simply saying that we do not discriminate against Métis citizens or MNBC citizens on the basis of these characteristics. And like, for example, when it speaks to race, it is a protection against discrimination on the basis of the color of your skin, or being perceived as enoughness based on appearance, or whether you speak Michif or Bungi or Cree, or are not fluent or don't speak at all. Those are the kind of things that it offers protections for. And the other point I want to clarify is that when it says the amelioration, that is just clarifying that it doesn't, or that programs and events and initiatives that support people based on the protected characteristics is not discrimination if it has a supportive effect. And then the second piece, the amendment to Article 6, was just to ensure that it is inclusive of all genders.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the speaker to my left.
Angel did a fantastic job of doing an amazing amount of research to go into ensuring best practices are reflected in here, so I have nothing more to add.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak to this first resolution? Do I see it? Yeah, please go ahead to the microphone.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tarina College. I'm the new VP for Fraser Valley Métis Association, and I've worked in local government for 18 years. And some of my landscape scan dealing with policy governance matters very routinely is that the more prescriptive we are in language, the greater we open ourselves to liability through case law, and the more we can actually armor people to use the language that we are using against us. Essentially, we already have many laws in BC that protect all people from discrimination for race, culture, sexual identity, gender, language, etc. And I wonder if this is maybe a little bit too prescriptive, because ultimately I think Métis Nation undertakes to respect and ensure all Métis citizens within the nation have rights without discrimination of any kind, period. And I wasn't here last year, so I don't know what the intent was behind adding more language, but I'll offer that up for thought.
Thank you very much. And just for speakers, if you can just get close to the mic so it's easier to pick up online so that they're able to hear as well. I've got a online speaker and then to my left. So if you have Donald Brett, please go ahead.
Hello, yes. Good morning. I'm Brett Smith from Cowichan Valley AT on Vancouver Island, Region 1. I am broadly supportive of this, but to the last speaker, I think I agree that the more prescriptive we get, the more problematic this can become, because my initial concern was what this was missing. And so immediately by expanding the criteria, I'm identifying areas where potentially we're falling short. And as we become more prescriptive, we end up with a need to add more and more portions. And for a specific example, I would suggest the section that says spousal and family status should include marital status, which is separate and different from spousal status. But as we get down this path, we're splitting hairs finer and finer and finer. So I would recommend either adding, which leads to that problem, of marital status to the spousal or family status, the 5.5. Or again, we look at understanding the intent is wonderful and just on the basis of discrimination of any kind. And leaving it simple. I accept there's arguments on both sides, but particularly to 5.5, it's imprecise and in my view problematic, particularly for individuals who don't have a spouse or are single. They're not covered under spousal or family status as a designation as it stands. But again, I love the fact that we're trying to make sure we're inclusive and non-discriminatory. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Next speaker to my left.
Good morning, Don Corrigal, Region 4. I also sit as the Métis voice on the Provincial Anti-Racism Data Committee that advises Cabinet on issues of racism in government. I'd like to speak to 5.1. I'm opposed to the use of the term race. It's a colonial imposition based on 19th century philosophy, and it has no support in science. It should be a discredited term, and to use it, it was brought into force by the colonial powers as a way to stratify vertically people based on very arbitrary considerations. And so if we wish to move towards a Métis perspective on this, we should be very cautious about the imposition of colonial terms in how we describe ourselves and our self-identification. And the last couple of speakers, I support them completely in what they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have a speaker who hasn't yet had an opportunity, so I'll go ahead with Mr. Wingham.
Anthony Wingham with Métis Society. Just a clarification on 5.4, the political or other views, including political association activity. It states the Métis Nation undertakes and respects and ensures all Métis citizens within the nation's right without discrimination of any kind. But we've made some changes to not allow BC Métis Federation to hold different memberships. There was also talk about MNC as well as LMFO, I believe it is. Just wondering how that pertains to not discriminating against somebody with a political association. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question, I know it's out there, and whether that's for the community or I say the community assembly to answer it. I don't know if there's anyone that wishes to address it specifically, but I'll certainly turn it over to our next speaker.
Angel Robinson, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I was going to address a couple of things that came up on the issue of BC already having pretty extensive human rights protection. The reason I put this forward in our constitution is as a nation-building effort. I think the goal is to, assert our Section 35 rights as a nation. And so I think it's important to have our own definition that includes these human rights protections. Our Constitution currently has a few of them. That's what I was trying to open to. And there we go. So right now, the Constitution says, without distinction of any kind, such as sex, sexual orientation, language, religion, political, or other views. So I think that does cover to an extent the political views, but when we were developing this, the thought was that the affiliation with MMF, for example, is covered in the definition of Métis, that are Métis are as being distinct. So I think that was the argument for for not allowing people to hold cards with other Métis nations, but that is just my interpretation of that. And as for the inclusion of race, that was also one of my considerations. And while I agree that race is a concept that is socially imposed, the impact that it has on people based on the perception of it is very real. And so these were taken from characteristics that are commonly, that people have commonly experienced discrimination on. I think that covers, and spousal or family status, when I looked into that, my understanding was that it included marital status, and that it was intended to be inclusive for folks that, for example, if someone is in a mixed family or divorced or common law, it was meant to be inclusive for diverse family structures.
Thank you very much. I'll recognize the speaker to my left. Please go ahead.
Jan Owens, Cowichan Valley Métis. I want to thank those speakers who spoke to the fact that this is going to bring up how can I get around it, or when I want to use it, how, because I'm already hearing that from the people that spoke. If already here we're saying there's issues, you betcha down the road there's going to be issues. The more you give people to figure out how to wiggle, the more they'll wiggle. And I think we have sacred teachings. We know. And I think that's what that is saying, but there must be a simpler statement. I would hope that it would include it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, to my right, go ahead.
Hi, Tracy Franklin, South Okanagan Similkameen Métis Association. Yeah, I want to say the spousal or family status, that includes everybody. That includes any type of spousal and any type of family status, whether you're single or not. And for the point on 5.1, using the word race, the reality is that the lived experience of people with darker skin is going to be a lot different than a lot of us, and that this is an important distinction that we need to recognize, and that this is the reality of living in the world right now, and that people are discriminated against more so when they are living in a different skin. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, speaker to my right.
Yeah, hi, good morning. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I voted for this as a member of the MNGA, but I'm at the stage now where I think I will abstain. What I like about what's happening now is we're getting broader perspective on this issue. The deliberations that happened at the MNGA were somewhat limited, and personally, I did not put as much time into considering this as I could have. That's just the reality of being a volunteer legislator in the nation. So this is exciting, hearing these feedbacks, and that's some of the comments are actually putting me in a position of, at this stage, of abstaining on something that I previously voted in favor for. One thing we wouldn't want to see happen is to just simply not have this move forward in some fashion. So that may include amendments, because we all agree on the intent of what is being proposed here. One thing we wouldn't want to see happen is to vote against this and then be discriminated on the basis of the perception that we're voting against the intent. So that's kind of tongue-in-cheek in regards to how far this can go, you know. So at this point, I abstain, and I'm encouraged with the debate we have here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Director Harriet. No, thank you. Yeah.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. So I was really taking to heart what Vice President Jan Owens was saying about it being sort of overly complicated and people looking for ways to get around things, etc. If you look at what the old language was, where it says, without distinction of any kind, such as. So I'm wondering if a slight amendment, you know, as Vice President Owens was saying, you know, it should be very encompassing. And here, the language where it says, without discrimination, if we added of any kind, okay, without discrimination of any kind, such as on the basis of, do you know what I'm saying? So therefore it's everything, and then it gives examples of some of the ways that discrimination can happen. So it's all encompassing, but it still leaves in the examples where people can see how discrimination can happen.
So we'll just make sure we got the wording there, and I'm going to take that as you're moving that amendment. And Vice President Finlayson, we've got you on our list, but we'll just look for a seconder for this part first, and then once we have the wording.
Yeah, that'll do.
All right. Do we have anyone at the microphone that wishes to second? I'm seeing a number of hands. We'll pick a hand there. Yes. Name? Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it as the seconder? All right, thank you. So I do have you on our previous list. If you wish to speak to the resolution with the proposed amendment, please go ahead, or if you wanted to wait until we deal with the amendment and then speak, but perhaps your comments will be kind of to both. So please go ahead if you wish.
Okay, I'm new to this. So we just wanted to add after the such as, not limited to. Or, is that right? Not limited to, yeah.
I think the such as would cover that. So
would it? Okay.
Yeah. So if it's kind of like using the word including or such as, where there, as Mr. Harriet said, it would basically it's saying of any kind, which is the main point, and then using the word such as so that they're giving specific examples of types of discrimination that they cannot be done.
So it won't limit anything.
That's
okay,
right.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, that's how I would interpret that. And it would be similar to the wording that was previous, or the wording in the Constitution previously. I'm not sure if there's anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment. I did have a speaker online, Kelly Kallstrom. If you wish, please go ahead. Go ahead, Kelly Kallstrom. All right, I think they're unmuted, but it's not coming through if they're speaking or not. Okay. I have a speaker coming forward. Please go ahead, and then if Kelly's, we'll try again, Kelly, after this current speaker.
Hi, I'm Ted Ingram from Region 2. Just for clarification, I wasn't sure what the answer was to political activity. I know that we do have politics in the Métis Nation across Canada, and I agree with the equivocation that's possible as we start to look at these things. Métis identity, for instance, that is something that's very political, and I would like to think I could have a very radical opinion, and that would not affect my membership. So is it possible just to have a yes or a no? Can you belong to the Métis Federation, and can you, as I say, have a radical opinion? Thank you.
I'm not sure who best to answer that. My understanding is that an individual can have both, for example, MNBC citizenship card and a Métis Federation card, BC Métis Federation card. However, if you have both, there are certain positions that would prevent you because there's perceived conflicts of interest or potential conflicts of interest. So, for example, and I forget which pieces of legislation where it's been set out, where if you're, for example, a member of another provincial Métis or political organization, you can't hold another position. I think the idea is with regards to potential conflicts of interest. But any citizen can hold both cards or be a member of the Communist Party or anything along those lines. So
I suppose my question revolves around the Red River and Métis, right? For me, my citizenship, I'm a Métis person. I was born a Métis person, and my citizenship is simply, as Colleen talked about, renewing your driver's license. It's not about a driver's license, it's about my citizenship, right? So if I want to belong to the Red River Métis, perchance, or to the Federation, I don't see how that would affect my membership, unless this is a club. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try again, Kelly Kallström. Please go ahead. Oh, I think they've lowered their hand. Then I next have online Melanie Mortensen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for the delays. I'm not sure how to stop that echo.
It's fine. Just keep going. It's fine. Just keep
going. I wanted to speak up partially to the sub-amendment, or to the amendment, I should say, not the sub-amendment. The inclusion of such as would, indeed, I just wanted to support that because I think it would be consistent with the current language, and it would have the effect of ensuring that there is that inclusivity, which I think sounds like is desired, while also clarifying and maintaining that clarification of the list of the criteria. One of the things I wanted to just raise, I did miss the very beginning because I was having audio issues. So I'm not sure whether the mover and seconder spoke to the scope of how this would apply. Just to keep in mind, to my reading of it, that this would be for MNBC. So it is not to say that, it's basically providing for how MNBC is governing matters and the bodies and so on. And so this is not so much saying like individually between each other, there's going to be this requirement on each other to hold these responsibilities and views and so on, but rather that in governing that the Constitution will apply. So perhaps I have that incorrect. Maybe somebody in a position of governance might want to speak to that as well to confirm that or to clarify that. But I'm wondering whether this is, I hope this might be helpful or give some comfort to those who are considering this resolution. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I have back to my left, Mr. Corrigal.
Don Corrigal again. I just wanted to speak, this section is looking at nation rights. And right now, under the Constitution Act of Canada, 1982, sections 2, 7, and 15 basically cover those, what is trying to be described here. I get concerned if we're trying to reinterpret that with different wording, and that a drafting of this amendment from a Métis cultural perspective, I think it would be better to be consistent with 2, 7, and 15 of the Constitution Act from the Métis perspective. The wording went through it's good wording, and redoing that and bringing it in, I think reflects the nation's interconnectedness with the Canadian Confederation that we have to work within to advance the nation's interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just have a moment? Yes. So what I'm going to look for then, I'm not seeing any other speakers. I'm going to address first the proposed amendment. Given it is an amendment, I'm going to look, and based on the conversation that I'm hearing, I'm going to see if there's unanimous consent to accept the addition of such as there. And so if there's any objection and this is not voting for the whole thing as a whole at this point, but whether or not there's any objection to adding in the red words there, such as. Is there any objection to that? And if you're, okay, thank you. So we do. So what we do then, we will go to a vote on the amendment. This will require a majority vote because it's just the amendment at this point. And so I will turn it over to my colleagues here in a moment once they're ready for the amendment. So this will be if you're in favor of adding the words such as to the proposed resolution, or if you're opposed, or if you wish to abstain, and it's just for that portion of the adding of the words such as. I'll turn it over when you're ready, clerks.
The polls are open in person and online. Please cast your vote.
No, so the poll comes up on the online because of just the way. So in here, if you are in favor, press number 1 or A. If you're opposed to this amendment, 2 or B. If you wish to abstain, 3 or C. Let's give it about 20 more seconds. And as mentioned, this will only require a majority vote to pass for the amendment portion. 10 seconds online. Please enter your selection in the online poll. Okay, if we can close the voting, and I'll turn it over to our clerks to report the results.
Can we have the results displayed, please? Thank you. On the amendment, there are 121 votes in favor, 24 opposed, and 19 abstentions, which are not counted in the vote total. So the amendment passes.
Thank you very much. So we are back to the resolution now as amended. I think we've had some wonderful discussion, and I am just mindful of the time. So we are going to proceed to the vote. Because this is affecting the Constitution, it will require 75% of the votes cast. Now, just to be so everyone's clear on the effect of what your vote is, and I'll just use as an example. So if we had we need 75% for it to pass. Of the votes cast, if let's say there was 107 people voting, 7 of those people abstained, those numbers essentially are taken out of the votes cast, so it would be whether or not there would be like 100 people who voted or votes cast. And if 75 of those 100 were in favor, then it would pass. So that calculation is built in already, but I just wanted to make sure that, so if someone wishes to abstain, it's recording in effect that you voted or you were present, but it doesn't, not counted into the number as a yes or a no. So I just want to make sure that everyone has the understanding of the effect of their vote. So when ready, this will be, again, if you are in favor of the resolution as amended, you'll do number 1 or A. If you are opposed, it'll be 2 or B. And if you wish to abstain, it'll be 3 and C. And I'll turn it over to my clerks when they're ready. Yeah. And just while we're doing that, just a bit of housekeeping so we know what's going to happen next. We'll have our health break, and then I know we have resolution 2, but there's some setup that's required for the awards, so we'll kind of we'll do that first coming out of the break. We'll announce when it's open, yeah.
Deputy Clerk Naji will announce when it's open.
May I ask a really quick understanding question about this that won't sway the vote? Before these amendments come forth to a citizen committee, do they go through internal legal to ensure that they don't open MBC to additional legal risk?
Is Carly in the room? I'm not sure the process. I know the legislative process is that it's proposed by a community or the board through the MNGA, and it gets discussed there. If passed there, it comes here. But I don't know if proposed legislation at either stage goes through that.
I have some context to add to that.
Sure, and I know, and perhaps I'll turn it over here because I know President Byrd was the community that forwarded the resolution at the first stage. So please go ahead.
That is a great question, and that was raised at our MNGA when we had this discussion. We reached out to MNBC's legal team directly after the MNGA to go through and make sure there weren't any implications. We did not actually hear back, and we didn't have time to set up a meeting with them. They never reached out to us to have that conversation.
Yeah, thank you. And so we'll perhaps invite Carly to come up. So again, I'm not sure the process of internal legal review of any of our proposed legislation. So please go ahead.
Tanshikiawao, Carly Tay Dishnikasha, and our Femachifnia, Pianawaka Machifnia. Tanshikiawao, Carly Tay Dishnikasha, and our Femachifnia, Pianawaka Machifnia. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Carly Tay. I am Michif, born and raised in the Red River community. I am a descendant of Sarah Riel. Her father was Joseph, who built Riel House, and is the brother of Louis Riel. I am in-house legal counsel for MNBC, just joining this summer in that new role. And so we are still developing our internal governance processes with in-house legal review. So I'm working closely with our governance team. As President Byrd indicated, this resolution hit the floor before I was in my role. And so we are working to develop those processes to do the good governance work of the nation now that we have an in-house legal counsel. And so we look forward to our next legislative session with the MNGA and with the citizens with internal legal review factored into all of these pieces. Kishti merci.
Hello, my name is Brody Fisher, president of the Two Rivers Métis Society. I was just hoping to put, so I'm also a fourth-year social work student with the Thompson Rivers University doing my child welfare specialization. And so I do know a little bit about social construction. And so while the effects of racism are ongoing and we continue to experience and see them today, the concept of race is socially constructed and does not. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I feel like for 5.1, I want to put a motion forth to change the first race to pigmentation and then leaving the including perceived race and color. Thank you. Merci.
I'm going to rule that just out of order just because I did close discussion and we were at the point of we're just waiting for the voting process to start, and part of the delay was been explaining it and waiting for that. So I appreciate the comments, and I think that there's some further discussion that's arise today, if this passes or if it doesn't, to have those further discussions on future amendments. But I appreciate their comments. But
Sweet.
Yeah. I'm going to turn it over to Judith once ready, and this will be for the vote on the resolution as amended.
Polls are open. Please cast your vote.
If 1 is in favor, 2 is opposed, 3 is abstention. Okay. Please enter your selection. Okay, we'll give it another 30 seconds. Okay, we will close the voting, and I'll turn it over to our clerk to report when ready.
We're just calculating the votes, so if you could just bear with us for a minute, that'd be great. Could we have the results displayed, please? All right. So just a reminder that this required a 75% positive vote threshold. There were 82 in favor, 69 opposed, with 54% in favor, so the resolution fails. It's defeated.
All right, thank you very much. I have 11:07. We are going to take 15 minutes. I know communications needs that time to set up for the awards that will be following after the break. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
The rendezvous to me means community.
It's about pride.
We have amazing vendors. We have amazing food.
It gives people learning opportunities.
And to celebrate culture and our language and our songs and our crafts with other Métis people.
The Métis families that have gathered here today, we have 4 generations. It's about family, it's about connection, it's about meeting each other.
Really amazing community of volunteers. And now we're getting people from the Kootenays, from up north. We had a bus come from the Lower Mainland from our, sister community there. So it really is growing, and it's the largest Métis cultural event in British Columbia.
We have our displays of the teepees. We have our displays of the Voyager canoe. We have our display of the Red River cart. And we also have Bruce Lamont, our elder, who is doing the 101 teepee raising, because that was all part of our history. And so it gets the people a taste of what it's like to be back in the olden days.
Well, the Voyager games, we do a lot of things that are traditional. The double ball toss is one of my favorite ones. It was actually the foundation of lacrosse in Canada. The frying pan toss is a really big draw. People like to throw frying pans for whatever reason. And the on-the-trail bannock making is a real fun game to watch. You got to figure out how much to put in it, mix their bannock, and how fast they can do that, and if it's appealing. Everybody here is really warm and really friendly. For me, that's the main reason why everything grows bigger every year, is people want to come back.
So far, my favorite here has been the jigging. I never had the opportunity to grow up in my culture, so just being able to come here and connect with everyone and have people show you, explain, share their history, share their stories, that's what coming together and connecting means.
I love the trade show that's happening now. I'd love to see that expand even more so that people can actually sit down, take home little baskets, do the sweet grass braids, be able to take those home. So those kind of things are fun to share when somebody takes something that is culture and shares it with other people that they know. Then we know that Métis people are being known right across this province.
We had a youth circle. There's been lots of conversations. There's a lot of Métis youth who are really wanting to reclaim the Métis identity and to do that in a good way and in a way that we can carry it forward and pass it along to future generations.
I really hope that anyone who is able to join us gets to come here and see how proud we are of our culture, how proud we wear our sash, how proud we have our beading, and just know that they're welcome and that they become part of our community and that they feel that we are welcoming them with our arms wide open.
So a Métis harvester in my mind is a person who comes from a Métis family and has been raised in some way within a Métis culture.
You know, all harvesters are harvesters, but Métis harvesters is more a cultural thing. It's something that I've done with my dad and everybody. It's a way of life. You know, harvesting for Métis people is not just the harvest, it's getting out, it's being out in the bush. It's there's a lot more to it than just what you bring home.
It's important because it helps feed us, not only physically, but culturally, spiritually. It's part of us. We do it as families, we do it as communities. It's part of what makes us Métis, and it's part of what keeps us together.
Anybody that is a Métis Nation BC citizen is eligible to apply for a harvester's card. There's two kinds. There's one with hunting, which requires safety education and allows the hunting of species with firearms or bows and arrows. The other is without hunting, which is for fishing, for berry picking, for medicine gathering, for all of the other things, including minerals that Métis take from the land for their own use.
One of the things that we see is a lot of confusion amongst people about who a Métis person is. We do get a little concerned that people who are not legitimately Métis may go and try and exercise harvesting rights that are legitimately ours and make it more difficult for us to then justify those rights.
Data means everything to the government. The Harvester Survey is a way of us proving that Métis are still using the land. And it, when we write down we're out there, whether it's gathering medicine or firewood or harvesting animals or fishing, it's a way of showing that Métis still are out there using the land.
Métis report to Métis Nation BC and BC Manor what the success of their harvests were. And that includes the non-success. I mean, we want to know if people spent 10 days hunting moose and didn't get a moose. That's important information as well.
We also need to use that information with government to show that we do exercise our rights, that we do exercise those rights all over BC.
Survey collects a lot of data on time spent, species hunted, species harvested, in some cases biological data about the species, like how many points your deer had, which doesn't seem by nature to be that important, but it's an indication of maturity. So if your deer had 1 point, it was probably a year old. If it had 10 points, it probably was several years old.
In order to use the information from the survey, you really need to know who's collecting, where they're collecting, how much they're collecting, some specific information around different animals, different plants, different areas. So we need to be able to locate it, and usually we do that through the various management areas that BC government's defined.
Well, stewardship of the land is very important. It is taking care of the land, but know it's the way we want it to be, what we want to leave for our grandkids.
We have a history of being stewards. It's not uncommon that we would want to contribute more to the stewardship of species, and particularly now. And there's lots of stuff that it's in decline. In some cases, it's extirpated locally, but in other cases, there's some species that are returning. Were we part of that? Maybe so, maybe not. But it's good to think that we could be part of saving wildlife species, fishery species, and so it's something that we like.
Métis culture and Métis history is so bound up with harvesting that if we don't have those resources, it really diminishes who we are as a people. It's tightly bound to who we are. So we need to make sure that we look after those resources. We also need to make sure that in dealing with government, dealing with First Nations about our resource use, that we have a very clear idea of what we're using and what that impact's going to be, and that we're not taking away from our First Nation relations or society as a whole. Our footprint on the land is very light. We do harvest, we do feed our families and our communities through harvesting, but our impact in doing that is just a small fraction of what the population as a whole does. We are exercising our rights, but we're also monitoring what we're doing and harvesting sustainably and responsibly.
So always do your bread last, and we're gonna do a little bit of fry bread. Some people might call it bannock. This is fry bread. It's gonna be all fried up, so nice and crispy. You've probably encountered it in your life at some point, whether it was in Indian tacos or just straight up from your grandma. It's been around for the last 300 years in Turtle Island, and it was brought over from the Scots. And it does have a colonial history, but it has been adopted, and it's very much loved. So, and everybody's mama makes it the best. So,
or auntie,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay, so I've got flour here, 4 cups of flour, and I'm going to add baking powder and salt. So 2 tablespoons of baking powder and 1 tablespoon of salt. And I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of sugar. Mix it around. I'm going to make a hole, same as a pastry.
Okay.
I'm going to add 1/2 cup of oil to 2 cups of warm water.
Okey-doke.
And I'm going to take that and move that right into there.
Nice. Some people use milk.
Some
Just
people
depends on
use
how
milk.
You're taught. And while that's going on, we have our oil over here getting super hot so we can fry
Super
this
hot.
up. Some people save up their bacon fat, so it just depends on what you do.
Depends on what you're using the bannock for. This seems a little wet, depending on the flour that you get or the baking powder. I'm going to add a little bit more.
Nice.
And that's about good.
Depending how you like it, if you want to do traditional bannock, it'd be baked. So sometimes
Right.
in your oven, it can be cooked over fire. But of course, everything fried tastes better. So
Everything fried tastes better. So everybody's got their different way of making it. So I always put a little hole in the bottom there just to, I don't know, it seems to work a little better for that. And sometimes if it's a little too wet, you can put a little bit of oil in your hands. You just let it go flat there. If you make it too wet, which sometimes it happens, like I said, depending on the flour, then it's going to be really, really dense, right? So if you make it drier, then it's dense too. So it's just depends on the day. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So you just let them go and you just let them just sit there for a minute. And by the time you've done a few, the first one should be done. You want to make sure that your oil's hot enough, that it's bubbling. You just want to put the corner in and just sort of lay it down gently and just put the last part in. You can just tip it up and look, and if it's not a dark golden brown, then it's not quite ready. So you just wait until it's dark on one side and then you flip it over and do it. If you do it too soon, then it'll be doughy on the outside. So if the oil's too hot, then it'll just be burnt on the outside and raw in the middle. So you want to just watch it and make sure that it's okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
Great. So ready to go?
yeah.
All right. So nice and golden brown. It's always good to have a little pan with some paper towel, catch up some of that extra grease.
Yep, on the side.
All right. I'm looking good.
Yeah, I think this one needs to go a bit
A little more love?
A little more love.
Okay, I'll flip it. Gotta be very careful.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that one's not ready.
You only want to flip them once, right?
So as you can see, very delicious, very crispy, flaky. Definitely don't want to have it all the time. So
No.
only 3 times a week. And in different communities across the Métis homelands, there's different types and different styles. There's
Mhm.
the galette, which is a flatter version, and there's bangs, which is also could be called, and then of course baked bannock, which is like the actual bannock.
Yeah, traditionally, I think bannock was mostly baked. When they were doing it, like before, colonization and the access of flour, they would use like ground roots and seeds
Mhm.
and whatnot, and then cook it over the fire. So it's every culture has its version of bread, and this is ours. But traditionally, it was different.
So also, after you fry these up, you can save the oil as well, and you can reuse it. So it's good up for another round or two, depending on how you like it. So
Right.
like a little flavor in there.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. No worries.
And it's fine. I think part of it is.
All right, folks, we're gonna need to get started pretty quickly here. Everybody wants to come in and take their seats. We're going to have our award ceremony. So the folks leading the award ceremony, if you want to come on up. right, folks, come on in, take a seat. We're going to get started pretty quickly.
Make it happen.
All right, folks, I'm just going to invite everyone to take a seat. We have our award ceremony coming up, and we're going to have to get going. All right. I would like to invite Patrick Harriott up to the stage for our award ceremony.
Tanshe. Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick Harriott, and I am the MNBC Region 1 Director, Acting Vice President, and the MNBC Awards Committee Chair. I am really thrilled to be here at this AGM with you, and I'm honored to be standing here to present our people with much needed and well-deserved recognition in the form of 2 new awards. In every community across all regions, there are dozens of stories about our people giving of themselves to help others, advocate for Métis, steward our traditions, and build community. It's time we honor this selfless service. That's why, as chair of the Awards and Recognition Committee, I'm pleased to announce the Nation Builders Award. This is intended to be an annual way we recognize citizens who have gone above and beyond to contribute to our nation, to Métis people in BC. We have a list of absolutely luminary award recipients here. And I'm sure you'll agree when you hear a bit more about them as we welcome them onto the stage to accept the first annual Nation Builders Award. This award consists of a beautiful custom-engraved plaque embedded with a Louis Riel coin to represent the strength of our people. I'll be inviting members of MNBC's Board of Directors to present each award to their nominee. And I'll start us off with our amazing award recipient from Region 1, Jan Ovens. Please join me in welcoming Jan Ovens to the stage.
Get to say anything? No, I get to say things about you. Hold on a second. I want to say something. This is really hard to be up here when there are people who can't be here. Oh, yeah. I just want to say it's really hard to be here because we always think of being in a circle, and I don't like being removed from your circle. And there are people who are behind this who can't be with us today, and people in my family who can't be with us today. So I appreciate this, but it's a very difficult thing to accept. Thank you.
So, she didn't let me say all the nice things I had prepared to say about her. Jan has been a steadfast fixture in her community as vice president of the Cowichan Valley Métis Nation for well over a decade. She supports the president with invaluable wisdom and guidance, and is always the first to step in to offer support. Community members know Jan for her unparalleled warmth. She has a knack for making even newcomers feel like old friends. She is an articulate speaker, as we just heard, and a successful grant writer, a skill that has benefited her community time and again. Jan embodies the Métis values of interconnectedness and kinship in all she does. She maintains her openness and quiet strength throughout any challenge. Okay, maybe not quiet. Through her very presence, Jan inspires all those who meet her by reminding them just how Métis community feels like home. I am one of those many people who has been inspired by her. Thank you for everything, Jan. Now I'd like to invite Minister Alan Lavallee to present the award to his nominee.
I nominated Lisa Shepherd. It's such an honor to recognize this extremely talented and dedicated person, a community builder, and a gifted artist. Lisa Shepherd's beadwork is known all across the country. Her art has been featured in Fort Edmonton Park, the Royal Ontario Museum, Fort Langley National Historic Site, and more. Through her work, Lisa has raised the profile of Métis people at the national level and has vigorously invigorated Métis cultures by blending the traditional and the contemporary. Lisa is the founder of the current president of the Golden Ears Métis Society. She has always supported the Métis Nation by generously sharing her time, skill, and cultural knowledge to help strengthen and celebrate Métis identity. She is a knowledge carrier who works to hold, share, and revitalize Métis through her art and embroidery, and the very best Métis values in her day-to-day life. Please let us welcome Lisa Shepherd to the stage.
I just don't know what to say. I'm very emotional right now because I just feel so lucky to have had an opportunity to meet so many people and work with so many people right across all of our communities. I feel like wherever I go in British Columbia, I can stop and look at the town that I'm in and say, who do I know in this town? And that I know that I'm going to be with family. So it's just such an honor and a privilege to be able to do any kind of work with our communities. And I love the work that I do. As Métis people, to be able to be recognized for something like beadwork. I often say it's, the work that I do, it's not, I'm not a doctor or a scientist or anything like that, but we know as Métis people what holds us together, what brings us together. And coming to these AGMs and seeing each other every single year for so many years and being surrounded by family, I just feel so blessed. I didn't know that this was happening, and I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about it, and I feel like I'm rattling and not making a lot of sense. But I've been caught completely by surprise on it, and I just want to say what an absolute honor it is to be able to work with people here doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next, I'd like to invite Minister Dean Gladue to take the stage.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. First of all, before I name this individual in my region, Region 3 is the Thompson Okanagan, we also must acknowledge these are always hard choices to do because there's so many. You can't just pick, you pick one, you go, maybe I should pick this one, this individual. Because anytime we put minutes into volunteering, that means something. Just like a new president we had at Two Rivers, 21-year-old Brody Fisher, he's an infant. He's 2 minutes old, as I say. And there he is. So in the world of my politics, that's just a baby. He's a newborn. And I poked him and I said, you got to get thicker skin. And we just laugh. But there's an example, and I just mentioned him because, you know what? He's got a, when we compare to the person that I wanted to bring, what I'm going to nominate, she's done a lot of years of soul searching for herself, her identity. She's done a lot of years of who am I, what am I, not knowing she was Métis, then discovering she's Métis. And then with 2 feet jumps in there and says, I want to find more about it. Gets into culture, gets into beading. This individual, and I'm going to say her name in the end, has had over 18 years of experience working for the Kelowna Métis Association. Of course, I'm saying Cheryl Dodman, President Cheryl Dodman. She has been present since 2020 and has contributed countless volunteer hours to her community. Cheryl is known for her ethical and pragmatic approach to governance. She has the rare quality of both being able to look at the bigger picture and of fostering personal connections with community members. Cheryl is steadfast in her passion for Métis culture, exhibits exemplary leadership qualities, care, honesty, integrity, and gentle strength. That word gentle strength is so important because that strength reminds me of my Cookum, who had that gentle strength of just being there when I need her, hugging me when I need a hug, not being judgmental, not criticizing me for voting this person or voting that person. Because in politics, I'm a politician. I was raised to be a warrior. I know who I am. And this gentle person, I only beat her by 3 votes. And the reason, and I said to her, in fact, she says to me this morning, remember, you only won by 3 votes. I said, but it takes 1 goal to win the Stanley Cup ahead. And then, but that's the steadfast that we have, that relationship. Just lets me be, lets her be. And as we say in politics, it can get ugly. If you want to get into politics, that's why I said to Brody, you need thick skin. Because my family went through a lot, and I stand strong, and I'm very opinionated. Sometimes I'm over-opinionated. But Cheryl gives me that sense of just hug them. Let's all try to get along. So she reminds me about that. Let's all try to get along. That's what my Cookum would say, right? Because go to a Glad You reunion, I'll leave it at that. Her involvement both in her community and MNB illustrates a deep commitment to uplifting the Métis. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming President Cheryl Dodman of the Kelowna Métis Association. And just for the note, she's not my Cookum.
As Dean was talking, I was thinking to myself, they're talking about Betty, they're talking about Ron, they're talking about Jamie. He was talking about all of the leaders in Region 3, and I'm so proud of every single one of you and grateful to work with you. I am completely honored by this, and like Lisa, shocked and surprised. Thank you so much. And I'm going to keep going with this. And as I was saying to Dean a number of times, and others in the crowd, 3rd time's a charm.
Thank you, Dean. And now, please join me in welcoming Minister Deborah Fisher.
So thank you to the committee for all the work that you guys have been doing on this. And I know when I first heard about this, when we first started working on it, and considering people that we would put forward, I knew exactly who I was going to call. So I would like to call up my bud, my mentor, President, Elder, and Knowledge Keeper, Mert Servatius.
I got you one too.
So when I was a president, very young president, she was not an elder yet, Mert was somebody that I really admired and looked up to. There's no way to say it other than the way that you need to say it with Mert. And she's been running as the Kootenay South Métis, or she has been running the Kootenay South Métis Association since 2003. And throughout those years, yeah. Throughout those years, she literally has volunteered thousands of hours to build and serve her community. Mert has hosted cultural events. She teaches children's jigging classes, which I can't keep up to. And of course, hosting all the different cultural things. In Trail, Mert has established a respectful reputation for Métis by engaging with the broader community and bringing people together, especially with food. Recently, she was granted elder status at the Selkirk College, and she's now known as Campus Kukum. And she's loved. She shares our Métis culture in schools and is relentlessly spreading the word about being a proud Métis. Her enthusiasm is inspiring and has a way of coaxing even the unsuspecting community members into participation and belonging, because you don't dare say no. Please welcome Mert Servatius, and you deserve this so much.
Well, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting anything like this, but one of my proudest moments is I go to the schools. I teach little kids. I love kindergarten, but I've taught the high school kids too. But Métis is well known in my area, and we're here, and we're not going anywhere. Yeah. And I was teaching in one of the schools, and I go up and teach them all about the Métis background. And I was walking down the hall, and I had my red sash on, going down the hall, and this little boy, he must have been in grade 3, and he looked up at me and he goes, "You're Métis." And I said, "Yes, I am." And he looked up, this biggest eyes you've ever seen. He says, "Well, I'm Métis too." And you know, that's something we're trying to do. We're trying to get the youth and the young ones to know that they're Métis, know their culture, be able to do their culture and be proud of it. Because when I was that age, my mother would never admit that we were Métis. We were hidden. I went to a private girls' school. Nothing was ever told about it. My grandpa knew. My grandpa taught me jigging from when I was little. And it was known as step dancing, though. It wasn't known as jigging. And so he knew all about what our background was, and I couldn't say that when I was a kid. So to see the little kids now tell that they're Métis, and they're proud to say that they're Métis, this is what my objective has been, is always for the kids. And so I'm very happy. We've got a very excellent group that we have in our area. The City of Trail does great things for us. They're just putting on a great big reconciliation and everything on the 30th, and it's the City of Trail that's putting it on. I didn't have to. We are part of it, of course, but all of the organizations are all part of it. So it's really something to see what the Métis is known for in our area. They fly our flag for a whole week up on Louis Riel Day. So all the schools they come, and we make bannock, 300 pieces of bannock for them, and juice boxes, and they get to see a little bit about what Métis. We have a fiddler and a guitar player, and so we have everything right there for them. So I'd like to thank you very much. It's lovely working with all of you. I've known a lot of you for many, many years, and so thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Deborah and Mert. And next, let's welcome up MNBC Youth Chair Danielle Bergevin.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm so honored to be able to tell you about this incredible award recipient
Though she couldn't join us today, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Elder Denise McQuaig. Elder Denise is a knowledge carrier who has dedicated her life to building community and promoting Métis culture. With humility, strength, and warmth, she speaks not only to Métis traditions and values, but also embodies them as a powerful model for community. Over the years, she shared wisdom, offered support, and modeled a way of being rooted in compassion, integrity, and leadership. She is known for her unwavering commitment to uplifting the upcoming generations and for the way she shows up with care, strength, and love. She is cherished as an elder, a trusted mentor, and a steady presence. So thank you, Elder Denise, for everything you do, and I raise my hands to you.
Thank you, Danielle, and congratulations to Denise. Next, I'd like to invite up Minister Susie Hooper.
Danielle was here. So I'd like to thank the committee that started this, engaged us, and this is just the beginning, and more will come from this, and we will build from this. So thank you, Patrick, for your vision on this. Thank you very much. What an honor it is to be able to recognize such a key person in community and in my region, Region 6. I am thrilled to present this award to Bernadette Chabourier. Could you come up, Bernadette? Give me one, too. I need one. Thank you. As I said, I'm thrilled to present this award to Bernadette. Bernadette is the president of the Northwest Métis community in Terrace, which encompasses Kitimat, Stewart, all the way up to the Yukon border. Many, many regions, as we know, are how our communities are formed. She has been a force of both resilience and care. She has compassion. She is passionate about building relationships and works tirelessly with all nations within her community. She ensures that no one is left out, or no one feels left out or left behind. Bernadette supports her local elders by providing food, driving them to appointments, picking up supplies, and making check-in calls. This is just to name a few. She is a believer that we are all stronger together. She is a reliable presence in her community that the community knows that they can count on. As a longtime resident of the Terrace area, Bernadette has developed an extensive network of knowledge that she shares with everyone. She is a skilled cook and generously shares her memorable dishes with those who know her. I've had the opportunity to can with Bernadette. She shares her canning skills with me, and she shares her canning as well. I can go to Bernadette's house for tea. She comes to my house for tea. And that's a great relationship to have with all of our citizens. As Lisa said, we have family in every town. Bernadette is recognized for her passion, her commitment, her big heart, and a smile to match. She is one deadly Métis auntie.
This is amazing. Like, I did not expect this. So I'm fairly new to this, and as a few have said before me, you know, growing up, our mother wouldn't admit it. It wasn't until, you know, later on in her life that she wore her sash proud, and I know that she would be so thrilled to have me up here, and I want to thank everybody in the room, all the family, for making these events possible, all the staff. This is just a great place to be, and a great nation to be a part of. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's take this back up a little bit here. Thank you, Susie, and congratulations, Bernadette. And now, please join me in welcoming Acting President Melanie Allard to present her 2 Nation Building Award recipients.
Tanshe, everyone. This is such an exciting time for us. It's long overdue, and this is just our beginning. This was so hard when we found out about the awards. We were able to get the coins, and it's like, how do we implement something like this? Because there's so many people who have been building our nation for so long. So I had the opportunity to nominate 2 people because I'm across the province. So I am so beyond thrilled to present this award today to Sadie Lucan. Sadie Lucan is a well-recognized Métis elder currently living in Dawson Creek. Sadie is a founding member of NEMA and has strived to uplift the Métis representation throughout the broader community. Sadie is a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. In addition to being a knowledge keeper, she is an artisan, a talented seamstress, a TP storyteller, a Cree language instructor, a theater director, and a dance coordinator. Previously, she was a spiritual drug and alcohol counselor. Sadie's generously passed down teachings from her father. Her beautiful designs, created from visions, are full of care felt by anyone who comes across them. She inspires by representing healthy leadership grounded with wisdom and a kind heart. Please join me in recognizing Sadie Lucan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie. Wow. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Excuse me. In all the years that I taught, the children all come from my experiences as a child. I was always denied education. I went back and completed when I was older and trying to be a good role model for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. I now have 4 living with me, and they're my dance group. I've always swore I would teach children not to be ashamed of who they are, because I missed out on so much by afraid of asking questions because I'd be laughed at. I'm not afraid anymore because I have a voice. I found that at the coal mine when I worked among men, I had to stand up for myself. And I quickly learned how to speak up, which was a good teacher for me. And through the years, I've taught children to stand on stage and be proud of who they are. And if they had stage fright, I told them to remember their ancestors, the ones that cleared our path. My papa was a great, great role model for all our family. And I said, picture him in the front row when you entertain the people and show them what your culture is all about.
be proud of who you are. And they have all done great, and they float across that stage like they own it. And in every venue they go to and treated like royalty, and the people appreciate it. So it's been quite the journey for me and really rewarding. I was called stupid, I was called crazy, I've been a mother all my life. This is the third generation I'm raising, and taking on the role as president, because the pay is low. But the rewards are well worth it, the benefits. And I never expected this. I was told to come, I was invited, and that was quite the honor itself to be among all you people here today. Everybody is working and striving. And the challenges we face, but we're made out of good stuff because our ancestors made sure that we would continue what they started. And I hope I'm one of those people. I appreciate you recognizing what we do, and we don't do it for this, but it's sure a welcome surprise. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The other person I nominated has been around for a very long time, but was unable to make it today, which was kind of sad because they've been disconnected from our nation for probably about, I say, 6 years now. And so I was talking with Mark Carlson, and we were talking about Lottie Kozak. And so I just want to be able to read this so that she will have the opportunity to maybe hear the video, and I will stop in Falkland and present her with the award. And you know what's even going to be more special is because it's done on the wood. And I know that I'm looking at Lisa Shepherd right now, and she's like feeling my heart too. So Lottie isn't here today, but I wanted her to be warmly recognized for everything she does. Lottie is deeply respected Métis elder living in Falkland. She is known across Canada for her contributions and has been sought out by documentarians and academias for her rich experience and profound knowledge. Lottie is a spiritual visionary, a formal logger, an artisan, a carver, a storyteller, but most of all, a famous fly tying specialist. Her gifts have benefited the broader Métis community in many ways. Her impactful paintings and wood carvings come from memories and visions and offer a window into spiritual dimension that reminds us of our wholeness. Her involvement with Vernon District Métis Association helped lead to the first ever Métis Days at the Falkland Rodeo Grounds, building the profile of Métis people across the border community. She is a multi-talented, multifaceted person who deserves every ounce of recognition she receives. So thank you, Lottie, and I wish so much you were here today.
Thank you, Melanie, and congratulations to Sadie and Lottie. Man, what an inspiring group of people. I thank all of you for making a difference in your communities and in our nation. And thank you for being the inaugural recipients of this award. So let's give a hand for all the recipients today. So, I also want to take this opportunity to announce our new Community Service Award. This is the very first award recognizing community volunteers' service to the nation. And what better way to launch this award than to recognize the chartered community leaders who exemplify dedication to service. Our community leaders inspire others to take up the essential work of holding space for our living culture and to ensure there is a place to welcome citizens back to our nation. In future years, we will be gifting this award to all 39 chartered communities and asking leaders to do the difficult work in identifying a volunteer that stands out as an exceptional contributor to their community. We want to make sure that we are recognizing your efforts and the way so many of you go above and beyond for our people. To all charter community leaders, thank you for your service and for being the honored recipients of our inaugural Community Awards Service Award. So please, join me when I call your names. We will go by region. So from Region 1, please welcome June Graham, Tom Adams, Joy Bremner, Zev Brewer, Rick Lewis, Caitlin Bird, and Tyler Massey. So a hand for Region 1. And now from Region 2, please give a hand to Greg Stanwood, Lisa Shepard, Tracy Good, Peter Lang, Rob Anderson, Lee Fraser, and Anthony Wingham. And now for Region 3, please give it up for Dana Shaw, Cheryl Dodman, Betty Ann McDonnell, Dave Allard, Jamie Lee Keith, Brody Fisher, Ron Caron, and Natasha Smith. And now for Region 4, please welcome Suzanne Fiddler, Mert Servatius, Nicole Corson, Travis Jobin, and Topher Burke. And next from Region 5, let's congratulate Tony Goulet, Marlene Swears, Sylvia DeRocher, and Lana Olson. And now from Region 6, join me in welcoming Joy Sundin, Bernadette Chaboyer, and Don McConnell. And finally, from Region 7, let's give a hand to Alana Copeland, Brenda House, Lyle Latender, Leanne McFeeters, and Valerie Pace. So you probably expect me to stop at Region 7, but we have someone that we need to give special recognition to. So I'd like to ask Senator Phil Gladue to come and join us, please.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk, Dean, or do you want me to?
Thank you, everyone. So as we know, yesterday Senator Gladue retired from being the senator, so I'm going to even have to get used to saying that. And so we just wanted to take this opportunity. You know, he has been so involved with community, and we feel that he should have a special community award as well. And I just want to give this opportunity to, like, really, let's give up and give him a standing big, big applause, because we so all his contributions.
And before Uncle Philip comes up here to say a few words, I need to just say this. As a Métis, when I was little, my uncle Buckskin has always been there for me. Leanne looks at me and says, "That's right." And my nickname was McQueeno growing up, and everybody knew me as McQueeno until now. So I grew up in the true Métis culture. When I look back now, we were in the struggle. My parents, we all grew up together in the same backbush, as we could say it. We went and hid. We were the hiders. We were the road allowance people. This family, we were the road allowance of our nation, to understand that. We have people come up here and say, "I didn't know my culture until I was in my 30s," or whatever, or even like Phil Berlinski out of Kamloops, 75 years old. He discovered he was Métis. So it's never, you're coming home at any time. One thing I want to say about my uncle, he was one of those that saved me from being a 60 scoop baby. We were real victims of our country's atrocities. But Uncle was one of those in his early days as a young Métis man who started speaking up for our people, put his head out there, and he got criticized for it. I saw it. I saw him fight for our people. He doesn't know it, I'm saying. That's why I had to get up here and say something to him about when I was a young boy, we would watch on the side. And why are they fighting over there? Literally, because they're fighting for us, me, my existence, because I was treated with, we experienced racism. But one thing my uncle really helped me with, and this was my hockey career. He was the one that got us out. He knew we had good skills in the northern BC. Leanne's brother Oscar was a part of that. And he took us to Hobbema, Musqueam. He took his own money to take us kids who can barely get a skate, we couldn't barely buy a stick. We had old equipment, we just figured it out. I borrowed it from my cousin Walter the next year. "Can I borrow your shin pads? That mine don't fit." But he took his time to take a bunch of us to Musqueam, because it was an all-native hockey team. Those little things kids see, and they don't forget. Just like what Mert said, what you do for the little ones will ring in eternity. Sounds like Gladiator, I'm not him. But will ring in eternity. And that's what, Uncle, I want to say this to you sincerely. Thank you for being a true warrior, but always being there for the people, because you lived it and you did it, and now it's time for me and our family to pass on your torch.
Well, thank you for that comment and seeing how everything was when you were a kid. But you know, I'm not going anywhere.
This isn't his eulogy.
Yeah, but not only that, I appreciate so many sitting here today that are working in these positions. I've seen them young. And to see them today taking these roles that they're doing, it was the youth. And they're sitting right here, right now. One just stepped into the Senate here. She was a youth. Colette, he was a youth when we started out. And there's many of you in here that were youth. But what I'm trying to say is we need to lift our youth. That is our future, and we need to support them. I know it's not easy to bring them together. Youths are not easy to bring together. It takes some work. But all we can do is be an example for them. And they will see our footsteps. Hopefully that they will stay strong and safe to be able to exercise their identity as a Métis person, to show the ones that are coming behind them. And that's what I want to say. All I did all my life was trying to be an example. I don't want to change anybody. We all have our own views in life. But all we can be is examples. Walk the talk. And I just want to share that with you, especially for the young people and the ones that are holding positions today. I want to learn from all of you. I'm still learning. I learn every day. And I need to listen to those young people. As leaders, people holding high positions, we need to listen and learn from those young people also. We don't know everything. I haven't met anybody that knows that. I've been looking for that person. And I haven't found one yet. As my elder has told me, he says, you're never going to find anybody. We're human. We're not perfect. So he always told me, keep that in mind. Don't think you're the best and the perfect, because there's always somebody else. So thank you for all your making time to do what you're doing today. What I saw coming in, all the workers in the communities, to recognize them, to be able to appreciate the work that they do in these communities, these chartered communities. It feels good, because that's what we need to do. So thank you again for everything. And, I'll still see you people around all the time, but coming from a different direction this time. Okay, thank you so much.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
So I'd like to thank all the award staff for helping make this possible. And of course, I want to thank all the recipients of this inaugural award, and I look forward to seeing the names of the people you identify that are doing exceptional volunteer work in your communities next year. So thank you. Round of applause for everybody.
Thank you, Patrick. And what a great way to lead us into our lunch break. We're going to break for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:35 to start our afternoon. Thank you.
Our Métis beadwork has always been a means of embracing our cultural identity. Beadwork is a big part of what we do as a people. Historically, our women supplemented the family income through the sale of their beadwork. Indeed, beadwork tells our story. It highlights our reliance on and reinforces our connection to the land. As Lisa Shepherd notes, there is purpose for each design, evident by the amount of personal time taken to learn and produce the beadwork. With the story behind each piece, there is not only a great deal of research, but a great deal of storytelling. Connecting art to the land is a means of reclaiming our identity and our history. Sharing our culture within our Métis community brings us closer to our ancestors. It is true healing. It allows our ancestors to flow through us and build on our Métis identity through sharing our cultural experience.
So Tanshi, my name's Lisa Shepherd, and I'm originally from Treaty 6 area in Alberta, but I now live in BC and live on Stalo land. When I'm designing my beadwork, there's always a purpose for each design. Sometimes I'm doing the beadwork for somebody else, and when I'm doing it for someone, if somebody's ordering beadwork from me, then I spend a lot of time talking to them about what they want in the beadwork, if there's significant flowers that they want included or certain colors. Other times when I'm doing beadwork that I'm just inspired to do, then there's usually a story behind it. There's usually some reason why I'm doing the beadwork. So each piece becomes very unique because it's a bit of storytelling. I think the colors that I use in my beadwork is always inspired by nature. So I tend to really look at the flowers closely and see what makes them up and see how a yellow flower isn't just yellow. You know, it might be green in the very, very center, and it might have a lighter yellow in the center of that green, and then it grows out to a lime color or maybe an orange, and then moves into the yellow. And so I'll pay attention to the colors that I see in flowers. And I suppose in a way it's a little bit like painting with beads, just finding the bead colors that work. I would say each piece that I do has a slightly different process. Sometimes it's more planned out and it's drawn out on paper first, and sometimes it's just organic. You know, sometimes I'll just start somewhere that feels like the right place to begin, and I bead and I just build out from there, build out that flower, and then, build out the next one, and I just begin to fill in space and try to keep the colors balanced throughout the entire piece. It's an amazing feeling, and it's very good for us. When we're working in flow, when we're doing our beadwork, our blood pressure is down, our heart rate slows. You just have a really good sense of where you are. It's an amazing thing. When I've taught beadwork, there have been times where we'll do a closing circle at the end of a beading workshop weekend, and so many times that the tears flow. So many times that somebody says, doing this beadwork, I felt like I was connected to my ancestors. I felt like they were sitting right in the room with me, helping me with the work that I was doing, and just being able to see the change that comes over them. And I just think there's no turning back. They know that now. They've experienced that. They know they have a stronger sense of who they are and where they come from. And there's no going back from that. It's an incredible privilege to be able to witness people moving through that, and just to know how settled they feel, how grounded they feel in having gained that knowledge, having gained that experience. The Métis have always put beadwork on almost everything. If it wasn't moving, it was being beaded. If it was tied down, it was being beaded. It really was a way of bringing beauty into our homes and beauty into our lives. The Trade Routes Map is one of the pieces in a body of work that's a collaborative body of work by myself and my very talented cousin, Christy Bridgman. It was important to us to show where the Métis traveled, where those trade routes are across British Columbia. It really shows how the fort, where the fort was in the trade routes and how it connected, all the way across British Columbia and, down into the south and, what we then called the Medicine Line, into the US. So it really shows that how important the fort was in that. With each of the original collaborative pieces that my cousin and I have done, from start to finish on each of those pieces, it's usually about, I'm going to say about 6 months worth of work, because a lot of the work is beginning before she ever puts paint to paper or before I ever put bead to fabric. We put in a lot of research. The moss bag was something that, traditionally people would go and would harvest sphagnum moss and would dry it, so they would hang it on the wall or hang it from the ceiling so that it would dry, and then that moss was what was the diapering for a baby. So we didn't always have Pampers and Huggies, so that sphagnum moss, when it was dried, it was absorbent, so it would absorb everything. So that would be tucked underneath the baby would be swaddled and then put into the moss bag and laced up. And when that baby's carried inside the moss bag, with their arms tied down, they feel very secure. All of the plants are medicines for us in some way, and we show that on the moss bag with the flower beadwork that we're doing. We've got the plants that are being shown on there in the beadwork. So it's really culturally significant. For the people doing the beadwork, it was an income. It always has been a way that our people have provided for their families. So whether it was 200 years ago and something that someone was collecting along the trade route, and you would trade your beadwork for items that you needed, or whether it's today, we have contemporary beadwork artists that are creating their work and are selling it online, like our online trade route, I guess, but it's a big part of what we do, and it always has been. The Métis are not just a fraction of this and a fraction of that. We're a distinct culture. You can look at our beadwork and you can recognize it as Métis beadwork. It tells our story. We were taught the flower embroidery first, so the stitch work with silk and cotton embroidery threads. It was taught to us by the Ursuline nuns or the Grey nuns. And when those little seed beads came to us along the trade route, we just took the same flower designs that we'd become very skilled at, and we started using the beads to create those flower designs. We were eventually nicknamed the flower beadwork people because we created this concept of doing these flowers in the bead designs. It's very much a part of who we are.
Bonjour, Tanche. My name is Brody Douglas, and I'm a proud Métis citizen. I identify as Métis. I have historic roots from historic Manitoba House, which is modern-day Kinnesota on the narrows of Lake Winnipeg, Manitoba. It's my pleasure to share with you a bit about our history today as a people and as a nation. Thank you very much. The historic Métis emerged as a distinct people and nation on the plains of Western North America during the late 1700s. As the fur trade was expanding westward, many of the fur traders who were of European origin found it both necessary and convenient to establish relationships with First Nations women. These relationships resulted in children of mixed Aboriginal ancestry. Although eventually adopting a policy of discouraging such unions between European fur traders and First Nations women, the fur trade had an economic interest in delaying such large-scale agricultural settlement in the Northwest, thereby limiting the choice of marriageable women for the fur trader to other mixed Aboriginals. So mixed Aboriginals eventually married other mixed Aboriginals, which led to a fusion of the two cultures. These people were no longer First Nations and were no longer European, but rather, as I mentioned, a fusion, which historians have termed ethnogenesis. Métis ethnogenesis occurred approximately around the same time across our homeland. That is because there were distinct networks of communication from Ontario west into British Columbia. Although connected to both the fur trade and to First Nations communities, Métis are recognized as being separate and distinct from our European and our First Nations relatives. As an Aboriginal people, Métis have been impacted significantly by colonialism and racism. Living our culture in an authentic way by caring and supporting our families through cultural expressions such as fur trapping, beadwork, manufacturing our historical artifacts, storytelling, jigging, and dancing allows us to connect our lives with the lives of our Métis ancestors.
All right. Bullets. Bullets. This is a Métis favorite across the homeland. There's so many different versions of it, so this is only one. It's usually served special holidays, New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, all very big ones. It's typically made with a ground meat. It can be game meat, you know, whatever you caught. Nowadays, it can be a mix between beef and pork like ours is today, or one or the other. So we have some water boiling right now. So we have about 2 cups in there, and then we'll do about another cup of the stock as well.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
So from the bones that we baked earlier today, we baked them until they were really brown and well done. And then we added water to them, and we got all the brown goodness out of them. And then we strained it, and here is the bone broth.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna add the bone broth to the boiling water.
That's the heart and soul of the bullet here.
Yeah.
I have all our spices in there that we've had throughout the day. So we have bay leaves, a little bit of rosemary, some thyme, salt and pepper. So depending on the region you're in, the bullets could be as big as my hand. They could be smaller than this. This is kind of midway in between. So almost like meatball, get a little flour on them, hold them together when they go into boil. We dust them off, and there we go. So we'll keep making these, and then we'll boil them. And after that, we'll add some diced potatoes and diced onions. And then we'll let it simmer for about an hour or so.
And the reason for rolling, as well as for rolling the meatballs into the flour, is to create a little bit of a thicker broth so that it's not so thin.
So this would be served in a bowl, and then some people like to dip some bread in it or put crackers on it. It's a very like
bannock.
Yeah, bannock in there, and it's a very homey type soup. Really good during
Really
the
hearty.
months. Yeah. One thing you do want to do when you make your stock, has lots of bone marrow and fat that comes out when we boil it. you definitely will want to let it cool and then scrape some of the fat off the top, unless you really like it really, really flavorful. So put it in there. Don't be afraid of it. Sometimes it bites back. It's okay. It's not going to hurt too much. No, you'll be all good. So we'll let that simmer, and then about like 30 minutes or so, 20 minutes, depending how it feels, just keep an eye on it. Then we'll add the potatoes and the onions. So we're adding in the potatoes and the onions, and everybody does it different. Some people have just potatoes, some people have celery in there. So, and it's also seasonal too. Maybe you'll have some root vegetables, but it's really just a plain and simple soup it's about the taste of the meat and the broth. So. And we're doing just a half version here just because we have a smaller pot right now, and it will still just be as tasty.
It will
be. Let that simmer a little bit, throw a lid on it, and we'll come back to that in about 20 minutes. All right, time to not plate up, bowl up the boulette. Bowl up the boulette.
Bowl up the boulette.
We're ready for our boulettes. Let's see here. Ooh, gotta get a couple goodies in there. Ooh, nice and toasty. And when you plate up your boulette, sometimes there is a little bit of excess fat the day after it's cooled down. So you'll want to get some of those, scrape some of that off once it's been in the fridge overnight.
Slow broth now.
That's a lot of boulettes in there, but oof, nice. I really like boulette. It's something that feels really homey, and it's a really good winter meal that just makes you feel refreshed. So good for dipping too.
Good for dipping that bannock.
Métis culture is connected to the land. Ours is a culture that is grounded in that connection to the land and to all living creatures with whom we share this land. As Métis, we show our respect by learning the movements and the cycles of nature. This is often a lesson that is shared amongst Métis family members, a way to preserve and transmit that culture for future generations. Métis culture can be a form of healing. Trapping brings us back out onto the land. It affords us the opportunity to travel our historic waterways, to live out on the land in peace and in a good way with the natural world around us. Kim Hodgson demonstrates her commitment to her Métis culture by embracing the land, learning about the animals, the plants, the trees, and the historic waterways.
My name is Kim Hodgson. I'm a descendant of the Red River settlement. My grandfather came over from Manitoba in the early 1900s to live and work in BC. And my father's name is Lloyd Hodgson, and he grew up in Headley and Karameas in BC, in Barkerville. I'm very proud Métis woman. I've been very connected to the land, and I believe that it's a huge part of our heritage and culture. And my whole family's been connected to that. It's been very meaningful in my life, and I love sharing my stories about that culture. I embraced the connection to the land by going out onto the trap line, learning how to hunt, fish, process food, and just really experience it. I absolutely believe that it's a blood memory. It almost felt like I didn't have to have anybody show it to me, like it just came from inside, and it always made me feel like I had a purpose and that I was, doing the right thing and sharing those stories with my sons. I still experience my culture through living it every day, harvesting when I can, producing art and telling stories. And I love telling stories to the children and the families, and letting them experience that through me, and you know, hoping that they'll be able to share their stories as well. Connecting to the land is probably the most rewarding thing for me. I just feel like I'm at peace and I'm where I'm supposed to be when I'm on the land. I've been really fortunate, but also really made a concerted effort to make it happen, to experience that. Out on the trap line, I'd be gone for 3-4 months, one time 6 months, experiencing that at a very, very traditional way. Building the cabins, living in tents, using canoes, traveling the rivers, living around all the animals, the ones I hunted as well as bears, and harvesting the fish. So when I was 18 years old, I made my first trip up to northern BC in the Yukon, and just fell in love with it, and a year later moved up there and stayed. And my first jobs were in the mining camps. My father was very connected to the land with the mining and prospecting. He was always out on the land prospecting. And from there I got jobs in the fish camps and hunting camps for outfitters, and then made the move out onto a trap line, and I would go out for weeks or maybe a month or 2 at a time and learn about it, and then fully committed to going out for 3-4 months at a time onto the trap lines. And so that was my journey as far as getting out there and doing that part of my life. But the thing about going out on the trap line, it's just not just about the trapping. You learn about the land, you understand the animals that you're trapping, but all the animals and all the plants, trees, the waterways around you, everything that's involved in that in your environment, including how to harvest what trees to build a cabin, you know, and what wood to burn, and how to access clean water through the ice in the winter, and you know, what foods to eat. It's been just it's a very much day-to-day, involves your whole life. So a trapline can be privately owned or leased, and it's an area that's designated and set aside, usually established through the watersheds. And so there's definitely, through the hunting and fishing and trapping synopsis, rules about what animals you can harvest, and when you can be there, and what structures you can build on the trapline. So on the trap line, depending on the area, there'll be more or less of certain animals. The areas that I trap line, there was a lot of marten and wolverine, some lynx, and fox, coyote, wolves, ermine, and squirrel. So I predominantly trapped marten. At that time, you would get the best value for that size of fur, and it's smaller animal, so it was easy to pack, and because most of the time it was by snowshoe or ski or just walking on the trails, so I could pack the animals, and it's quicker to skin and easier to ship out to auction. So I would go out typically in October or as late as November. So animals come into prime when the weather turns really cold. And to get the best valuable fur, the fur needs to be in prime. So from about early December to February. So you have a 2 or 3 month window when the fur is good to be trapped. Otherwise, when it warms up and the animals start losing their fur, you will not be able to sell them. Most trap lines that I went to were very remote. There are trap lines around communities, but to be able to get to the, to be really remote and have that wilderness experience, and to be able to get the most furs, the trap lines I would fly into by helicopter or plane. So helicopter to some of the more remote places where you couldn't get a ski plane or a float plane in. Otherwise, I'd go in early enough before the ice was on the lake and use a float plane. For me, going out the trapline was definitely the way of life and wanted to experience that. However, living up north, it was a way to make an income for the winter. I did jobs with fisheries and a fish camp in the summer, and then so in the winter was a time to be able to make some money selling furs. So I would ship them out to fur auctions or meet a broker in Whitehorse or another town to auction the furs off. The most challenging part was facing some of the fears I had, just really facing reality of what it was like and what I would have to learn, and really when you're out there you have no one else to count on but yourself. You have to understand why you're doing it, because you're taking things from the land. You have to have that respect and be in a good place to do it. And the way I would deal with it was by writing in my journals. A daily journal to be able to give me a chance to reflect on what I'd done and what I could do better and what it meant to me. A large part of my Métis culture and tradition is the artwork, and I express my artwork through the beads. And so I've self-taught myself to work with beads, and it's been quite a journey for me. And I just love that part of connecting the land to the beads, and the land inspires me in my artwork. And I know that it reflects the area where you live, the materials that you work with, and the experiences that you have. The most rewarding part for me being on the trapline was just being out on the land and being able to learn as much as possible and experience that peace of mind that's on the land and being connected to it, and being able to provide for myself by being on the land. So that was the most meaning to me.
I've been a citizen for about 12 years now, and yeah, it's been great to be welcomed into the community. At first it was kind of just a name, Métis, and it was a document, and I didn't understand why my dad was so excited, but I've been welcomed so open-heartedly into community that it's just been such a life-changing experience to be accepted and meet so many other people just like me. It was years later, like about 2 years ago, where I actually pursued it, and I went to Mid-Island and I was like, hi, like I'd like to really do something about this. I'd like to be involved in community. And that made a huge difference. Like it was speaking to me over the years, like, go check this out. Yeah, you should go. You should go be involved. And I'm really glad that I did. They're my family. I feel really, really welcomed.
Access to culture and being part of our collective nation is so, so important. People don't have to be involved in politics if they don't want to be in politics, but it's important for our communities to know who you are, for you to be able to access resources, and for the nation to know how to reach its citizens and advocate for us, and for you to be able to have a say in that as well. And for both of us. I mean, she's going to grow up as a Métis person, and so allowing MNBC to advocate for both of our rights at a provincial level and at a federal level is so important. So I've been a citizen for about 5 or 6 years. I had all my genealogy already, so I could submit all my paperwork and all the required documentation. My dad also has his citizenship and had for a number of years. So once I got everything in, it was pretty straightforward, and got my card a little while later.
The biggest connection for me is identity. I know who I am,
I know who my family is. We're a distinct society with a distinct language, and I know the history of my people, and MNBC has connected me to any questions that I had about my ancestors, about my rights, about my right to education, about the rights for my child, my rights to social services and child services, child care services if I need that. And those are the things that they've been able to provide me with. And also, they've provided me with just that sense of belonging. I would encourage people not to wait. So if you establish yourself now as a Métis citizen in this country, you have that for the rest of your life. And you'll have it for your children. And that's about their future.
The rendezvous to me means community. It's about pride.
We have amazing vendors. We have amazing food.
It gives people learning opportunities.
And to celebrate culture and our language and our songs and our crafts with other Métis people.
The Métis families that have gathered here today, we have 4 generations. It's about family, it's about connection, it's about meeting each other.
Really amazing community of volunteers. And now we're getting people from the Kootenays, from up north. We had a bus come from the Lower Mainland, from our sister community there. So it really is growing, and it's the largest Métis cultural event in British Columbia.
We have our displays of the teepees. We have our displays of the Voyageur canoe. We have our display of the Red River cart. And we also have Bruce Lamont, our elder, who is doing the 101 teepee raising, because that was all part of our history. And so it gets the people a taste of what it's like to be back in the olden days.
Well, the Voyager games, we do a lot of things that are traditional. The double ball toss is one of my favorite ones. It was actually the foundation of lacrosse in Canada. The frying pan toss is a really big draw. People like to throw frying pans for whatever reason. And the on-the-trail bannock making is a real fun game to watch. You got to figure out how much to put in it, mix their bannock, and how fast they can do that, and if it's appealing. Everybody here is really warm and really friendly. For me, that's the main reason why everything grows bigger every year, is people want to come back.
So far, my favorite here has been the jigging. I never had the opportunity to grow up in my culture, so just being able to come here and connect with everyone and have people show you, explain, share their history, share their stories, that's what coming together and connecting means.
I love the trade show that's happening now. I'd love to see that expand even more so that people can actually sit down, take home little baskets, do the sweet grass braids, be able to take those home. So those kind of things are fun to share when somebody takes something that is culture and shares it with other people that they know. Then we know that Métis people are being known right across this province.
We had a youth circle. There's been lots of conversations. There's a lot of Métis youth are really wanting to reclaim the Métis identity, and to do that in a good way, and in a way that we can carry it forward and pass it along to future generations.
I really hope that anyone who is able to join us gets to come here and see how proud we are of our culture, how proud we wear our sash, how proud we have our beading, and just know that they're welcome and that they become part of our community and that they feel that we are welcoming them with our arms wide open.
So a Métis harvester in my mind is a person who comes from a Métis family and has been raised in some way within a Métis culture.
You know, all harvesters are harvesters, but Métis harvesters is more a cultural thing. It's something that I've done with my dad and everybody. It's a way of life. You know, harvesting for Métis people is not just the harvest, it's getting out, it's being out in the bush. It's there's a lot more to it than just what you bring home.
It's important because it helps feed us, not only physically, but culturally, spiritually. It's part of us. We do it as families, we do it as communities. It's part of what makes us Métis, and it's part of what keeps us together.
Anybody that is a Métis Nation BC citizen is eligible to apply for a harvester's card. There's two kinds. There's one with hunting, which requires safety education and allows the hunting of species with firearms or bows and arrows. The other is without hunting, which is for fishing, for berry picking, for medicine gathering, for all of the other things, including minerals that Métis take from the land for their own use.
One of the things that we see is a lot of confusion amongst people about who a Métis person is. We do get a little concerned that people who are not legitimately Métis may go and try and exercise harvesting rights that are legitimately ours and make it more difficult for us to then justify those rights.
Data means everything to the government. The Harvester Survey is a way of us proving that Métis are still using the land. And it, you know, when we write down we're out there, whether it's gathering medicine or firewood or harvesting animals or fishing, it's a way of showing that Métis still are out there using the land.
Métis report to Métis Nation BC and BC Manor what the success of their harvests were. And that includes the non-success. I mean, we want to know if people spent 10 days hunting moose and didn't get a moose. That's important information as well.
We also need to use that information with government to show that we do exercise our rights, that we do exercise those rights all over BC.
Survey collects a lot of data on time spent, species hunted, species harvested, in some cases biological data about the species, like how many points your deer had, which doesn't seem by nature to be that important, but it's an indication of maturity. So if your deer had 1 point, it was probably a year old. If it had 10 points, it probably was several years old.
In order to use the information from the survey, you really need to know who's collecting, where they're collecting, how much they're collecting, some specific information around different animals, different plants, different areas. So we need to be able to locate it, and usually we do that through the various management areas that BC government's defined.
Well, stewardship of the land is very important. It is taking care of the land, but know it's the way we want it to be, what we want to leave for our grandkids.
We have a history of being stewards. It's not uncommon that we would want to contribute more to the stewardship of species, and particularly now, and there's lots of stuff that it's in decline. In some cases, it's extirpated locally, but in other cases, there's some species that are returning. Were we part of that? Maybe so, maybe not, but it's good to think that we could be part of saving wildlife species, fishery species, and so it's something that we like.
Métis culture and Métis history is so bound up with harvesting that if we don't have those resources, it really diminishes who we are as people. It's tightly bound to who we are. So we need to make sure that we look after those resources. We also need to make sure that in dealing with government, dealing with First Nations about our resource use, that we have a very clear idea of what we're using and what that impact's going to be, and that we're not taking away from our First Nation relations or society as a whole. Our footprint on the land is very light. We do harvest, we do feed our families and our communities through harvesting, but our impact in doing that is just a small fraction of what the population as a whole does. We are exercising our rights, but we're also monitoring what we're doing and harvesting sustainably and responsibly.
All right, so always do your bread last, and we're gonna do a little bit of fry bread. Some people might call it bannock. This is fry bread. It's gonna be all fried up, so nice and crispy. You've probably encountered it in your life at some point, whether it was in Indian tacos or just straight up from your grandma. It's been around for the last 300 years in Turtle Island, and it was brought over from the Scots. And you know, it does have a colonial history, but it has been adopted, and it's very much loved. So, and everybody's mama makes it the best. So,
or auntie,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay, so I've got flour here, 4 cups of flour, and I'm going to add baking powder and salt. So 2 tablespoons of baking powder and 1 tablespoon of salt. And I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of sugar. Mix it around. I'm going to make a hole, same as a pastry.
Okay.
I'm going to add 1/2 cup of oil to 2 cups of warm water.
Okey-doke.
And I'm going to take that and move that right into there.
Nice. Some people use milk.
Some
Just
people
depends on
use
how
milk.
you're taught. And while that's going on, we have our oil over here getting super hot, so we can fry
Super
this
hot.
up. Some people save up their bacon fat, so it just depends on what you do.
Depends on what you're using the bannock for. This seems a little wet, depending on the flour that you get or the baking powder. I'm going to add a little bit more.
Nice.
And that's about good.
Depending how you like it, you know, if you want to do traditional bannock, it'd be baked. So sometimes
Right.
in your oven, it can be cooked over fire. But of course, everything fried tastes better. So
Everything fried tastes better. So everybody's got their different way of making it. So I always put a little hole in the bottom there, just to, I don't know, it seems to work a little better for that. And sometimes if it's a little too wet, you can put a little bit of oil in your hands. Just let it go flat there. If you make it too wet, which sometimes it happens, like I said, depending on the flour, then it's going to be really, really dense, right? So if you make it drier, then it's dense too. So it's just depends on the day. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So you just let them go and you just let them just sit there for a minute. And by the time you've done a few, the first one should be done. You want to make sure that your oil's hot enough, that it's bubbling. You just want to put the corner in and just sort of lay it down gently and just put the last part in. You can just tip it up and look, and if it's not a dark golden brown, then it's not quite ready. So you just wait until it's dark on one side and then you flip it over and do it. If you do it too soon, then it'll be doughy on the outside. So if the oil's too hot, then it'll just be burnt on the outside and raw in the middle. So you want to just watch it and make sure that it's okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Great. So ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, so nice and golden brown. It's always good to have a little pan with some paper towel, catch up some of that extra grease.
Yeah, just, yep, on the side.
All right, I'm looking good.
Yeah, I think this one needs to go a bit
A little more love?
A little more love.
Okay, I'll flip it. Okay. Gotta be very careful.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that one's not ready.
You only want to flip them once, right?
So as you can see, very delicious, very crispy, flaky. Definitely don't want to have it all the time, so
no.
Only 3 times a week. And in different communities across the Métis homelands, there's different types of different styles. There's
Mhm.
la galette, which is a flatter version, and there's bangs, which is also could be called, and then of course baked bannock, which is like the actual bannock.
Yeah, traditionally I think bannock was mostly baked. When they were doing it, like before, colonization and the access of flour, they would use like ground roots and seeds and whatnot, and then cook it over the fire. So it's every culture has its version of bread, and this is ours. But traditionally it was different.
So also, after you fry these up, you can save the oil as well, and you can reuse it. So it's good up for another round or two, depending on how you like it. So
Right.
like a little flavor in there.
Mm-hmm.
Our Métis beadwork has always been a means of embracing our cultural identity. Beadwork is a big part of what we do as a people. Historically, our women supplemented the family income through the sale of their beadwork. Indeed, beadwork tells our story. It highlights our reliance on and reinforces our connection to the land. As Lisa Shepherd notes, there is purpose for each design, evident by the amount of personal time taken to learn and produce the beadwork. With a story behind each piece, there is not only a great deal of research, but a great deal of storytelling. Connecting art to the land is a means of reclaiming our identity and our history. Sharing our culture within our Métis community brings us closer to our ancestors. It is true healing. It allows our ancestors to flow through us and build on our Métis identity through sharing our cultural experience.
So Tanshi, my name's Lisa Shepherd, and I'm originally from Treaty 6 area in Alberta, but I now live in BC and live on Stalo land. When I'm designing my beadwork, there's always a purpose for each design. Sometimes I'm doing the beadwork for somebody else, and when I'm doing it for someone, if somebody's ordering beadwork from me, then I spend a lot of time talking to them about what they want in the beadwork, if there's significant flowers that they want included or certain colors. Other times when I'm doing beadwork that I'm just inspired to do, then there's usually a story behind it. There's usually some reason why I'm doing the beadwork, so each piece becomes very unique because it's a bit of storytelling. I think the colors that I use in my beadwork is always inspired by nature. So I tend to really look at the flowers closely and see what makes them up and see how a yellow flower isn't just yellow. You know, it might be green in the very, very center, and it might have a lighter yellow in the center of that green, and then it grows out to a lime color or maybe an orange, and then moves into the yellow. And so I'll pay attention to the colors that I see in flowers. And I suppose in a way it's a little bit like painting with beads, just finding the bead colors that work. I would say each piece that I do has a slightly different process. Sometimes it's more planned out and it's drawn out on paper first, and sometimes it's just organic. Sometimes I'll just start somewhere that feels like the right place to begin, and I bead and I just build out from there.
Oh, by the way, I'm not going
to
cooking.
Flower, and then
Okay.
build out the next
I
one.
went
And
to
I
one
just begin to fill in space and try to keep the colors
Whatever you're comfortable with.
balanced.
So I
throughout the entire
surrendered my
piece.
seat to whoever wants it. So.
It's an amazing feeling, and it's very
Then
good
that
for us.
basically being asked
When we're
for
working in
seats,
flow,
I figured might as well give them the seat.
blood
Yeah,
pressure is
they'll
down,
just be a no show.
heart rate slows.
Did you let Tracy or someone know?
Yeah,
Good
okay.
sense of
Three
where
episodes.
you are. It's an amazing thing. When I've taught beadwork, there have been times where we'll do a closing circle at the end of a beading workshop weekend, and so many
They can
times,
hear the AGM.
so many
tag.
times that somebody says, doing this beadwork, I felt like I was connected to my ancestors. I felt like they were sitting right in the room with me, helping me with the work that I was doing, and just being able to see the change that comes over them. And I just think there's no turning back. That's
Nicole,
they
you're
know
unmuted.
that now. They've experienced that. They know they have a stronger sense of who they are and where they come from, and there's no going back from that. It's an incredible privilege to be able to witness people moving through that, and just to know how settled they feel, how grounded they feel in having gained that knowledge, having gained that experience. The Métis have always put beadwork on almost everything. If it wasn't moving, it was being beaded. If it was tied down, it was being beaded. It really was a way of bringing beauty into our homes and beauty into our lives. The Trade Routes Map is one of the pieces in a body of work that's a collaborative body of work by myself and my very talented cousin, Christy Bridgman. It was important to us to show where the Métis traveled, where those trade routes are across British Columbia. It really shows how the fort, where the fort was in the trade routes, and how it connected, all the way across British Columbia and, down into the south and, what we then called the Medicine Line, into the US. So it really shows that how important the fort was in that. With each of the original collaborative pieces that my cousin and I have done, from start to finish on each of those pieces, it's usually about, I'm going to say about 6 months worth of work, because a lot of the work is beginning before she ever puts paint to paper or before I ever put bead to fabric. We put in a lot of research. The moss bag was something that, traditional people would go and would harvest sphagnum moss and would dry it. So they would hang it on the wall or hang it from the ceiling so that it would dry. And then that moss was what was the diapering for babies. So, we didn't always have Pampers and Huggies. So that sphagnum moss, when it was dried, it was absorbent. So it would absorb everything. So, that would be tucked underneath the baby. The baby would be swaddled and then put into the moss bag and laced up. And when that baby's carried inside the moss bag, with their arms, tied down, they feel very secure. All of the plants are medicines for us in some way, and we show that on the moss bag with the flower beadwork that we're doing. We've got the plants that are being shown on there in the beadwork. So it's really culturally significant.
But it's just
for the people doing the beadwork, it was an income. It always has been a way that our people have provided for their families. So whether it was 200 years ago and something that someone was collecting along the trade route, and you would trade your beadwork for items that you needed, or whether it's today, we have contemporary beadwork artists that are creating their work and are selling it online.
I know that
online. like our online trade route, I guess, you know, but it's a big part of what we do, and it always has been. The Métis are not just a fraction of this and a fraction of that. We're a distinct culture. You can look at our beadwork and you can recognize it as Métis beadwork. It tells our story. We were taught the flower embroidery first, so the stitch work with silk and cotton embroidery threads. It was taught to us by the Ursuline nuns, or the Grey nuns. And when those little seed beads came to us along the trade route, we just took the same flower designs that we'd become very skilled at, and we started using the beads to create those flower designs. We were eventually nicknamed the flower beadwork people because we created this concept of doing these flowers in the bead designs. It's very much a part of who we are.
Hello, check. Oh, thank you. All right, if I can have everyone take their seats. And while we're doing that, if I could have the board members come up for the Q&A portion. Thank you. Again, if we can get everyone taking their seats. Mr. Bigger, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you give everyone a shout? We're going to start. Thank you. Oh.
I learned from you. I keep doing the proper way ever since you told me that.
Do it off the table. There's reasons for it.
You know that beautiful painting in the trade show, the big one? Have you been in there yet?
I did, but I only zipped through, so I don't remember seeing it.
Painting.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Financial Corp just bought it for their office.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's like a Christie Bell.
Oh, really? I'll take a look at it.
It's great, eh?
That is good.
That's the spot for it.
Director Harriet, please come to the table.
I heard Gary.
I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. It's 36, right? We do. All right, everyone. We'll get Rainey up here in a second, and Director Fisher. We are going to commence. We do have quorum. We have reached our 36 plus members or citizens, both in person and online. So we are now at the MNBC board Q&A. We've got our board up here to answer questions. I will invite individuals to come to the microphones on both sides. Again, I'll try to balance between both sides and when people arrive, and as well as online. So if there's anyone who has a question for the board, please come to the microphone. Oh, no questions? I guess, no, I'm just kidding. That was a quick half an hour, perfect. We're getting back on time. Yes, I'll recognize the speaker to my left, and if you can just introduce yourself.
Melissa Kelm, Two Rivers, Métis Society, Region 3 Women's Rep. I'll start with an easy one. Well, maybe not, though. I applied for my Harvester card back in 2022, and since I've applied 4 times, and once with the help from Two Rivers Métis Society, and it says application is received and pending since 2022. Nobody has answers. And I also don't know where my application is, like all of that information.
So I'll take that. As the BC Manor captain spoke this morning, they are in the trade show there, and they have the information and everything for you to have there. So I would take this question right over there, and hopefully they'll be able to answer your question.
I've asked them before, and I have not ever gotten any answers. That's why I'm coming to the board. Like we've had our captain of the hunt come to our community and help us fill out all those applications, and I have sent all of my information to MNBC 4 or 5 times now. And again, I mean, one, I don't have my Harvester card, which I mean is obviously a problem, but also I guess my question too is, where's that information, right? Like if I've sent it and no one has it, where has it gone?
No, that's a fair question. But I would say Harvester cards have just recently gone to BC Manor for them to facilitate and to put out, and they have been working on it. So my recommendation would be go talk to Moza today. She's there right now. So, and if not, please reach out to me and I will walk alongside you on this journey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I see President Wingham, please go ahead.
Will Dean be joining the members?
Yes. Is it a question for Dean?
Well, it does kind of
Sure, then if you want to hold off then until Dean arrives. Is there any other questions in the interim? Come on, you're making my job too easy. Yes, Mr. Norquay.
For lunch, chicken or burger?
Sorry?
Chicken or burger for lunch?
Myself?
Veggie burger.
I had both. Equal opportunity. Thank you. Before I get to the speaker here to my left, we've got Helene Wilson online.
Nancy, Helene Wilson here again in Kelowna. I have the same problem with the Harvester her car as the lady that spoke on the mic. I applied years ago, and I would follow up, and the answer would be, it's in process, and then nothing, and nothing, and I finally just gave up.
So if I could get somebody to note, sorry, I didn't catch the name. If somebody could get the name for me and maybe a contact, I will reach out to you. Thank you.
Sure. We have the name and we can get the contact information for Ms. Wilson. Yes, to my left.
Yeah, hi, Dave Allard. This is directed towards the chair. Can we have the content of the dessert you had for lunch? So my question is in regards to a recent decision that had MNBC not participate in a national meeting as an advisor or as an advisory capacity or even as a guest, I think. That relates to Bill C-5. I'm just curious how that decision was arrived at and if it was a unanimous board decision to make that decision. I understand the reasonings. They were clearly articulated. I'm just wondering if it was a unanimous board decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Allard. So we were working and negotiating with the provincial government to ensure that the voice of Métis people in BC could be heard. And we felt incredibly disrespected in our relationship with Canada. Not only were we asked to be an observer, but we were asked to attend virtually. And that just wasn't acceptable. We wanted to bring the voice of our nation, of our citizens, to that table. So because we were discussing things right up into the 11th hour, it was with advice from our intergovernmental relations folks and others, that it was the executive at the 11th hour that decided that we would not participate because it was not respectful and we wouldn't accept that disrespect.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to start now. I know we've got someone seeing if we can find Dean, but President Wingham, if you want to.
Anthony Wingham, Wachia Métis Society. Just want to turn this way. 7 board members on this stage removed Clara Morin Del Col, a citizen elected president back in 2021. Almost 5 years ago. Now we see Walter Monod, another citizen elected president, has been removed, which I voted for both of them. The constant in both those removals has been that those same 7 board members, if presidents keep being held accountable by removal, while those board members remain, how will the board explain to the citizens in this assembly and across BC why you should not also be held accountable at this time?
Hi, Anthony Wingham. Thank you for your question. It is not a removal currently right now. It is a suspension.
And the 7 board members that were part of the removal with Clara Damal, is there any comments from you?
I think the statement that was out there was it was an executive decision that was public as soon as that happened. So I don't think you're right on the 7.
Okay, well, there is a report out there, and there is the 7 members. I'm not going to name them because I respect all of you and I appreciate all the work you do. I just want to know 2 of the presidents that I have voted for. I think that I have a pretty good mind and mindset have been removed. The citizens in this assembly, I think we deserve a little bit of answers. And the only thing that is the same from the removal of Clara and Walter is the 7 board members that have removed him and her. Just looking for a little bit of accountability.
I'll speak on that. I think at the end of the day, the 7 members, that's false. That's rumor. That's all rumor mill. We're dealing with a legal issue here. You know, it's not a divorce. It's a decision to see if something was violated. You know, my background in law tells me everything. It's best, Dean Gladue, you just be silent, let it be, it has to be a process. You started divulging information one should not say. It hurts the process. It hurts Walter even as well. He deserves a fair process. Yes, he does. And by doing that, by him being suspended, whatever it is, first of all, when you read the, and I'm saying stuff that people, I got calls from Western Canada, like all over. People, we got family everywhere. Family are saying this, Métis politics has no borders. We see it, it's all going around. And this is what I said to him. First of all, if you read the media release, his suspension was based on the executive, not the board. The executive is of 4. The president, the vice president, the secretary, and the treasurer. In this case, because the issue involved the president, in turn, the other 3 had to vote to decide what was the next move. So when it came over, I was as surprised as you. And the rumor that the 7 is absolutely false, because that's Augustin Telegraph. You know, I go to the bingo with my mom and, Ma, what did you do here? Like, we hear so much different avenues. But being a part of the legal system says everybody should have a fair chance to investigation. And the less we say, the better for Walter. The less we say as a board, better for us as an individual of not being defamatory or being sued as well. So there's a lot at stake here. Yes, there is. And I was very disappointed at the media report that went out. That was like, nobody set that up. Everybody can say. So, you know, to have full disclosure as well, it's very unfortunate that even my family are separated because of this. And it's brought an amazing division within my own family because we are of the same connection. And I feel the heat from some people. I'm very disappointed. They ignore you, they do this. Whatever, we say. Do your thing. But we will stick to the law. We will use the law. The process is in play. And one thing that I know is trust the process, and I'm believing in that. And in the end of the day, I am believing that my executive made whatever decision is, they have to stand behind it when the report comes out. Because everything in the end will come out. So it's about patience and not in the meantime fighting and yelling at each other. Because it's like watching a family quarrel go on. And then let's hear both sides before we make our judgment. And it's unfortunately, the worst thing out there is Facebook. The worst thing out there is social media. But it's happening in all sectors of politics. I don't wish any ill on him. I hope that in the end of the day that it all works out, but it works out for justice. That's the key. It has to work out for justice, so that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I recognize the speaker to my left.
Jan Ovens, Cochin Valley Métis. I just want to clarify one thing, because I thought in board policy, and maybe I was reading an old one, that the executive, well, I read old stuff. The executive makes a recommendation, and then it must be voted on by the rest of the board. Is that not how it goes? Okay, so Dean, you said the executive made a decision. No, they made a recommendation and you all voted on it. Just, no. Okay, I'm confused. Is that not the policy?
You know what? I'm going to revert that to our current president. Our acting president.
Just so we understand how that happened. That's all we need to know. We're not talking about the right, the wrong, or the whatevers. It's the time for us to be educated about how our government works. Thank you.
So yes, we are following our Constitution, our policies, and our laws the best that we can. So sometimes there's conflicts of interest that come into play. So therefore, we have to, it goes to the executive. And so by the way our laws are structured, we're following our laws and our Constitution.
Recognize the speaker to my left, and then we'll have our speaker to the right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bruce Dumont, Cochin Valley Métis. I'm trusting in the process. I'm trusting with the council I've been there. We have a constitution, it's a hierarchy. Policy is a guideline. We have to go by the constitution, whatever the constitution reads. 20 years ago, we suspended our president. I was elected in May of that year, and I became interim president in September of 2004. I won the by-election, but what we did, the Constitution read, of course, that the council at that time would make the decision on the suspension, and we did have some abstainers, but we still voted with the majority. We went to court in Prince George. That was June of 2004. No, 2005. The Crown said, you guys have a constitution. I'm going to give you 6 weeks to call a special meeting and take it to your membership. So we did that, and we were just over at this old hotel, the old Delta here, in June 2005. And so we had a forensic audit. You had to wait for all the information. You can't, we can all, think that, there's all these stories that go around, all these rumors. You gotta know the facts. Like Dean says, there's justice here. You gotta know the facts. So we had the forensic audit. We presented that to all the members at this special meeting. And we as the board, Dave Hodgson was the vice president at the time, we as the board decided not to vote on the outcome. So we all stepped back. We shared all the information. We had lots of discussion about it. And then we had the vote. And the president did get removed. But you got to follow that process. And I'm trusting in this process. I look at the council right now. I was a president for 12 years. There was lots of tough decisions to make. And we have to trust in our council. You guys elected him, and we also elected the president. So we have to trust in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Pixie Wells, Fraser Valley Métis Association. As a citizen has been taken to the Senate Action 187, I can tell you the due process was not followed and justice was not clarified and done in a correct manner. So when we sit up here and we talk, and our leaders talk about due process and justice, there's a lot of injustice for the citizens. So again, my question though is to the Women's Chair. There was an email sent to the Women's Chair approximately 20 days ago about somebody being fearful of actions by certain individuals within the nation. Not one response. So my question to you is that normal practice?
Thank you, Pixie, for your question. And I would just like to clarify that you expressed an opinion, and I acknowledge your opinion on the role of our Senate. As a citizen and as a member of this board, I take the Senate to be a very important part of our legal process. Yes, an email was sent to not just myself, but other members of this board. And it was discussed around our board table. And because we operate as one voice, I was told by our acting president that a response will be forthcoming. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead to my left.
Pandawa Sitwa Brian, strong Western Star Woman is my name given to me by a prairie elder, Métis elder. I'm Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. And within my own community, this has created a lot of havoc. And I think it's only fair that I speak on behalf of them. The emails and phone calls that I got with foul language about what is going on here, and I had not even been informed yet what was going on. It had hit the news and had gone out everywhere, and I had no idea what anyone was talking about. And then the question is like, well, what are you doing? You should be aware of this. And I thought, you know, that responsibility fell to you as the board. When you're going to make this kind of decision and send it out anywhere, respect of your presidents is a priority, or you are just saying no to any process that is really important for us as Métis members of this community and this MNBC. And I think that part is really exceptionally important here. And I, you know, personally, I don't understand your actions. And I also question the process. And process, so often there are interpretations that can be made depending on the word of how it's written. And so others looking at your written process and the laws and your interpretation of that can be completely different than many out here in this audience in terms of what we're trying to follow. And that is important for you to understand that piece. And that's where lots of these questions are coming from, lots of disbelief in what you did, whether it was right or wrong. And so I think just in that, beginning with having let your presidents know, that would have been a really major step when this happened, because you may have faced some questions directly from us that would have been more knowledgeable than many of our community members. And so that also would not have put us in very uncomfortable situations. And that part's unfortunate, and I will forgive you one day. But that's a reality of this. It is more than just your 3 members on the executive that made the decision. There are hundreds of us out here that have all been negatively affected by the action. As well as I have never before heard of somebody actually be deemed important enough to be suspended. And now when actually the RGC on Region 1 was first informed, it was like, okay, well, this was our decision and going forward, and this is, you know, what we're doing. And then yesterday, you know, our interim president announced, well, a review is taking place now instead of accusations having already been accepted. And so, you know, that part also then makes us very uncomfortable out here, because we are responsible to thousands of people out here beyond what you personally will hear from. And so I think we have a right to respect every citizen here, every community member across this province, every president. Show some respect for everybody, and even the individual, you know, President Minot, in terms of what's happened. And I think respect has been lost every step of the way in one form or another. And so acknowledging all of the effort that every single one of us, even looking at who's in this room and the effort it took to get here, to try and speak with you, that's a priority, because that's how we're going to move forward and our community and nation will grow. So please reconsider some of your actions on occasion, and I'm always free to a phone call.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Sorry, we get a response here, and then I'll get to who I've got on my speakers list, just because I know we've got people that have stood up out of order or potentially out of order, so I'll address that, but we'll have a response from Director Harriet first, if he wishes.
Yeah, just to respond to those comments. In this digital age, information travels so quickly. An email was sent, but as we know, not everyone walks around with their, you know, charter community emails in their pockets. So we recognize that. I know that each of the community leadership were duly notified by 10 a.m., but that's not good enough. So I know that Acting President Allard and I have had a conversation about other mechanisms where we can be quicker in communicating information, whether that's a text message that does go to your phones, that is a quicker way to notify, because we know that information travels at light speed nowadays. So duly noted, and we are looking at better ways of informing community leadership as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I have 5 speakers in line. I had Mr. Bigger, then I had Pixie Wells, online Dakota Kelm, Mr. Norquay, and June Graham. Pixie, I'm going to put you at the end because you've had one. These other people I haven't had a chance, but I have you on my list. So I next have Mr. Bigger.
Yeah, hi, Gary Bigger. I understand it's a big issue, but I'm going to go to a different topic. Was out of the room earlier. I really don't need this, but...
It's for online, so they can hear you.
Nationally, I mean, everybody knows I'm here for Section 35. I don't care about housing or anything else. Nationally, where are we? The federal government, provincial governments, they're all looking at us, every province fighting with each other. Are we making any headroom where we're going to start sitting at the same table together? I mean, they're all family in the prairies, everybody's related, and we got to start acting like family. I know family is like fighting, but until then, we got little kids here. I've been here probably 45 years dealing with this Section 35 stuff. I see little kids here. I don't want to see them at my age sitting at the same mic wondering, why are we still waiting? We got to somehow get all the provinces together. I don't know how. Get the presidents together first, and then get the other people at the table. But until we start that, we're not going to move anywhere.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to respond? Go ahead.
Yep. Well, I think, you know, when somebody comes to the mic, we look at each other who's best to answer that. And a lot of times we have the responsibility of, I believe, whose portfolio it is, give them the first rights. And then if somebody else, I'm the Minister of Rights. That's where I'm at. I've been around 59 years now. I was born from day one, coming out of the womb, fighting for my rights, and I still am. So the journey that we are on, Gary, is so real and is so livid, it is so valid, and it's a day-by-day movement, honestly. I'm the one that, you know, I would love to get us all in the same room. I would love to all this talk, but everything gets delayed. People have their own agendas, and if you're not if you want to be a politician, I will ask you this. What's your agenda? And if somebody says, I don't have an agenda, then don't vote for that person. Because they don't stand for anything. They'll be pushed around. So when I ran, my agenda was our rights. When I ran, what's your agenda? Our rights. Some people would be to get our people in better housed. My agenda is the environment. That's all important. But my number one agenda still remains is our rights. So as the Minister of Rights, we are trying every little thing to do it, but I'll tell you, the political climate is changing every day, every moment. MNO, Saskatchewan, if you guys, all be online, unless you see what's going on around the country. Everybody has every different issues. Alberta, with the settlements, the issues of citizenship, we're all dealing with it. The government saying, who is Métis? What is Métis? Somebody come up to me and say, I'll be in Saskatchewan, and somebody say, you're a Gladue. Hey, I know your name. I'm a Métis. I'll go, good, who's your family? And they tell me their family, yeah, you are Métis. But then I'll be in downtown Vancouver and saying, somebody comes and says, I'm a Métis. Well, who are you? I'm of Swedish and Blackfoot descent. Is that Métis? No. So you got to re-explain. But to them, it's Métis mixed blood when you look at the essence of language. So we are fighting like crazy, Gary. I think at the end of the day, we're going every day. I wake up going, how can I get an inch closer to the goal line? And we are fighting to get to the goal line. There is a research paper in play that I've signed a non-disclosure agreement. I got to be very careful of what I say. Even the board members don't know a lot what I have. Even the captains of the hunt. Because we have to be careful of what is said and out there, because there's a process in play. And if I speak out of turn, that can hurt our rights, our people directly. That hurts the youngest baby here. That hurts the oldest person living. That hurts us all. So I'm in a position of a very important responsibility, and I take that responsibility very serious. Because my 80-year-old father even tells me, son, napis, estam, he says, what's happening with our rights? I voted for you. And he goes, yeah, well, get yourself together. I want to see my rights. So, see, that's our passion in our family. And if I could walk into Ottawa right now, talk to Carney and saying, here, sign us our rights right now, Section 35, so we can go out and do our thing in BC, throughout Canada. And he goes, yes, okay, I'll do that, Dean. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. We know he doesn't do that. Go through the process, he says. And their system is slow. Slow. I came in when I came in and started getting involved with Métis politics, I said from day one, I'm doing this to help my rights. I'm doing this to help our rights. And we all have individual rights. It's not an easy answer, Gary. There's no definitive timelines. But this is probably this is the first board that I've seen where we're all going to Ottawa. And we're actually getting an audience with the government, and they're talking to us. So we'll continue the fight, and we'll continue moving on, and I'll make a personal commitment here. Till my last breath, I will also say, we Métis have rights. And I hope one day we all are alive to see it. So thanks.
I just want to... So as the Associate Minister of Rights, just a couple of extra comments. So when it comes to working with other Métis governments, we've been actively pursuing that. We've been reaching out and having conversations based on mutual priorities and jurisdictional respect. And I'm very proud that we're the ones that are reaching out, we're the ones that are doing that work to bring us all together. So we are actively pursuing a collaborative effort with other Métis governments because we are all one people, and we need to work together.
Thank you. Next, our online question from Dakota Kelm.
Sorry about that. I was just doing something else. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. This one's a pretty quick and simple one, but I would like to direct it towards Mr. Gladue. I sent you an email back in July on the 22nd about a recent community engagement that had happened at Two Rivers Métis Society, and I was just wondering if it'd be possible if you could get back to me on that.
Dakota, you'll have to talk to your grandma, then she can call me. And then I'll get back to you, okay? So grandma, you're over there, cook him. You make sure that you give me his message. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. I next have Mr. Roque.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex Narquay, Williams Lake. You guys were nice enough to provide the Constitution, so I was just having a look at it here because I heard something that kind of threw me a little bit earlier. It's my understanding that the Board of Directors is 12 people. Is that right? And then if we go to clause, let me find it, 25, it says a person may be suspended from being a board member of the Board of Directors with or without pay by a vote of the majority of the members of the Board of Directors. And the person so suspended may appeal the suspension. So I'm wondering how earlier we heard that the executive was the ones who made this decision when this clearly says the whole Board of Directors are supposed to make that decision.
I've been voluntold to come up and and help the assembly with this this answer. So Tanshikiwa Carlite de Shinikasha and Avakame Chefnia. So hello everybody, I'm Carly Tay. I'm Executive Legal Counsel for MNBC. And you are correct that Section 25 of the Constitution sets out constitutional powers to suspend a member of the Board of Directors, and that power sits with the Board of Directors, and the decision is appealable to the Senate. There are multiple circumstances under which the board, in the conduct of their business, have to navigate whether or not they can sit in decision or not. And we heard from our acting president earlier that conflict of interest is one of those circumstances. I point you to the other part of Métis law, which is part of the conversation here, and that's the MNBC Board Policy Manual, which guides how the board makes decisions. It sets out the power of the executive. It talks about all of the different processes that the board must go through in these circumstances. And so the board of directors, which the executive is part of, followed the policy and procedure as set out in their board policy manual to make the decisions that they are bound to do by MNBC law. And I recognize that it's frustrating that we can't share more at the moment, but you will also note in our law there are very significant confidentiality requirements to protect the process and all of those that are involved. And so that's the extent of what I'm able to share at the moment.
Okay, and I'm not disputing you have that policy. I've never seen it or even heard of it until now. But earlier, it was said by someone up on the stage, we were following the Constitution. Well, this is the Constitution.
You're on my list, but we've got
It's just clarification about that statement.
about that statement.
Yes. Does not the Constitution trump policy? Policy isn't law, is it? It's how it guides behavior. But so that's where I'm confused.
No.
You're the legal expert. You can let me know. Okay.
These are all really great questions, and I love the law, so happy to chat about it at any point in time. And I love that we're actively debating Métis law. So I just want to take a moment that we're talking about our own laws, that the MNGA has passed, that the AGM has passed. That is what our Constitution is. Our board policy manual is passed by the people that in this room elected. And then they voted on that as a function of Métis governance and Métis law. So we are in such an amazing circumstance where we actually get to debate what Métis law means and how it works. And as a lawyer, it's just such a privilege to do that work. So I just want to honor that at this time when we're in a very difficult circumstance. The executive is part of our board. The executive is not separate from the board. The executive make up the board. There are other board members, but this decision being made by the executive does not contradict the Constitution. In fact, it is in line with the Constitution. We are not in violation of the Constitution at this time.
I next had June Graham.
Doesn't come down? Okay, there we go. Good afternoon. June Graham, leader of Alberni Clayoquot Métis. Few questions. Melanie, we wrote a letter to you, my community and 3 others, in regards to what was happening with President Minault. We did receive a reply back from you a week later. Now, in your letter, you kept referring to our law, our law, our law. I'm unclear what that means, because when someone would say that to me, what is our law? I would say maybe it's born out of the laws of the buffalo hunt, something that we deeply rely on. So that would be our Senate. And so my question is, why wasn't the Senate involved? Why were they not an option at this point? When we think back to Claire and the Supreme Court of Canada sent her away to go to the Senate, because that is our law, that we highly respect them, majority of us. But they were not utilized in this case. And several attempts were made to the board to get information where there was no response to the Senate. Can you tell me more about that?
I should not have sat down. A wonderful question about our governance structures. So the Senate sits as an appeal body. And so when we think about the jurisdiction of how we govern ourselves, it's really important that the folks that make the decision are not the same folks that sit in judgment on whether that was a good decision or not, because that's a conflict. You have an interest in saying, yeah, I made a good decision. So it's why the Senate sits separate and apart. The Senate is not a decision maker in this body, and our Constitution sets out that the power to make this decision does not sit with the Senate. The Senate is the body that reviews the decision in accordance with our laws to decide if we did things in a lawful way. They review the facts, they have the power to have a hearing and do various different actions under their Senate Act. So the Senate comes in after the decision's been made. They are not the decision makers in the first instance because they are that appeal body, that sober second thought that reviews decisions. And that's what happened in the instance with our past president, who was suspended and then removed. When the case went to the Western court system in the BC Supreme Court, they said the decision was made by MNBC process and should be appealed. So that next step after the decision should be appealed to the Senate, not appealed to a Western court. It's only once you've gone through your appeal, then you can go external. So the Senate would come in at that next step.
Doesn't even have to be a head person, delegated workers.
My understanding
A couple
from
of them.
our
Now,
senator
where are you going to get the money?
at
Don't
our
quote me,
RDC
but
the other night
if you
was
had
that they are in fact
delegated
qualified to
agency
do an investigation.
that
It's rolled out
started,
in
to
their
start brand
policies
new,
and
he
procedures.
tied in with the
And it would be for considerably less
commission.
money.
and just go that way, and MCFD.
I advise MNBC as MNBC's lawyer on our laws, and the section that was read out by our member and that I read out indicates that the power to make that decision sits with the board of directors, not the Senate. The Senate does have powers under the Senate Act, but that is a matter that advanced directly to the Senate. In this instance, the individuals, and we heard in the press releases that went out, the emails that went out to charter community leaders, complaints. When you have a complaint against the nation, you have ability to advance that complaint through our different processes as a nation that we have put in place as a nation. The folks that went forward chose a process based on our law. And we are following that process. We are respecting all of the folks involved and the choices that they made and applying the laws and processes set out in our law based on the paths that they chose to walk down.
Yeah, okay, just relaying what our senator said the other night, and Patrick heard it as well at the meeting. Next question, is it not a conflict of interest that two of you sit on the executive committee and you were to gain status through your decision that you made?
So actually, as the vice president, I am just stepping up into an acting interim role, and that's all. That's what it is. It's just part of my duty that I was elected to do. So it's interim. Again, it's a suspension. It's not a removal. It's not anything like that. It's a suspension. Mr. Minot is still being paid. He's still doing
That's President
everything.
Minot, actually. He's just been let go for temporary, right?
Yeah.
Until
Okay.
proven guilty or otherwise,
Yep.
right? Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't have to say how disappointed I am in the way things have been run, right down to the communication to the communities and us being left to hold the ball again as usual. with no information and having to put up with myself 60 phone calls that morning when I was moving back into my house from the fire. So I didn't appreciate that, and your communication has to get better. You have to hold off from the media and contact us first. And I'd like to ask those of us that are here to say prayers for President Manault and his loss yesterday. Please put him in your prayers for him and his family. Thank you.
Next, have Pixie Wells, please.
All right. So I've heard a lot of interesting things here. I've heard a lot of things about governance. I've heard a lot of things about due process. And of course, I want President Manault to have due process. And I want him to have a fair opportunity to have all of this done. Again, I question the validity of some of this stuff as a citizen who was taken to the Senate Action 187. It was an adjourned process. However, decisions were made on an adjourned process. And again, when I was told by the senators that it was outside the scope and jurisdiction of the Senate, why is there a decision? Again, I understand judicial law and I understand all of those things, but again, as a citizen, I feel that there is definitely some need for changing that system to make sure that it is viable and fair for every citizen that walks through that room. The other thing my question is I wanted to redirect back to the email that I spoke of earlier. One of the things that was highly said to me in that Senate Action 187, one of the most important things that we all have a responsibility to do is to make sure everybody in the nation feels safe and is safety for everybody. When I'm receiving emails from threats and things, and I respond to the people who I think, as a woman who is supposed to gender equality, and not even get a response that you even received an email, I find that very saddening. Whether there's a decision coming later, the fact that there was not even a response from any of you to say that, thank you, we got your email, and can I check in on you? Because I could be dead today, just stating the facts. And I'm going to start speaking my truths.
Thank you, Pixie. And I want to acknowledge how upset I can hear you and I can see, and I agree. You know, it's really challenging when you don't get responses to emails, and so I acknowledge that. Just so you know, I have talked about the email with my fellow board members, and I trust Acting President Allard when she says that the response will come. So I do trust that. Having said that, our role here, my role here is governance. I am not a mental health professional, and I take violence against women very seriously. And I say this to all of my fellow Métis women and to my Métis men out there and my non-binary Métis friends. If you see any women that are in danger, please go with them, encourage them to go to the police. We also have the Métis crisis line. So please, if you are the recipient of threats of violence, do not wait to get a response for an email. If there is violence against women, you need to act promptly. As a woman, as a citizen, I can stand by other citizens, but in my role is governance. So please, take acts of violence seriously. I agree, Pixie, let's come around people in community. It takes a community to raise healthy men and women so that we can stop this cycle of violence. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're getting close to 50 minutes on this item. I've got 3 speakers left, and you're my third. I've got Bailey Copeland online. Then I've got Mr. Allard, and then I believe it's Chris. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. So Bailey Copeland, please.
Hi, I'm Bailey Copeland, Fort St. John Métis Society. I just have one question, and I understand protecting the people who either made the complaint or have an issue, but we did not protect Walter's identity at all. He was thrown to the national news. It's a small community up here. He has been slandered, Dawson Creek, Fort St. John, Hudson's Hope, Chatwind. So how come he wasn't protected at all in this? And from the time of the complaint, how much time was it before it went to the news?
I can only give you a rough answer of how long it went to the news. As quickly as some people received the email, some people shared it to the media. So we didn't share it to the media. It went it went that quick. It was shared.
Thank you. And I know I said that we had two online that came on that I can't see them coming to the microphone, so we'll add them. I'll go with Chris first before Mr. Adler, because this is your second time at the microphone. So Chris, please go ahead. And I'm sorry, I don't know the last name.
This is, one second. Christopher Studney, Prince George, PGMCA. So I think it would be helpful if Ms. Taye quoted the board policy manual part where it says that the executive can suspend somebody, just to put everybody's minds at ease knowing that procedure was followed. Thank you.
I'll give legal counsel time and we'll go to another question. And I'm sorry, Angel, I'm going to cut off before you just because we do need to move on. You did come up after I'd already kind of closed off the list. I know there's a lot of questions, but
Just clarification.
I appreciate it. Mr. Allard?
Yeah, hello again. I'd like to say thank you to everyone here, and especially to the board. What I'm witnessing here is pretty impressive, and despite this being the board's job, nonetheless, the way they're being open to this process, I find quite heartening. So it keeps me positive. So thank you for that. And we all know that these kinds of exchanges don't result a lot of times in satisfactory answers. And at this time, that's just the way it is. But if we compare ourselves to other organizations similar to ours, I think we're in an incredible position here. So I'd like to once again thank the board for doing what you're doing right now. Thank you.
Our second to last question will be from Kelly Penner online.
Don say, Kelly Penner, Dushinakaushuan, thank you for this time. Tara, I just wanted to bring back attention to mirror back on what Pixie Wells was talking about, and in the answer and the reply about if there's any issues to phone the police. Unfortunately, I can attest at this time, I too don't feel safe because of the ongoing harassment that I've received, and the Senate action judgments are being used as fact. And so I have multiple police records showing that they've investigated, and it shows that it's the Senate judgments are being used as harm. So despite that, so I acknowledge and I wish that going to the police was actually helpful in this case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last question online from Lauren Peterson.
Hey, Tansha QL, Lauren Dishnikishin, Surrey Delta Métis Association, calling in from Winnipeg. I'm really sorry I can't be there with all of you. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the very clearly challenging situation everybody sitting on our stage is in. Everybody that's stood up to speak, this has obviously been a very challenging and horrific time. It's not just anybody who it's about, it's Walter, and that's our family. And in the spirit of Bakotowin and of maintaining those those good relationships, I think we all need to take a step back and reflect that threats of violence are never okay. Having to have counselors and RCMP or security presence at an AGM is not okay. People should not be up at the mic saying that they're in fear of being harmed. I want people to really take a moment and reflect on how we got here as a nation from where we were not even a year ago when people were celebrating. There are not as many people in that room as there used to be, and there's a reason for that, and that is a horrible thing. So I hope that as a collective, because this is all of our responsibility, we can reflect on the things that were shared today, really take into consideration how we can do better as a collective, as a nation, as a family, and move on in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to thank the board for being up here to answer questions, and I'm sure, and I'm not speaking for them, I'll let them confirm one way or the other, but if there are any other questions, people can reach out to them over the course of this weekend and going forward. Yep.
I just wanted to quickly apologize to the Assembly and my fellow colleagues for being late. That was my mistake. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I guess that means I should apologize too. But I can't tell you where I was.
I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to keep moving. We're going to move to resolution number 2. I always transition, there's always time. So that's on page 99 of the booklet, if you have that. We're going to, once our clerk is set up, or clerks are set up, we'll proceed with resolution number 2. Yeah, we just have a question whether or not we still have quorum. We do, and we are going to proceed with resolution number 2.
Okay, if I could please ask everyone to take a seat. We'll get started with resolution 2. The subject is by-election timing and filling vacancies on MWBC, MyBC, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ provincial governance councils. It affects the legislation and the MPCBC bylaws. And it was submitted via the Métis Nation Governing Assembly, via the Board of Directors on March 31st.
Sorry, excuse me, I'm going to interrupt. If you wish to speak, please go into the hallway. It's really difficult to hear, and we do need to get on with the business. I apologize for interrupting, but some of people are interrupting, and feel free to continue the conversations outside, but we do need to proceed, and thank you.
Thank you. So this will require a 75% vote for approval. If I could ask Deputy Clerk Lally to scroll down, please. All right, I think we'll just do the resolved. Oh, okay. If you could scroll up to the top, that'd be great. All right. Whereas if vacant seats on the MNBC board, MWBC, MyBC, or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council remain after an election, the Constitution requires that a by-election be called within 120 days of the date of that vacancy. 120 days is a short time period to take all the steps necessary to meet the other deadlines set out in the Electoral Act, including convening the MNGA to set an election date and preparing materials to ensure the by-election is run properly. 3, discrepancies in legislation must be recognized or rectified. 4, it is important that MWBC, MyBC, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council have all position filled. The Constitution and the Electoral Act are silent on the process that occurs after a by-election is held and vacancies in regional representative positions remain, which could lead to ongoing by-elections at a substantial cost to MNBC. Be it resolved that A, Article 47 of the Constitution be amended by striking the words 120 and inserting the words 180 in their place, and that the following words be added after the word level. For the purposes of counting the 180 days, every day from December 24th to January 2nd inclusive is not counted. B, insert the underlined words in Article 47.4 of the Constitution, so it will read, if I could get it scrolled down. Oh, in the case of any other vacancy on the Board of Directors, an interim director as selected by the RGC will be recommended to the MNGA by the Board of Directors, and if approved by the MNGA, the vacancy shall be filled by the interim director. In the case of a vacancy in a position of an MWBC regional representative or MYBC regional representative, an interim representative will be recommended to the MNGA by the respective RGC, and if approved by the MNGA, the vacancy shall be filled by the interim representative. In the case of a vacancy on the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, an interim representative will be recommended to the MNGA by the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council in consultation with the relevant Regional Governance Council. An interim director or representative shall be subject to Article 45 of the Constitution. C, that the following be added as a new article before Article 48 of the Constitution. If a vacancy remains in any regional representative position for MWBC, MYBC, or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council following a by-election to fill vacancies that were not filled in the original election, a recommendation to fill the positions until the end of the current term will be submitted to the MNGA for approval as set out in Article 47.4. D, that all articles in the Constitution be renumbered as appropriate. E, Article 10.1 of the Electoral Act be amended by deleting the struck-through text and inserting the underlying text as set out below. If after the close of nominations there are offices that remain without candidates or without persons elected by acclamation, the Chief Electoral Officer shall set another day for the receipt of nominations for the remaining offices, subject to available funding. Nominations shall be received for a by-election to be held no later than 180 days from the date of the original election and shall follow the processes and rules set out in this Electoral Act. For the purposes of counting the 180 days, every day from December 24th to January 2nd inclusive is not counted. If a vacancy remains in any regional representative position for MWBC, MYBC, or the 2S LGBTQIA+
Provincial Governance Council, following a by-election to fill vacancies that were not filled in the original election, a recommendation to fill the positions until the end of the current term will be submitted to the MNGA for approval as set out in Article 47.4 of the Constitution. And F, Article 4.11 of the MPCBC bylaws be amended by striking 120 and numbers in brackets and inserting 180 numbers in brackets in its place. For the purposes of counting the 180 days, every day from December 24th to January 2nd inclusive is not counted.
Thank you very much. I will entertain a mover and a seconder for Resolution 2.
Oh, we have someone online, Monique.
Okay, online. Who is it, sorry?
Monique Courcelle.
Monique Cressell, thank you, moving. And to my left?
Wendy Schneider.
And second, thank you. So thank you. I will open it up and I will see if our mover would wish to make any comments or speak to the resolution. Monique?
Monique Courcelle, North Region Métis Association. I just want to propose an amendment to this. I see that there's MyBC and MWBC recognized by their formal names, and the two LGBTQI plus governance council isn't. Could we make an amendment to add M2SBC or to make those changes?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I think it was cutting out a little bit, the proposed, the amendment that you were suggesting?
Yeah, so to call the 2S Provincial Governance Council by its formal name, which is Métis 2S LGBTQI plus of British Columbia, so changing it to M2S.
Sorry, just a moment.
Oh, I can explain.
Okay, yeah.
So this, Monique, thank you for that. This was, using that acronym that you're speaking of was just approved by the council the other day. And so we'll be rectifying all that, but at the time this was presented, the name of the council was the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council.
And I think that would mean if there is that formal change, that it's going to be a number of pieces of legislation eventually that would be looked at, or a couple pieces where that's come out. I think we can make that amendment here if that's the desire. And I didn't catch what the amended terminology would, is, or the new word. Right, so I just want to clarify, so any spot where it says the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council, to change that to 2S MBC, is that correct?
M2SBC, I believe it already is part of the legislation that went forward last AGM.
They're changing it. Just maybe. Just a point of clarification, maybe?
Yes, point of clarification, go ahead.
Louis DeJager, 2S LGBTQIA plus chair. We just sort of had a meeting and and I don't know if you want to amend this now, and the council decided that the preferred change would be 2SM MBC. So I'm not sure if we want to do that now, or we do the former, and then we just redo everything later, or you want to amend it here now, and then change everything else later. So I'll leave that up to the Assembly.
Yes, and I think those are the two options. Obviously, a citizen can bring an amendment to the resolution that's on the floor, which we do have here, and I'm hearing different term. So what I might suggest, and this is just a suggestion, but it's certainly up to the Assembly to proceed with it as it is currently, because there will be other acts that will need to be addressed. And again, like I'm hearing from 3 different spots, 3 different acronyms. So it may be worth the time to ensure when we're dealing with all the pieces of legislation where that terminology would need to be addressed, that we're getting it right. I would hate to get it wrong now and then have to redo it again anyways. But that is up to our mover, and if we have a seconder, and then to describe that. So if I can get Monique on, and part of the difficulty, my apologies, is the audio was not the clearest. What is the acronym that you are suggesting, Monique, that should be changed to?
It's MNIC, by the way.
Sorry, Monique.
I believe it's M2SBC in the Act.
So, I have the Act in front of me, and it is called the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act. And the body that this act creates is the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. So that is the term in the legislation, which is why it was used here. And in discussions with the council, you know, we can move that forward. However, it would take changes to all our other pieces of legislation.
Point of clarification?
My apologies. I didn't recognize that there was already a change happening, so I do take that amendment back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And a point of clarification.
So I could make another amendment, but 2SM or MBC. That is what was decided at the last recent meeting of the council, and that's the acronym that the council would prefer to use. I don't know if you want that amendment made now while we're at it, or you want to change it to a name that we're going to change anyway. I'll leave that up to
And I
Nicole.
note that is different than what's the term in 3.4 of the Act. So
I'm giving you the latest.
Exactly. So I think, again, it's your assembly and your choice, but given the efforts that we're anticipating that would address all of them at once, I would suggest that might be the most efficient way to do it.
Well, permission from the council, if they would like to do that now. And they would like to do that now, please, if you want an amendment.
Yes, and this would only be in this resolution. It wouldn't affect
We can change
anything
everything else as we go or
Yes.
later. Sure.
All right, so now you came up with as a point of clarification. I did. So you're jumping the queue
Okay, I'll
of my
wait.
other speakers before you can make that amendment. I did have our seconder, Wendy Schneider, if she wished to make any comments on the resolution or anything else.
I do want to make a comment on the resolution, but I'm fine with
Make your comments on the resolution, and then I have my speaker to my right next, and then if there's anyone else wishing to speak.
Wendy Schneider, Region 4. My problem with the resolution, I'm going to vote no for it, because if you can't get your shit together in 3 months, you're not going to get your shit together in 6 months. Thank you.
Wendy, I appreciate that you're a straight talker, but if we can just avoid some of that language, please. We do have youth and very young people present and watching online, but thank you for the comments. To my right, please.
I have a comment about paragraph C. Ashley Nantel, I'm a citizen. I'm not clear on who is making the recommendation to fill the positions. It seems a little bit ambiguous. Reading back to Article 47.4, is it that the person making the recommendation to fill the positions in paragraph C is not specified because a different person or a different body will make the recommendation to fill the positions for MWBC, MYBC, and in the 2S LGBTQIA+? Is that why it's not specified in paragraph C?
It's because the process is set out in Article 47.4.
Yes.
And so that's where the nominators are named.
Okay. So I guess I'm not sure I made my point clear, but the issue that I had with it was that it doesn't seem clear in paragraph C who is going to be making the recommendation to fill the vacancies, but it's because it references 47.4, and then that has the different bodies who will appoint. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Do I have Mr. Yeager? Were you wishing to speak?
Would you like me to make that amendment now?
Well, it's up to you.
I will make that amendment now then.
Okay. And so that would be in any reference in Resolution 2 where it says 2S-LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council?
Yes.
And that would be changing to, and just so I've got it, and
2SMBC.
2SMBC. Okay. Do I have a seconder? I see. Oh, thank you. Even clarifying not just the hand, but that she was seconding. Thank you. Annie McVeigh, seconding. So just give us a second to make the changes on the screen. And then I will invite both Mr. Yeager and Annie McVeigh to speak to it if they wish.
Yes, it was an opportunity to put Two-Spirit first, and it is a Two-Spirit council, and that was the preferred unanimous decision by all.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak to it? Thank you. I will entertain anyone wishing to speak, and I think we've got online Donald Brett Smith. Please go ahead.
No, sorry, I wanted to speak to the thing in general. I have no issues with the amendment.
We're unable to hear you, Donald.
I don't want to speak to the amendment. I want to speak to the main proposal.
Perfect. I'll put you on my list then on the main, and then once we
Thank
get
you.
back to it, we'll get back to you. Thank you for that clarifying. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Okay, not seeing anyone else. I am going to look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to changing from the wording here of the full wording of 2S-LGBTQIA+, that's probably the fastest I've ever said it, Provincial Governance Council to 2S-MBC? Is there any objection to that, either in the room or online? Anyone online? Okay, so that is amended. Thank you very much. And then, yes, we'll go back online to Donald Brett Smith for the resolution as amended.
Thank you. This is Brett Smith, Cowichan Valley Regional District, Region 1. Just a question of clarity on this. Just confirming, this is 180 days to hold the election. So that would be to start the by-election process, meaning 7, 8, however many months before a position would be filled? Or is it 180 days for this whole process to be resolved? I'm presuming it's the former, but I just want clarification, because if we're not starting for 6 months, I can't support the delay.
No, it's to be completed the process. So currently, the way it requires is that a by-election be held, so the election itself be held within 120 days of the vacancy being created. There, obviously, the last couple of years with postal strikes, with obviously around Christmas and New Year's, where there's places not working or at different capacity. The discussion at the MNGA was that that was insufficient time to get all the necessary steps done in a way, and so the decision at the MNGA was to change that to 180 days. So the election, let's say, if the vacancy happened on January 3rd, you would have 180 days from then to hold the election. So that means all the candidates would, all the materials, everything would have to be in place for the election to be held, and that would be the farthest date out that it could be held. It doesn't mean it's 180 days from there, but that's just the extended, the longest part you can go. Does that answer your question?
That does, and then nothing holds you to waiting until the end. In theory, if everything lines up, Canada Post is doing their thing, it could be run in 2 months or started and then 3 or 4. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, because there's a number of steps that need to be required with that, and there's timelines that are set out in the Electoral Act. So obviously time to have the MNGA has to declare the date, then there's a number of different steps and dates. So this is just make sure that it can't be held off past that 6 months.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to Resolution 2 as amended? Anyone online? Not seeing anyone. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to turn it over to clerks. This will be another instance where a 75% vote is required in order to pass this piece of legislation, or this resolution. When we get to it, if you are in favor of the resolution as amended, that'll be 1 or A. If you're opposed, it'll be 2 or B. And if you wish to abstain, that'll be 3 or C. And remember, if you abstain, it kind of takes that number out of the grand total for calculating the 75%. If there's any points, before we turn it over, if there are any points of clarification at this point, because once we start, I'd like to, it's difficult to interrupt the vote. And I'm seeing someone coming up. Yes.
Hello, I'm just curious as to if there are any procedural elements that make it necessary to extend the deadline from 120 days to 180 days.
I don't know if there was necessary ones, but there was examples in the last few years that have shown that have caused issues. So the postal strike being one of the ones as an example. So where there's a lot of mail-in voting and how that can affect it, and even knowing when it was going to be there, being able to take those kinds of things into account. The other deadlines that are required for nomination process and getting your nomination papers in and things like that, especially when there's remote communities in winter, for example, where it may be more difficult to meet with the number of people so that was the discussion, given the number of steps that are required in order to hold the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, so I will turn it over to our clerks, and when they're ready, we're going to be proceeding with the vote.
Polling is open. Okay, 15 more seconds and we'll close the voting. Five, 4, 3, to 1. We'll close the voting and just give our clerks time to tabulate the results.
Okay, we have a result, everybody. The motion regarding the extension to the by-election voting, it passes with 121 in favor, 15 opposed, and 4 abstentions. So that's 88% in favor.
Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to resolution number 3. I'll turn it over to our clerk, and I will be looking for a mover and seconder once our clerk is finished reading.
So this is resolution 3. It's about community representation at the MNGA. It affects the MNGA Act and the Constitution. It was submitted by the Métis Nation Governing Assembly via the Cowichan Valley Métis Association on November 30th, 2024, and requires a 75% vote for approval. Whereas it is critical for the MNGA's governing structure to have chartered community representation present to conduct business and safeguard engagement in decision-making processes. Article 3.2 of the MNGA Act allows for a community's vice president to attend the MNGA when the community president is unable to. When neither the president nor the vice president are able to attend an MNGA, the community has no representation since no one else may attend the MNGA on behalf of the community. Be it resolved that A, the following be added as a new sub-article A to Article 3.2 of the MNGA Act. In the event that neither the president nor the vice president can attend the MNGA, the community board may, by resolution, appoint an elected board member to attend, provided that they are a MNBC citizen and over the age of 18. The community shall notify the MNGA clerk or designate as far in advance as possible of the meeting. And the board member serving as an alternate must make a declaration with the MNGA clerk or its designate, affirming they are not in a conflict of interest as per Article 2.8 of the MNGA Act. B, the underlined text be added to Article 29.1 of the Constitution. So it will read, in the event a community president is unable to attend a general assembly, the community's vice president may represent that community. In the event that neither the president nor the vice president can attend the MNGA, the community board may, by resolution, appoint an elected board member to attend, provided they are an MNBC citizen and over the age of 18.
Thank you very much, and I will look for a mover and a seconder. Yes. Richard Lewis, thank you. Do we have a seconder? I'm seeing a handful. That's the first hand I saw here. Name? Greg Stanwood, thank you. So we have resolution 3, and I'll invite our mover if he wishes to come to speak to the resolution.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. We need this so that just in case the president or the vice president isn't able to attend, there's always going to be representation on the floor. So that's the reason behind this, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stanwood, did you wish to speak to it? No, that's okay. Thank you. I have next online Lorelei Lyons. Please go ahead.
No, I was just read that for all the communities looked after when they need.
Thank you. I have Dean, and then I have Mr. Norquay.
Yeah, Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director. I support this. I've been involved enough to understand the importance of this. We live in a busy world. We're always moving, and I know the process, the President and the Vice President will make every effort to come here. I know that, and they will be engaged. It's important that they're engaged. But if unable to attend, it's, let's trust their discretion in sending somebody here to represent their community. Plus, this also helps. It's also, we talk about succession, making sure that next generation behind us is coming up. And I mean this sincerely when I say this, and the next generation behind me, we're full of PhDs. They're going to school, they're really understanding the process, really coming back to their culture. A lot of people will say, I believe we're in good hands with our future, so I really support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Norquay, please go ahead.
Yeah, Alex Norquay. I also support this, and the only issue I have is the word by resolution. I'm not too sure what they're meaning by that, how complicated you're trying to make it. It would just seem that the community board may appoint an elected member.
We just need an official record that they were appointed by the board. That's really all there is, so it just needs a board motion.
Yeah, that's all we want, because we know how long some resolutions can take.
Go ahead, Pixie.
Actually, Pixie Wells, Fraser Valley Métis Association. I speak in favor of this. As a former leader of the community, you have enough work to do sometimes, and sometimes you can't always get to these events. So I think that's really important, and successorship is huge. We need to be allowing other people to understand how this all works. And again, just speaking on behalf of the Fraser Valley Métis Association, even today in this room, we have a director at large representing our community. So I think it's really important, and I speak in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
So we have Judy Van Veeringen on.
Sorry, just a second. All right, Judy Van Veeringen online, please go ahead.
Yes, I also agree with both Dean and Pixie that this is something that should go through. It's very important, as a former leader. I know there was times when I couldn't get to a meeting, and also there was one time when both myself and my vice president wasn't able to attend. So this is really needed, and I think if the board members, they would do their best to pick the most, the best person to go in their place to represent their community. So I am totally in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I heard that. I'm going to point out standing rules number 10, but if not seeing any further discussion, I'll just quickly look online. No one there. All right, thank you so much. So I'm going to close discussion on resolution 3. This is another one that requires 75%. When our clerks are ready, they will let us know. They will open the voting. Again, it'll be if you are in favor, that'll be added here. If you're in favor, the 1, 2 for oppose, 3 for abstain. Whenever you're ready.
The polls are open.
Okay, 30 more seconds. All right, we'll close the vote.
Great, we have 146 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 abstention, with just under 98% in favor.
Wonderful. We're going to move on to Resolution 4. Because it is quite long, I'm not going to ask the clerk to read it out. It does occupy pages 103 to 107 in your resolution book here, and does impact the Citizenship Act. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder for this. Sandra, I see you moving. Thank you. And Lorelei Lyons online. Great. Sandra, would you like to speak to the motion? No. Lorelei, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'll open the floor for anyone who would like to speak to the motion. Susie, go ahead. Ooh.
Did I break it? Yes. Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director and Minister of Citizenship. I'm in favor of this. It is cleaning up some of the language that has been changed, as has been noted today. The Great Citizen staff have been working really hard in the last 2 years to make a lot of improvements, which has happened. And so just some of like the navigator names, different names have changed. So it's just bringing the Citizen Act amendments up to snuff with what is actually going on. So I'm in totally favor of this. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll go to Minik online.
I'm Shay Minik, North Fraser Métis Association. Minik Purcell, sorry. For accessibility, is it possible to have a quick verbal summary of what this is proposing?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Monique. So we did also publish a summary chart of all of the resolutions, but I will read out the summary for this resolution for those who would prefer that. So adoption of this resolution will provide a variety of changes to the Citizenship Act to deal with changes due to Ministry of Citizenship operations, including removing, changing, and adding definitions for clarity throughout the Act, correcting certain words throughout the Act that should be changed due to the changes in the definitions, clarifies the language and meaning in Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10, and removes Article 8 because its purpose is covered in Article 7.
Thank you. Angela, please.
Angel Robinson, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I have a few questions and then I'll go from there. In 4.1, I just wanted to check that it's still true that applications can be submitted through Métis charter communities. I think this was a complaint in the past that sometimes there are barriers to charter communities assisting citizens in this way, so I just want to make sure that that is no longer an issue.
That is a bit of an operational question, and I'm hoping our executive director or someone from Citizenship is available. Oh, okay.
I can move on. I have other.
Okay.
Just wanted to check my understanding.
We'll put a pin in that one.
In 4.8, so that's F, it says delete 4.8 entirely. 4.8 was about the encouragement of applications by the Citizenship Authority. I'm just wondering if this means that citizenship would no longer be mandated to be encouraged.
Again, it's a kind of an operational question.
I guess this one is more because if it's in the legislation that citizenship is encouraged. So I just want to check if the difference is that it would no longer be legislated, so therefore just more of a matter of policy, and if that is something that we want to have left to policy or not.
Again, I'm hoping someone from Citizenship can come in and possibly respond to this.
Just play the Jeopardy music.
And I see our Executive Director, Colleen Hodgson, here, so I think she'll be able to respond to that better than I could.
Thank you, Nicole. Colleen Hodgson, Chilliwack Métis Association. But first, if we could have the question again, because my apologies, I was in a conversation with an elder about their citizenship. But I'm here now. So if I could just hear the question, I would be grateful.
Sure. In Article 4.1, it says that citizenship applications can be submitted through a Métis Charter Community. In past years, I've heard that it has been an issue or a challenge for some charter communities to submit applications on behalf of a citizen. So I just want to confirm that is no longer a challenge, or if that is something like a process that can still be followed.
Great question. So let me say this. Our chartered communities have a really important role in citizenship, at the beginning and at the end with community acceptance. So I hear from many presidents and other leaders in community that support the presidents, because we know that there's lots of time, there's a staff member, let's say, in a community office. When the door opens and somebody walks in with questions about citizenship, they're the ones that answer, and we're seeing in our sessions that they're doing just an amazing job. So if a person comes into the community office or is at a community event and is interested in applying for citizenship, we would never discourage the community supporting them to apply for citizenship. And what that community's role is totally up to the community. So, the ideal scenario would be a president or another community member helping someone in the community that's self-identified as Métis and wants to apply for citizenship to connect them to MNBC, to us in citizenship, to help them with that journey. But that doesn't say that the community doesn't have a role here, because they have a very important role. We need to work with the communities to support applicants. It's not us or them. We need to do this work together in a good way. And to the question about is there challenges, I think all communities are different. My community in Chilliwack is not going to be the same as a Sea to Sky community. It's just every community is different. How they help people with applications for citizenship is how they do business. So I think the question, is there challenges, is a better question put to the communities. Do they have challenges with helping people with citizenship? Because if they do, we want to be there and help them. So I'm not sure, about the question about, are you questioning if I'm having challenges with the communities, or the Ministry of Citizenship is having challenges? Because the answer is no.
So sorry, to clarify, I think in the past the specific issue was that charter communities were being denied access to the information required to support applicants, or being denied the ability to actually submit the information. So I just want to confirm that that's no longer.
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to rephrase. I think it is something that I have heard in past years. If that's no longer a concern, or
so you're saying that communities are obstructing the citizenship application process?
No, I am saying that communities have been told by MNBC staff that they can't submit applications, and I just want to make sure that that's not a policy, and that charter communities can in fact submit the applications?
So first, I'll just address the first part of your question. The Ministry of Citizenship staff are amazing. They would never do that. The citizenship team today, many of whom are sitting around the corner, would never put something in the way of somebody applying for citizenship because they know what a journey that is. And to the second part about saying that, you know, we are putting a message out there that, you know, you can't submit your citizenship application to a chartered community. It's done every day. We have so many communities and presidents in this room right now, and I'm looking at one of them, that people apply to every day, and they just get a hold of us, they help us, we connect, and that's why we're going around to community doing all the citizenship information sessions, because we're doing it with the community. We might be the experts on citizenship, but they're the experts on community. So I would say that it's done every day. Like, there's so many people in this room that we just worked with in the last probably 6 weeks, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's good. I was just double
Yeah,
checking.
no, for sure. Great questions.
My other question was on 4.8, which I think it's 4.8 that's being deleted. I think 4.8 was in relation to, I'll open it up again to make sure I'm reading it correctly. 4.8 says the Citizenship Authority shall establish and implement a process to seek out and encourage the application for registration of all qualified individuals who are entitled to be registered as Métis citizens. So if this is removed, does that mean that that it's no longer legislated that that kind of encouragement will happen?
I would just answer that by saying our whole life in the Ministry of Citizenship is encouraging people to apply, so I don't see that ever going away or us not doing that. Like, it's just embedded in the Métis core values that we have at MNBC and within the Ministry of Citizenship as well that encourage people to apply. I mean, we heard it loud earlier today that whatever you do, just, you know, go, hit the start button, like, apply. Like, we just encourage people every day. So I'm again, sorry, I'm just, you know.
At the risk of being really pedantic here, it says the Citizenship Authority shall establish and implement a process to seek out. So I believe, and Edie Hodgson can correct me if I'm wrong, that process has been established and implemented.
Absolutely. And that was done when the Citizenship Authority was voted on by all of you amazing citizens and passed at the AGM.
That makes sense to me. I was just wanted
No,
to make
that's
sure I
great.
understood. Okay. H, which is 6.6, I just wanted to ask what, if, I don't think this covers a potential situation where an application for supports had been submitted previously, prior to a review being initiated. And my question is just if there is an application that goes forward and is in the, like it's supposed to be processed or it's in the queue, like it's what happens. And there may not be programs that this would impact right now, but there could be in the future. So just want to make sure that we're kind of thinking of that.
Sorry, was that a question?
It is a question.
So what are you needing to understand? So so what I'm hearing maybe is that if somebody has an application for citizenship and it's in the process, are they eligible for programs and services? I'm not sure. Is that the question?
Yeah, and I don't know if the question is, like, who the question is best directed to, but and in the resolution, it says that a person who is placed under review by the Citizenship Authority is not eligible to apply for any further supports, programs, or funding through MNBC until their citizenship has been reaffirmed. A person currently receiving supports will continue to receive them for at least 60 days and that the time frame can be extended. I am just wondering if this addresses situations where somebody might have put an application to a support program or funding through prior to citizenship being reviewed, but had not have it be processed. So I think this is more of a question about how this, how 6.6 would be applied.
So what I'm hearing is a person has a citizenship application in process and they've applied for a program or service but have not yet received a program or service?
It's a theoretical question. If this is a circumstance to arise, what would occur?
Well, I think the legislation, I mean, in my mind, is fairly clear in saying that here are the supports that we can provide while a person is under review. So I think, so when we place somebody under review, it's typically where they're under review as a citizen, not under review as an applicant. We cannot put someone under review that is not a citizen, because we don't know if they're a citizen or not yet until they go through the whole process. So until we determine if somebody is eligible or not eligible for citizenship, they're actually not even part of the legislation. So if somebody's applying for citizenship and like they wouldn't, does that help?
6.6 is speaking to citizens who have their citizenship card who are placed under review, like their citizenship is placed under review. Yep. And it says in this case that while under review, they would not be eligible to apply for any further supports. But that if they are receiving supports, they will continue to receive them for a certain period of time.
Absolutely.
And so my question is around if someone has made the application before being put under review, and that application has not been processed, like applied for a support program or funding.
I'm sorry, we do need to move along to our next speaker. Okay. We're going to go to a question online from Dakota Kelm.
Sorry, 1 second. Let me just pull up what I'm going to say. I'm just out and about right now, so excuse if it's a little choppy, but Dakota Kelm, Youth Representative, Two Rivers Métis Society. I'd like to motion to strike Section F from the resolution such that delete Article 4.8 entirely is removed from the resolution.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
Could you please scroll to Part F of the resolution?
Could you tell us what 4.8 initially said?
4.8 reads, the Citizenship Authority shall establish and implement a process to seek out and encourage the application for registration of all qualified individuals who are entitled to be registered as Métis citizens.
So the motion is to strike Section F completely. Do we have a second?
Yes.
No. Is there a second for this motion? Anya in the back there, thank you.
So the motion, which has been seconded by Anya McVeigh, is to remove the part that's F, and so it's a kind of a weird double negative. So it's essentially the effect would be to leave Article 4.8 alone as it is. And for anyone wishing, and that you had mentioned the wording of it, that's on page 135 in the book, if you want to see the wording as it currently is. So that's the motion that's now on and moved and seconded. So essentially, it's to leave Article 4.8 alone as it is. Is there any?
And for clarity, the process, I think I heard earlier, the process referred to in Article 4.8 has already been established and implemented, no?
That's what I understood from the clerk statement, yes. Is there any discussion? We've got the names for the original resolution. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed amendment?
May I speak to it?
Add them to the regular list. Yes, if we can get a microphone to Sandra.
Sandra Murray, Surrey Delta. I think you need to leave it because you're taking it out because they said that the process has now been in place, right? So don't you have, like, the process has happened. What that's talking to the process has happened.
Thank you.
Point of clarification. We have a seconder for this, right?
We do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So Dakota might want to say something.
Dakota, did you wish to comment on the reasons for your motion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
The reason I'm moving to strike section F from this resolution is that it removes the mandate and obligation of the Citizenship Registry to reach out and connect to those who are Métis and applying to gain citizenship and welcome them with open arms to our nation. As was already read, Article 4.8 presently states, the Citizenship Authority shall establish and implement a process to seek out and encourage the application for registering of qualified individuals who are entitled to be registered as Métis citizens. By removing this, we go against everything our nation has been purporting to support, which is the growth in citizens who are new to their Métis identity. I see no benefit to our nation in removing this mandate of our citizen registry to reach out to qualified Métis in our province, and only drawbacks to how this could affect the growth of our nation in a good way. Many of us were once new and unknown to our Métis identity, and many of us have been endlessly grateful in this cultural connection ability to let us heal. It's an unfair to take this opportunity away from those who are deserving. And I would argue further that should this process need to be revised in the future, given future processes, it'd be beneficial to have this mandate as part of citizenship rather than revoking it entirely. Marcy, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anya, did you wish to speak to it? No, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed amendment? Yes.
I had a different comment that I initially came up here for, but since I'm here, I see no harm in leaving section 4.8 in. If the process has already been implemented effectively, there's really no harm in leaving it. I'm inclined to agree with what I heard from the speaker online, that if there's a need to review or make further changes to the process in the future, it might be helpful to have 4.8 still in, but I really just see no harm in leaving it if it's controversial.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Norquay?
Alex Norquay. Yeah, I have no objection. I think 4.8 should stay as it is. These things were working before. It's a one-sentence line, basically. New people come in, work in citizenship. It just tells them that this process is here and it seems to be working. Let's make sure it stays that way. My second part is back to the very first speaker about this place for communities being part of the citizenship process. Well, that's a part that is very dear to my heart because I deal with it every day and have for 20 years. And I do not turn anyone away who wants to sit down and ask me to help them put their application together. I use various databases and my Ancestry account to create family trees for them because a lot of them don't even know how far back they go to get to their Métis ancestry. And we, as a Caribou Chilcotin, that's our one and only time in the new process where we actually get to know who our citizens are. They're sitting there talking to us. The other process where they apply directly to MNBC, we get a letter saying, it is your responsibility to sign these people up in 90 days. We don't even know who the heck they are. So I like it when they want to come to our office and ask us to help them a little bit. We send them on. I will fill out their applications for them, especially some of the older people, because it can get a little confusing as to where you check the box, where you don't check the box. And when they get finished, I tell them, you've got everything, you don't need any more, we'll even mail it for you. And the other part is, I very clearly leave them instructions. You need to go get your long-form birth certificate, or you need to get your grandmother's, or whatever it may be. There's no reason for them not to follow up on that and get it done properly. So we, as a community, have a great part in this.
Thank you. I think we had Dakota wishing to speak again the second time to the proposed amendment to delete or part F. He put his hand up.
No, I'm good.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else for that part of it. Given the conversation, and I think you're for the original resolution. Yes, that's what I understood. Thank you. Angel, are you wishing to speak to the proposed amendment or the resolution? Sorry? Both? Then please come up for the, and we'll try to keep to, at this point, just to the proposal to delete F, which is to leave part 8, 4.8.
I'm in favor of keeping it. I do think it could use revision. I don't know if now is the time to do that, to find the wording that is more like appropriately captures the moment that we're in right now. But for me, it's important that we have it in our legislation that we are encouraging people who are eligible to be citizens to become citizens. That's my thought.
Right, thank you. Just given the nature of the conversation, I'm not going to look for unanimous consent. We will proceed to the vote. And so this will be a vote if you are in favor, oppose, or wish to abstain on removing F, which would mean leave 4.8 alone. So if you are in favor of deleting part F, which is to delete, it's a very confusing portion. Is there anyone who's not not clear on what they're voting or what the effect is? One more time, Dave. Okay. Can we, can you put the wording back up, just because I think it's easier in that regard. So the amendment was to, now the resolution 4 includes a lot of different parts. Part F is an instruction to delete a different section that's not set out here. The motion is to remove this portion from the resolution where it says, where the instruction would be to delete the article. So if this passes, then what that would mean, we're going to get rid of what it says there on the screen, and the effect will be that 4.8 will remain as it's written in on page 135 in the Act currently. So it's to leave it alone, because the resolution is proposed to delete that, that section or that article. Clear as mud?
So for my clarity, if you want 4.8 to stay in, you vote in favor.
That's correct. The effect is to leave 4.8 alone.
Dave?
Yes.
Can we just ask Dakota to repeat what his original request was? I want to hear it from him, and that'll help me to understand where it's going here, because there just seems to be something twisted around.
I think Dakota's ready.
Sure. Dakota?
Yeah, as the chair has stated, the motion I put forward was to strike section F from the resolution such that delete article 4.8 entirely is removed from the resolution. So in essence, yeah, keeping 4.8 alone.
Sorry, a vote in favor at this time would be to leave 4.8 alone as it currently is. All right. So now we're going to question. When you're ready, we'll open the poll, and if you are in favor of essentially leaving 4.8 alone, then you vote 1. If you wish to proceed with the proposal of deleting that article, you will say opposed, which will be 2. And if you wish to abstain because it's crazy and you're confused, then see. And I'm not making a judgment. I mean, if that's what you're thinking, I'm not trying to push anything like that. No, it just because it is complicated. It's confusing. I agree, because it's like double negatives at this point. So so if we can open the vote when you're ready, Judith. Majority.
Voting is open.
Okay, 30 seconds. All right, if we could close the voting.
Okay, we have on the amendment 91 in favor, 32 opposed, 23 abstained. So that means what it means is Article 4.8 stays in the Constitution.
And if we can...
Excuse me, Citizenship Act.
Yes. And if we could open up back to the resolution, and we'll just remove that part, just delete it out of there. Thank you very much. All right, and I'll turn it back over to my colleague with the back to our speakers list on the resolution now as amended.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for you, Dave. Okay, please go ahead.
So reviewing this resolution, it seems like most of the changes that are being made are primarily for clarity and just changing and cleaning up the wording of the act. Are there any substantive changes being made by this resolution?
I mean, some of the definitions are changing, so that's arguably substantive because it's changing the meaning of what a particular word or sets of words might mean throughout that particular piece of legislation. Now, some of that might just be because of name changes as well, so how substantive that might be, but, and I'm just trying to think from the other portions, just, I don't know if there's any other comments from our...
To me, reviewing the definitions, it seemed like the definitions themselves, even though changing a definition can be substantive, was kind of just for clarity. Yeah.
I frankly don't recall the specific discussion at the MNGA where they would have if there was more discussion on the effect or substantive aspects of it. I don't recall that. This was back from March of this year, so yeah.
So it's intended to be more of a cleanup of the legislation. Yeah. So then can I go to 6.61? So here, I noticed that 6.6 sub 1 is being deleted, and this says extension requests are granted at the discretion of the responsible program director, and a negative decision can be appealed within 30 days to the MNBC board, who can overturn the decision by majority vote. To me, this reads as, if your citizenship comes under review, and you're relying on MNBC services, and then you apply for those services to be extended, and then that decision or that extension application is denied, it seems like this is taking away the appeal process for a citizen who is applying for a further extension to be able to continue relying on MNBC services.
That would be the effect. I don't recall the reason when it was discussed at the MNGA for why the decision was made to do that.
Right.
I don't know if perhaps our...
That's a great question. Okay. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'll try try to do my best to answer it. So again, and thank you for the comments about cleaning up the legislation. That is the intention here, just to kind of modernize and bring us forward, future-facing, to line up all the legislation with MNBC. So this part here was to ensure, again, the integrity of the registry by leaving the authority to make those decisions within the registry. So an example would be, you know, if a person was receiving programs and services from STEPS, let's say. We don't want to put that burden on a program coordinator from STEPS or any other service in MNBC. The extension that is requested, and you know, anyone can, under review, can request that extension, does two things. One, it says, okay, we're going to work with, let's say they're accessing a program at wherever in MNBC, where we work directly with those ministries and we say, okay, look, here's what's happening. They're accessing services, so we need to put that 90 days in place and make sure that they're taken care of. And if at the end of that, there is, you know, not, the outcome is not what they expect perhaps, and there's, the citizenship will be revoked. If that was the path that was happening, and it's not always the path, but if it was, then that 90 days allows time for them to have those services. But while that's happening, we also work with whatever ministry is working with them to set up services outside of MNBC as well. We're never wanting to not take care of people, regardless. We need to make sure that we have that time to do that. And so it's more of a coordinated effort and more of an effort to make sure that we do, you know, we take care of one another and we work with all the ministries to make sure that happens. So it's not like, oh, by the way, to a program coordinator, can you take care of this? Because it's really, that's a big burden on somebody. It has to be more of a collective effort to take care of this person. And again, the path is always not, once they're under review and they can extend for another 90 days as well, the outcome is not always a negative outcome. We need to think about that often it's a positive outcome and they come back with what is needed and we celebrate together. So, but we want to take care of everybody in that time. So but we really appreciate the conversation and the dialogue today about this, because if there's other ways to do it, then we need to hear from all of you on how to do that. So thank you for the question.
I guess just in response to that, thank you for your discussion on integrity and maintaining the integrity of the registry. That's a really important value. In my mind, it seems like 6.61 is designed to protect a citizen who is rightly a Métis citizen from being kicked off of a program that they rely on without having any recourse for appeal. In general, I would like to be able to vote for this resolution because it seems like there's some necessary changes being made to the legislation for clarity, but I don't think I agree with there not being an appeal process if your extension request is being denied. I think in general it's a good principle that there should be some recourse to appeal a decision if you feel that it's the wrong one. So I would like to keep 6.61 in, but keep the other changes that are being made to the legislation.
So you would like to make a motion to keep 6.61 as part of this resolution?
Yes, and the reason for that is that I see a risk here. Say, for example, I'm a student, I'm relying on the STEPS program, I want to continue relying on the STEPS program to be able to fund my education. My citizenship comes under question, and I feel that that's not correct, and I would like to be able to have the time to provide the necessary documentation to affirm my citizenship. I think it's important that I have the ability to appeal an incorrect decision.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, can you just state your name for us?
Ashley Mintel.
Thank you. All right. So for this motion, is there a seconder? Oh, Dakota Online has seconded. Dakota, would you like to speak to the proposed amendment?
Yes, please. Dakota County Servers Métis Society Youth Rep. The reason I want to reinstate this section and not have it removed from the Citizenship Act is because it removes a citizen's ability to access potentially essential services they could depend on, and further removes oversight from the Citizen Registry. Specifically, removing this portion of 6.6 takes away a citizen's right to appeal the Citizen Registry, deeming someone not able to get access to necessary services, such as STEPS. monthly funding if their citizenship is under review. While we all understand that Indigenous identity fraud is becoming an increasingly large issue, think about how many citizens may not have had to submit the sufficient documents because they applied many years ago. Your cookum, your auntie, and your cousin could all be at risk of anything as devastating as homelessness or being kicked out of their academic institution and there was no proper due appeal process to get this money back. Marcy, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have recorded the original speakers list, so if you were hoping to speak to the original motion, then you can sit down and come back up when we're ready for that. Susie, did you want to speak to the amendment? Please go ahead.
I'm against that amendment. I'm in favor of keeping this put in there. You don't want MNBC board or one or two getting together and saying we're going to overturn our operations decision. You do not want us to start getting into that level of operations. I don't feel myself as a board member. I respect and honor the decisions that is made by our citizenship staff. If we start doing that as a board, we're just getting ourselves into a lot of trouble. It's kind of like, it might not be the right scenario, but you know, you don't get to stay up late. Your mom said you got to go to bed. Your dad says you stay up. So who's going to make that decision? So we can't start getting into pitting us as a board. Respectfully, come to us and, you know, talk to us as board members. Any of us is available for conversation. But I don't make those decisions. That's not my job. If I wanted to make those decisions, I would get a job with MNBC and be on that team. But I do not want, as a board member, to be put in that position to come to me to make those decisions. No, I agree with removing it. I do not want it put in there because you're going to start, you know, having a lot of troubles out there, I think. So I think us as board members need to stay out of these decisions. And I believe, Colleen, they can go to the Senate, right? Could they go to the Senate? If they want to appeal it? Yeah. So we have the Senate there for that decision, not us as board members. We are not the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else that wishes to speak to the proposed amendment? Please go ahead.
Russell Nesbitt, Sea to Sky. Just on a clarification point, then, so would the Senate review any appeals that were made in regard to citizenship?
So anyone that goes under review and their citizenship is revoked, if it is at some point in time, there's an appeal process and it is through our Senate. There's always an appeal process with everything at MNBC. And I just want to say to the 60 days and the 90 days now, let's do the math here for a minute, because 60 days and 90 days, right? That's quite a bit of time, plus they can ask for another extension. So we're not talking about, you know, saying you're under review and 2 weeks later we're calling the STEPS department and cutting your funding off. We're not talking about that. That's not reality here. This goes on for months and months and months and months. And while we're doing this, and to the caller, the online per Dakota, I think it is, you know, saying we should be worried about our kukum and our sisters and all that. This is not the case. So if someone's put under review, the team is working just diligently with them. Whatever it is that is missing or something that was going on there, they are the priority. We work closely with them. Our quality assurance, Director of Quality Assurance and Operations, Alex, is on the phone with these guys every day, working on their file with them, making sure we can get the stuff that we need and just sorting out, maybe it's a name discrepancy, maybe it's something that through the integrity of the registry we need to make sure. That process is happening daily as they're under review. We're not putting somebody under review and saying, yep, see you later, go find this, and if you can't, you're out. That's not our approach. Please believe me. We're trying to be very careful about this and diligent, but we do have a right as Section 35 rights holders, which has been talked about earlier in this, and that starts with the registry. That starts with citizenship. And we have to ensure that we have this integrity, but you need to believe that we're doing this in a very careful way. Your families are not at risk. We're doing everything in our power to make sure that our registry needs to be where it's the gold standard in the nation. And, you know, we have wonderful stories where people were under review and we sorted it out and they got us what they needed and we moved on. So we're trying to be careful and do this in a good way, so please don't think that anyone's at risk here. We're working with these people every day, and I just don't know how else to say it. So, and there's always an appeal process. Nobody's just given bad news and cut loose. That's not how we roll. So please believe that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, did you want to speak again?
Yes, I had one more question. So thank you for everything that you said and for your work in this area. I appreciate that you're doing, you know, a lot of work to ensure that the citizenship registry is, you know, correct, and also that people have access to MNBC services. It seems like you have a lot to balance there. So I heard you say that the decisions can be appealed to the Senate. So my concern was that if there's no, you know, in spite of the, you know, hard work that you do, you're only human, and it's possible for your department to make mistakes. And so my thought was that if there is a mistake, and I feel that my citizenship has been, you know, incorrectly reviewed, or that I need further time for an extension, that I should have the ability to appeal a decision made by the Citizenship Authority. And so to me, it seemed like it was a good idea to have the ability to appeal that to the MNBC board. Is there an existing appeal mechanism for this to the Senate? Where, can you show me in the Citizenship Act where that is, or is that just a general policy that all decisions can be appealed to the Senate?
Dave, I just want to say that the role of the board is governance. We do not bestow citizenship on people. Our role is governance.
No, I think, and it would have to look in the Senate Act or perhaps even their policies and procedures, but I don't know. There's a lot of decisions or appeals that can be made to the Senate that aren't explicitly set out in, you know, each piece of legislation saying that this decision can go to the Senate and this decision can go to the Senate. I think perhaps Nicole can address that, but that's my understanding.
So Article 10 of the Citizenship Act deals with citizenship appeals. And it says an applicant may appeal a decision of the Citizenship Authority concerning their application to the Senate pursuant to the provisions of this Act or the Senate Act. So we do have sort of a blanket provision on that, so there is an appeal body.
Okay, so was this maybe being removed because the MNBC board is not the correct appeal body and that there is an appeal to the MNBC Senate?
That would be correct.
Okay.
So as Ms. Taillé said earlier in the discussion, the Senate is our appeal body, not the board.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Dakota online.
Hello, thank you, Dakota Counter's Main Site Representative. Perhaps I should clarify exactly what I meant. I was trying to put it all in the 2 minutes, but to elaborate, the part that we are reviewing here is not about citizenship explicitly. It's actually particularly about the programs that may be given or denied based on the citizens going through this process. So the 6.6, as it would be amended to, essentially a citizen who's trying to review isn't necessarily entitled to MNBC services. These services would be ones that they are already actively partaking in, and by leaving this oversight process, it means that there is less efficacy to get the
Sorry, Dakota, I'm going to interrupt you. Sorry, just my apologies. One, the connection, I don't know if it's where you're at or where it's coming, is difficult to hear, and it's compounded by the speed with which you're speaking. It's very difficult to hear what you are saying. If you can maybe try a bit slower, or I'm not sure if it's further from the speaker or closer to, I'm not sure, try to adjust it, but.
Might be the wind side currently. I'm going to line up actually, so apologies for that. I'll speak a little bit slower. Dakota County is Métis Society representative. I should clarify precisely what I meant when this motion would specifically talk. Right now, 6.6 sub 1 enables citizens to,
Sorry,
enables
Dakota, sorry, I'm going to interrupt. My apologies again. The quality coming through is really poor, and I'm not sure if you can. You probably can't see the body of the. There's a lot of people indicating that they can't hear or it's unclear. What I might suggest, because we do have another speaker to my left, or two other speakers, if you're able to get somewhere that might assist in the quality, and we can, hopefully within like a minute or so, do that. It's just.
I can't call to, that should be better quality.
Okay, yeah, because it's even just right there it's really choppy and unclear. So we'll try the other couple speakers first, and then we'll come back to you.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Tarina College, Fraser Valley Métis. I'm wondering if you have 6.4 on the screen, and if you could scroll so that 6.4 is visible. No. Are you able to read out 6.4 for everyone's acknowledgement, and then maybe we can have a better understanding of how that does and doesn't apply in correlation to 6.6i?
I'll ask our Burinder to scroll down a little bit so I can see the bottom. So where is...
So you're referring to 6.4 of the Citizenship Act, which is not in part of the resolution. So for those, we'd have to be looking at page 136, if you have it. I don't know if we can get it on the screen, but we can certainly read that portion out.
So 6.4 reads, a person whose citizenship has been revoked under Article 6 may appeal the citizenship authority's decision to the Senate within 60 days of the date of removal notice is sent by the citizenship authority. The Senate's decision on this appeal will be final and binding.
Sorry, did you just want us to read that portion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Travis Jobin, I believe you were our next speaker.
Yeah, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River. I'm speaking against the amendment to leave this in. We've went through in the past where the citizenship registry was attempted to be weaponized. And I think it's really critical that we keep the MNBC board away from any decisions about citizenship. I think we have to trust our citizenship department that they're doing the good work and that they are working within themselves. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Kim Finlayson.
Hi, Kim Finlayson, Golden Ears Métis Society. From what I'm hearing, people seem to be hooked on the appeal process, which we understand is through the Senate, but they're not wanting to get rid of that paragraph because they want the appeal process. So I'm suggesting we maybe take out MNBC board and put in Senate so that they can be happy that there's an appeal process, but it goes to the right process. I don't know. I know, but it's like, it's specific to citizenship.
Okay, we're going to go to Dakota, who I believe is on the phone.
Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Hold on.
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Dakota Kellum, Two Rivers Métis Society Youth Director. I would like to just kind of clarify my comments that I made earlier. 6.61 is not talking about citizenship and whether someone is or is not a citizen. That I do believe should wholly be in charge of the registry, and should an appeal happen, should go to the Senate. However, what 6.61 does is it enables citizens to appeal a process where they may be potentially out of services because of their appeal process. While I do trust that our current staff at MMBC are doing a phenomenal job at making sure that our citizens are taken care of, we don't all live forever and we don't all last forever. And there's no guarantee that potentially there could be someone in the future who has a different prerogative or policy once they're put in. And I think having a legislative method for our citizens to be able to get these supports they need, like their monthly stipends from MMBC steps, or to get their rent supplement program, is an extremely beneficial thing that would be a travesty to lose. Thank you, and merci.
Thank you. We'll go to you, Russell.
I'm just thinking that having this kept in is good. I think it would be a waste of time for purely getting an extension to be sent to the Senate rather than just to go to the board. You know, I think matters on citizenship, going to the Senate, that makes more sense. But just for getting an extension, I think for myself, it makes more sense to just go to the board for a quick decision if that's possible.
Thank you. Ron, please go ahead. Oh.
Ron Kiran with the Vernon District Métis Association. So I think we need to, and I've spoken on behalf of the 2S community as well, we have to respect what Minister Hooper said. They do, and also Minister Carrier, they don't want to deal with, as a board, they don't want to deal with this. So we need to respect what they're asking here, okay? And respect their role as governance. They're autonomous from the authority itself, as we as communities are autonomous from their authority. Okay, so I think we really need to respect their request to not want to have to deal with this, and we can't force them to. Okay, that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, we are governance. So for an example, my children receive STEPS funding. So that would be like my kids coming to me and saying, hey, I want more money. Mom, you're on the board. Do something about it. I'm not operations. We have staff for that make those decisions. We are governance. So this isn't a governance issue. This is an operational issue. The board does not deliver the services, in other words. Thanks.
Thank you. Ashley, it's in our standing rules that you're only able to speak to a motion twice unless the Assembly will allow it.
No, that's me.
We're going to go to Joy first.
Thank you. Joy Bremler, Mid-Island Métis Nation. Part of this, I'm having some difficulty even understanding why this has progressed so far. If you look at 6.6, you know, if you're currently receiving supports, you're eligible for at least another 60 days while this is reviewed, and it can then also be extended another additional 90 days. So we're looking at months of that being reviewed before you're actually denied. And so I think there has to be a belief in, given months to review this, that the registry is going to take a serious look at that. And I think that's important. So this line in red up here right now really has no importance regarding that, unless, you know, after 4 or 5 months, then you want to take this into consideration. So that's just my thought.
Thank you. Sharon, please go ahead.
Hi there, Sharon Quenville, Chilliwack Métis Association. My question is, does this pertain to somebody getting their card for the very first time? Whether there's discrepancies. This is somebody who's already got it and been in the process.
Colleen?
Fellow Chilliwack member. So great question, and it only applies to someone that is already a citizen. And just to add to that, this is Article 6 that we're talking about that was passed through legislation. And when it was passed by all our citizens and our Métis government, we had to operationalize it, right? So when legislation passed, then we said, okay, we sat down, put our heads together and said, okay, what does this look like? Here's the legislation. So when we dug into it and figured out, okay, this is how, and thank you, President Bremner, it is quite an extensive period of time, and we are being, very diligent during that time. So yeah, this keeps us operationalizing things without being influenced by politics or external pressures, which again protects the integrity of the registry. So we need to make sure that's the path we go down future facing. So I hope, but yeah, it only applies to citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe President Allard has asked for to call the question. There is a process about that. And so calling the question means we terminate discussion. Is there unanimous consent for that?
Those that are on the list, I presume, wish to speak?
I did wish to speak.
So I would take that as then we don't have unanimous consent. What I will take when I hear question, one, that's you're indicating a desire to be recognized and to speak, but we do have a list, so we will end it with the current list we have, knowing that an indication has been made to call question at the conclusion of the list that we currently have on this. So that will be what we'll do. We'll finish the discussion we have on 6.61, the proposed amendment, with those that are already on our list, and then we'll proceed with the vote on that issue. So
please go ahead. Tracy Franklin, South Okanagan's Milkmead Métis Association. So I've been listening to the back and forth for a while, and I feel like there's like a communication issue in what is being proposed for this to be amended, is that yes, you've got 60 days and then it can be extended by 90 days, but what seems to be the missing piece is that, that's, I can't math, so that's months, right? But that still isn't putting in an appeal process for someone. It says a negative decision can be appealed within 30 days. So after the decision is made, a negative decision is made, it can be appealed. Now, I don't know who that goes to. If it's not the MNBC board, then if it goes to the Senate or whatever, and that was proposed as well, to put that in as another amendment in that is to put it to the Senate instead of the MNBC board, which would take out that piece. But I think it's really important for people who are getting supports from MNBC in any way that they have the ability to appeal if there is a negative decision, because without that appeal process, it takes away the equity. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll notice I ran over there to speak with legal counsel, and it was to look at that particular issue. The Senate Act, and part of what they're required is they act as the judicial arm, and they're the ones that will make determinations or settle appeals if appeals are brought. The way it was currently set out would create a different appeal mechanism for this specific decision. You'll note that this gave, so let's say we had the negative decision. So you receive a decision of, you ask for an extension, the program director said, no, that's your negative decision. You then have 30 days to bring that appeal to the MNBC board, and then they would have the decision to overturn that decision. There's nothing in this or in any other legislation, which I'll get to in a second, that says that decision of the board has to be within a certain period of time. So this 30 days just says, you receive that decision, you have 30 days to make that appeal. The legislation in the Senate Act, which sets out that they are the judicial arm, so they would be responsible for reviewing decisions. So judicial review would be the term that we would use. Where there's no set appeal period, because in other pieces of legislation it says you have to go to the Senate within a certain period of time with your appeal. The Senate Act says that where there's no set time, you have to bring an appeal within 60 days. So if this is removed, what it means is instead of the appeal mechanism to the board, and we've heard the discussion, the comments from some of the board members, it would then be, it goes back to the general Senate would be able to be the ones to accept the appeal, and you would actually have an extra 30 days from the time you receive the negative decision to make that appeal. In both cases, there's no timeline on when the decision is to be made. So for example, if it's at the board, and I don't off the top of my head know how often the board sits, if the appeal goes to the board and they don't have, maybe it's through the summer, they don't have a board meeting until scheduled for a month or two later for them to look at it, you might not get a decision until whatever that decision's made. It's going to be the same with the Senate. So if this is removed, to comment on that, yes. So even then, which is different than if it's the board, because here there is no timeline on which they need to deliver their decision. So there is a mechanism. It's the general mechanism that we have, and so the proposal is to remove the board as that mechanism and leave it back with the Senate.
Okay, so I would just say that, like, as a normal citizen who just, I haven't read the Senate Act and all of this other stuff, right? So for me to dig out that information, like we've been discussing this for what, 35, 40 minutes now? Like for me to dig out that information, I feel like it should be a little more transparent in something like this, where if we're looking in the Citizenship Act, it's right there in black and white, so that the understanding for someone who's just looking at that, we don't have to dig to look for that appeal process.
I think that's a really good point, and the thing is then to address that issue, would the necessary be then to, in every instance where the legislation talks about a decision, saying, and it's appealed by the Senate, and it's appealed. I think what we need to do as a nation, in which we've heard like the Senate is underutilized to a degree, that we have to realize there's that other branch of our Métis governance, and that they should be where there's, as if you would take something to the court or whatever. That's our Métis court, if I can put it that way. And so I think it's our nation not necessarily realizing or utilizing that arm of our governance.
Because I don't think it's common knowledge to most of us.
And I think that's where, so I think a discussion like this today, I think is helpful, to point people to, consider the Senate. You have a negative decision, you wish to appeal, consider the Senate. It is set out for something specifically, but, and that could be here, but when you get to the point, do we have to set that out in every piece of legislation for every decision saying it's appealable to the Senate? Or we hopefully get to a point where the nation says, there's a negative decision, I go to our court, I go to our Senate.
It's pretty easy to copy and paste that into all the pieces of legislation, I would
It's
think.
easy to copy, but it's hard to get through that process.
Yeah,
We have to go M&J back to here, and
I
the
get
discussion
that,
that
but
it would have.
here we have it right here, and we could put that right in,
Certainly, if that's the will of the Assembly to put it in and do that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker that we had on the list for the 6.6I motion. So we are going to go to a vote. I think we had the word, or again, this is another one where the resolution itself is seeking to strike this out. The motion on the floor is to basically leave it in. So a vote in favor, and in this vote we're going to do, will be to leave it as it is in the legislation currently. An opposing vote will be to leave the resolution that's striked out, so like the lines through it. So the effect of a no vote will be to try to get rid of this wording in the end. Abstention, I'm not going to say crazy, but abstention is just to essentially, I'm here, I'm voting, but I'm not making a decision on that. Does everyone have the understanding on the effect of their yes, or no, or abstention vote? Great. All right, I will turn it over to our clerk, and please open the poll when you're ready.
Voting is open.
Okay, 20, yeah. So hopefully the poll is open. Yeah, poll is open. We'll give you another 30 seconds. Ten seconds. All right, we'll close the polls and I will turn it over to our clerk.
Are we ready? So on the amendment, we have 40 in favor, 78 opposed, 13 abstentions. So the motion, the amendment is defeated, which means that struck through part in your book remains struck through.
That's a great way to put it. So I'll turn it back to my colleague for those, and we do have those names, and I appreciate everyone's patience, and it's a good thing we have chairs right by the microphones. This works out. I'll turn it over to my colleague to continue with or hopefully conclude the list of speakers we have.
Okay. If you did still want to speak to the original motion, can I ask you to please come to the microphones? I do have you in the correct order, hopefully. The next person that I had was Mr. Norquay. Did you still want to speak to the original motion? No. Okay. And then I had the gentleman here with the glasses. No. Okay. This is going to go real fast. Oh.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah. I did have Dakota online, but I'm hoping that Melissa has him on the phone. He's on a date now. Oh, okay. Okay. We're going to keep going. Joy, you're next.
Thank heavens. Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. And one of the things here that, out of the Mid-Island Métis Nation, over the years, a number of times we have sort of butted heads with the registry, but we've come a long way. So has the registry. I have to give them credit for that. It has come a long way. They actually did that, I think it was one of the last AGM perhaps, they did that big offer to speak to all of us and everything, and only a handful of us showed up to hear them. And that was unfortunate because there were some really valuable questions from community that we were putting forward. And then again, I believe one of the other gentlemen spoke to the fact that very often if a citizen or an individual applies to the registry for citizenship, we never see them. And so when they come to our office, what we do is we encourage, we will help them put the paperwork together and tell them what they still need, but we also encourage them to fill in a small application to our community. So then when we get notification from the registry to accept them in our community, at least we've seen them. You know, because if we haven't seen them, then when they have an issue with the registry and they have no one to turn to except go through this process, in the past we have had our own citizen that had, at one point, you know, some of the files were reviewed and some individuals had their citizenship removed. Those families, because they belong to our community, were contacting us. And even though the registry cannot give us any exact information about individuals, they can give us some guidance in terms of what we can say to those individuals regarding what, you know, they had a report from the registry, what was missing, and how to go and get that. And so for our community members then that had citizenship removed, there was a calming effect that in our office, we had some information to give them to take them in a direction to try and get it solved. You know, and so I think if they have not connected to us, then they are on their own, and this could be daunting. And so, you know, generally in our offices, we're very much of the mind that we work in conjunction with the registry, and if we can assist, and the registry has been good. You know, they can't give us personal information whatsoever, which is, I absolutely believe and support, because I don't give our information to anyone else either about our community members. But at the same time, they help us with things that perhaps those individuals could undertake to solve the issue. And so, you know, I think I had to speak in regards to that just because it's so important.
That's not okay.
And it can be another step to alleviating the stress and even alleviating whatever the issue might be. So, thank you.
Thank you. Angel, I did have you speaking as well. Did you want to speak still?
May or may not be speaking to something similar, but I wanted to point to Article 8 being struck. It's a bit of an odd one, but Article 8 has kind of two pieces to it, and one of them is the detail where there's, the release of, So Article 8 allows for chartered community to have the citizenship application forms and citizenship cards when consent to release of personal information forms have been signed. It is the only place that seems to mention the way in which information can be shared with chartered communities, and I am concerned that by removing that, that kind of removes that reference. If I could, I would like to submit a motion to add wording to have that process in Article 7. I think between or after where it allows, where it's speaking about data sharing, so between, I think, 7.7 and 7.8.
I believe that the resolution only calls to strike for the title of Article 8 because its purpose is covered by Article 7. So I'm just clarifying with my colleagues here that what is currently Article 8 would become 7.15.
Can I ask Berinder to scroll up a little bit, please? Okay. So all this does is remove a duplication. And scroll down a little bit, please. There we go. Oh, she's on J, okay.
Not an 8, it's a 7.15. Okay, I'm going to look for the will of the assembly here because it is a bit confusing. If you look at K, it's saying, or I guess it's been changed because we deleted one of the other ones. So J there on the screen, it says strike the title, Article 8, Registry Office. And if you have your book in front of you, you can see on page 138 where you have the title Article 8, Registry Office. If the purpose is to delete just the title, Article 8, and it's in quotation, so I'm assuming that is the case, then we have a floating 8.0, which I would assume then would mean be subsumed within, so it would be a new 7.15. So it's not deleting the wording in current Article 8, it's essentially just getting rid of that title and it would just be renumbered into Article 7. So it would be the new 7.15. That's how I'm reading it, because what this is proposing in J is just striking the title, not like before where it said strike all of Article 5 or whatever, I forget what it was. So the wording in current Article 8 would stay. It would just be renumbered and under the title of Article 7.
Yeah, if that's all that's happening,
That's what I'm reading that it would be. Sorry?
Needs to write these out properly. That should have been in.
The difficulty, and I appreciate that, when we have it says strike the title and it's not showing it, if basically in a resolution like this, you're basically duplicating the entirety of the act, and so in the past where we've read through it, for example, that's difficulty. I think that's why all of the legislation is provided in the book, so you can refer back to it. So appreciate that. So this is what it would be, is just getting rid of the title and the heading, if I can put it that way, and leaving it in. The wording would stay in there. Did we have anyone else?
Okay. Angel was our final speaker, which means that we will go to the vote.
All right, we'll turn it over to our clerk. This will be another one that requires a 75%. And so this is voting on resolution number 4 as amended. So the only amendment that has carried through was part F, where it's been crossed out. If you are in favor of the resolution, 1 or A. If you are opposed, 2 or B. And if you wish to abstain, 3 or C. We will open I'll let Judith announce when we're open.
Voting is open.
I'm still hearing confusion in chatter, so it might be good to just reaffirm what that decision is resulting in.
If you're in favor of resolution 4 that you see in your book, other than that one change that we did, then vote in favor. If you don't wish this to pass, you oppose. And if you wish to abstain, that's your decision. Okay, 30 seconds, and then we'll get the results. All right, we'll close the voting. And Judith, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, we have a result, 110 in favor, 10 opposed, 10 abstained, 91% in favor, so it passes.
Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your patience. This is always a good experience for those that are here for many years and those that are new to see how the process works, how the sausage is made. It's great for everyone, and I appreciate your patience. Please go take a rest. The doors will open at 6:15 for the banquet, with dinner at 6:30. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you before you go. We are a couple resolutions behind. I do want to ask to get an indication. We are scheduled to start at 9 Pacific, 10 Mountain Time. Is there any desire to start half an hour earlier? 8:30. Not 7. I'm going to say, is it 8:30? I'm seeing enough hands up. If I can see hands up with a yellow, or I'm seeing a majority of those present. So we will return at 8:30 Pacific, 9:30 Mountain tomorrow. Oh, and please return your voting devices on your way out. Thank you.